Chapter 151 Amazing Idea. 10-tailed humanoid brush. Massive natural energy is constantly converging. Far more amazing than imagined. Hyuga Shinryu sat there with a strange black pattern on his face, constantly condensing Cyansu chakra into the yin seal. Ordinary chakra is a combination of human spiritual energy and physical energy, while fairy chakra is equivalent to mixing natural energy into it, and the proportions of the three are equal. When the consumption of chakras is about the same, you don't need to condense ordinary chakras, and directly mix mental energy, physical energy, and natural energy to directly condense the fairy chakras. Of course, the spiritual energy and physical energy of the human body are not unlimited. To a certain extent, mental energy can also be said to be equivalent to energy, and physical energy is equivalent to human physical strength. After a large amount of consumption, it takes time to recover. This analogy may not be so appropriate and accurate, but it will undoubtedly be easy to understand. Cultivation and condensing chakras are both cyclical and gradual processes. Excessive consumption will bring great load, and may even severely overdraw one's own life force, causing one's own life to be in danger. Originally, the chakra capacity of the human body was limited. In the case of no movement, as long as there is excess mental energy and physical energy, natural energy can be combined to create fairy chakras. The fairy mode is almost equivalent to no time limit. However, the human body is like a water tank. Ordinary chakra or Cyansu chakra is equivalent to the area of water inside. If the water tank symbolizing the capacity of the chakra is full, the excess chakra will overflow directly out of the body. Trying to pour inside, there will still be no more chakras unless the chakra is sealed in the body. This yin seal is undoubtedly equivalent to opening a new chakra containing place, equivalent to a second water tank, and the capacity of this water tank is undoubtedly larger. Those ninja villages will have huge chakra tail beasts enclosed in Renzieli's body. Undoubtedly they will be similar. Drip, drip. In the dark spiritual space, the celestial chakra is like a trickle, and it cannot help but flow into the second chakra accommodating tank just opened by Hyuga Shinryu. It is said that it is a sink, but in fact it is more like a vast lake, which is indescribable. And Hinata Shinryu's eyebrows, I don't know when it started, there was a prismatic mark. The strange rune pattern also disappeared. I don't know when. The sun sets. A whole day. Hyuga Shinryu is constantly maintaining such a state, and has not left. Can't help but go to the second water tank in the area where the celestial chakra is stored, and his chakra is also consumed, but the remaining amount is still quite terrifying, located in the original first sink. But the distance to fill the huge water tank in this yin seal is not far away. Cyansu chakra is different from ordinary chakra. Because of natural energy, the more you use it, the more you become more energetic. Even if your body's own chakra is almost consumed, the Hyuga Shinryu that remains in the fairy mode is still not exhausted. But I can feel tired. It's not really not tired at all. The rate of energy consumption is greater than the rate of recovery. Yin seal. Sure enough. Hyuga Shinryu opened his eyes. The dragon-shaped chakra surrounding itself disappeared, and the snake-like icy blue vertical pupils also returned to their original state. Exited the state of fairy mode directly, although it did not fill it up, and it will take some time to do it, compared to Tsunade's constant injection of excess chakras over the years. If this seal is used to contain the celestial chakras, it is not too big enough. Limited capacity. The quality of Cyansu chakra is far higher than that of ordinary chakra, and the amount of Cyansu chakra that the yin seal can hold is limited. Compared to Tsunade's long time to fill the yin seal, Hyuga Shinryu estimated that it might not be long before the yin seal could not hold more Cyansu chakra. To put it bluntly, the role of this seal is similar to the opening of the second pubic field in the Wuxianxia novel. But Hyuga Shinryu wouldn't be entangled in these. For himself, it's easy to use and has no side effects. The rest does not matter. It looks like we have to start developing a stronger sealing technique. Hyuga Shinryu squinted, looking at the sky that was going to dim, and muttered to herself, if we can seal a lot of chakras into the reincarnation space. It is undoubtedly a bit difficult to make the reincarnation space directly fill the massive chakras. He didn't have the energy to refine these chakras slowly, and the limitations of chakras that simply relied on the plundering tail beasts were too limited, which was equivalent to a one-time consumable. But if you don't hesitate to seal a lot of natural energy in, it's not impossible, and the natural energy between heaven and earth can be said to be endless. In order to be able to directly utilize the natural energy enclosed in the reincarnation space, his son Xiang Shenyu not only needs to transform his own chakras into celestial chakras, but also makes himself capable of becoming the incarnation of the legendary god Tree. Like Tokuo, it can directly contain the violent natural energy. If it succeeds, it will be equivalent to the alternative 10 tails. No, it should be said that the humanoid 10 tails have the support of the reincarnation space equivalent to the huge energy pool. Thinking of this, Hyuga Shenyu's eyes grew hotter. His ambition can't stop at the end of the world. Only relying on the Datongma clan's blood and the fairy skills chakra, he may hope to surpass Kaguya-ji, the ancestor of Chak 257. But most of it is difficult to surpass the strength of the 6 Tao immortal Datongma Ui, who may have surpassed his mother Kaguya-ji. Unfathomable, and impossible to die easily. Of course, this premise is based on the fact that the two brothers, Otsukiyu and Otsukiyu Mura, really rely on their own strength to seal Otsuki Kaguya. With regard to the old things in ancient times, the years can cover up too much. After all, legends are just legends, not necessarily true. And if the 6 Tao immortals did not die, then his ancestor Datong Muayu village, I'm afraid it might still be alive. Due to different personal physiques, qualifications and other aspects, the quality of chakras gathered by each person is not equal. Like him who has now awakened the reincarnation eye, the quality of chakra is actually very close to that of Xianzu chakra. The fairy mode has improved his combat power to a certain extent, but it will not directly bring the earth upside down. General change. But if you want to accommodate the violent natural energy, it first means that it must be extremely powerful. Even if you don't need to use Thunder Escape Chakra to strengthen yourself, it is truly comparable to the terrifying physique of the tail beast. As if looking through the illusion, Hyuga Shinryu directly relieved the wooden clones that were still undergoing in-depth development of light escape. It seems that I need to go there to practice next. Chapter 152 Night. Back in the villa. Master, welcome back. Two beautiful maids with big breasts, wearing sexy maid skirts, greeted them with joy. The black and white silk eye stockings reveal two beautiful white legs, but they are not too shameful and shameful. The very decent maid short eye skirt, the open neckline of the top, the whiteness is very eye-catching. The beautiful facial features and pure white pupils are not as terrible as imagined. Under the delicate Kyung nose, the red but not gorgeous red lips are very confusing. With the maid outfit, the curves of the front eye convex eye and the back eye warped are fully revealed. Looks very cute and very sexual. One black and one white, beautiful and delicious. Dinner is ready. Adzuki-sama and Team Rizama are here. My sister Miko said with a smile. Under the guidance of Hyuga Shinryuki, the two sisters are turning from maids to professional maids. Although sometimes I feel very ashamed, but I still hope to get the love and approval of this adult. And do it hard. Yeah, hard work. Hinata Shinryu said with a smile, touching the pretty faces of the two pretty maids. With joyful smiles on the faces of the two beautiful maids, they followed Hinata Shinryu unhurriedly. Inside the restaurant, Team Ari and Red Bean were already sitting there. Moreover, with the character of the girl named Hongdu, it is naturally impossible to wait for him to come back there, having already dined there. But seeing Hinata Shinryuki coming back, she greeted it rarely, and then continued to destroy her favorite dishes. The cooking skills of the two sisters Miko and Misako, who are carefully selected by the Hyuga family and sent here, are still very good. Even Hyuga Nisai specially invited celebrity chefs to guide them. Although the time is short, somehow they have learned some of the essence, and there are recipes, and the meals that have been made with great care are already delicious. Speaking of it, Hyuga Shinjuki hasn't seen Temari for a few days. This girl usually takes the initiative to hide, or she is working hard, and it is estimated that he would just forget her directly. It's rare. You actually took the initiative to come over today. Looking at Kyo's face a little blushing, she didn't dare to look at her own Temari. Hyuga Shinryu chuckled. When the other party came here, it was obvious that he had nothing to do with the three treasures. Temari lowered his head and placed his hands under the dining table, twisting it tangledly. Gaara has been sent out by you to perform a task. I am bored by myself, and I don't know any friends here. Come and chat with Sister Hongdu. For this reason, the red bean next to him rolled his eyes. She couldn't get along with the princess of Shane Village, and they didn't talk too much. Is it? What's the matter? Let's talk about it. After eating, Miyuko and the others are still good at cooking. With a smile in the eyes of Hyuga Shinjuki, without exposing her botched excuse, she sat Misako and opened it for him. On the chair. He has never liked sitting on his knees, eating, drinking tea, playing chess. All also. I have been waiting for Hyuga Shinryu for a long time, and I have not used Temari before eating, and my stomach screams. Kyo's face blushed directly. He did not refuse, grabbing the tableware in front of him. After eating with small bites, it is undoubtedly more elegant than the red beans that can be gobbled up quickly. Let the red beans bulging next to eat, could not help but blush. Slow down. Don't twist your hair like this in the future. The current style of hair will affect the appearance a little. After eating, sit in the living room. A group of people sat on the sofa and watched the movie on the TV. Although antennas and TV live broadcasts have not yet developed to that point, there are already videotapes. As the master of the empire, Hyuga Shinryu wanted to get such a device, but he didn't have it. Backward entertainment measures. Watching a movie is still okay. At least a little can pass the time. Hyuga Shinjuki directly untied the hair tied up in Temari. He really couldn't appreciate the hairstyle of this girl. Looking at Temari, whose temperament has risen a lot after putting down her long hair, he smiled and said, "You can simply help a ponytail, leave a G hairstyle. These are all good, more suitable for you." Got it. Looking at her dangling hair, Temari sat there with a blushing face, nodded blankly, without resisting. She could not tell whether it was hatred, gratitude, or awe for this man who was so powerful that it was desperate and whose methods were indistinguishable from God's. "Let's go. You come here specifically. What's the matter?" Hinata Shinjuki looked a little tangled, but there were some Temari who didn't dare to say it. He had already guessed the purpose of the other party's coming. It is impossible to go out and chase Gaara and the others. I think. Become stronger. Trying to look directly at Hyuga Shinjuki, Temari gritted his teeth, and finally couldn't help but mention it. When she was cultivating in the forest 2 days ago, she saw it with her own eyes. Even Red Bean can directly use Mudun. A little enthusiastic. In the ninja world, often faced with terrible blood and fighting, who does not desire to have powerful power? Not to mention, after such a cruel blow, Temari's heartfelt desire can become stronger. Can. Unexpected. I easily got the answer I wanted. Huh? Temari's eyes widened, looking at Hinata Shinryu. She thought she had heard it wrong. Ha ha. Looking at her so cute look, Hyuga Shinryu couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think that even if I agree, I will directly make a series of requests? Is not it? Temari thought so in his heart, but blushed directly. No, it's not. Perhaps I will be very overbearing, but except for those things that are thrown away after playing, I will not treat every woman I admit, and there will be no problem with inexhaustible wealth and supreme power. Even they, if you want to become stronger, I will also give them a certain amount of strength, so that they have the opportunity to become strong. Hyuga Shinjuki sat back on the sofa and looked at him opposite. With a blonde shawl and some green but lovely Temari, he smiled directly and said, "You are very lucky, it happens to be in it." Temari stared at Hyuga Shinryu blankly. Can't tell what emotion it is. You admit your fate. This guy is so overbearing. and he is attracted to him, don't expect to find a second man. Sitting aside, eating red beans with melon seeds, watching TV with interest, glanced at the silent Timari, and lazily said, it's better to enjoy the privilege of being this bastard woman, and desperately drain him. Benefit: since he can't even resist and has no choice at all, it's not bad to be a woman of Hyuga Shinjuki, and it will not be directly restricted to personal freedom like the mistresses of those big families, and all aspects are restricted. As the woman who controls the entire empire, Hyuga Shinju, she has nothing to say about her wealth. In the past few days, the red beans from the broken jar have obviously tasted the benefits. Not only had he gained a powerful blood inheritance boundary, but even the heavenly curse imprint on his neck was removed by Hyuga Shinju as early as when the genes were fused. In the City of Trees, the irrational requirements she can think of and directly put forward can almost be met. The red bean soup that can't be finished, the balls that can't be eaten. There are also dedicated people who do not need to do those troublesome tasks, let alone be forced to go to the battlefield. Even Narashiraku, the head of the general staff, has to treat himself with respect. What's wrong? Hyuga Shinju's mouth twitched. I was out of anger and knocked Red Bean on the head. Although it is correct, this girl really has no taboos. But it is precisely this kind of personality that occasionally adds some color to his life, so he will not deliberately force her to change it. I know. After a few days of struggling, Timari had apparently accepted his fate a long time ago. What Honda said is not unreasonable. She bit her lower lip and looked at Hyuga Shinjuki and asked, then, can I live here in the future? Some embarrassed bowed his head. The little hands on the knees clung to each other. I feel that I am a little shameless and ashamed at this time. A few days ago, I couldn't wait to move out, but in a blink of an eye I wanted to come back again. But in order not to miss any opportunities to become stronger, and not to be preempted by other women, she felt that staying here was the most suitable choice. As for his younger brother Gara, he can explain to him after he finishes the task and returns. Anyway, his attitude towards his sister has changed a lot recently, and the whole person has also changed a lot. Just need to watch. Come back if you want. But remember, everything can be the same. He will not deliberately restrain these women with their own characteristics, let alone force them to change themselves like a humble slave to please him. But there must be rules. Because there are some women who want to be obedient and beautiful. He only needs to give an order casually, and the officials will be eager to turn their respective jurisdictions upside down and collect those beautiful women to please themselves. But most of those women will lose interest soon after playing, and feel boring. Two-dimensional women, each outstanding beauty, has its own distinct characteristics and personality, which is what makes people like it. It's rare for you to come back. Although you know that you are in a hurry to become stronger, let's do the fusion gene tomorrow morning, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well today. Hyuga Shinju raised her head and looked at the beautiful twin maids who looked exactly the same behind her, and smiled lightly. By the way, you two sisters should be together. Not only Timari, but also the two sisters Miyuko and Misako who were waiting on the sidelines. Both of them showed joy at the same time, but their pretty faces became blushing. Naturally know what will happen next. Chapter 153, The Method of Getting the Kaleidoscope to Right the Round Eye. The night has just dawned. The sparse cock crows constantly echoing in the City of Trees. Although the red sun was rising, the sky gradually brightened. Early in the morning, even if a large number of clones were set aside yesterday to practice, and they fought fiercely all night, their physique was at the level of evildoers after all. And Hyuga Shinju woke up from sleep. I am full of energy. Let go of the baggage of thought. Timari and Red Bean, as if resigned to their fate, as if not conceding each other's defeat. One of them was sleeping soundly while holding him, with a little drool in the corners of his mouth. The awakened Teju, his sleepy eyes opened dimmily, looking at the handsome face of Hyuga Shinju, and the beautiful ice blue eyes, looking at him. could not help but blush. No matter how she doesn't admit it, a handsome and powerful man is always the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of most women. I am no exception. After confessing his fate, he inexplicably found that the man's embrace was quite warm, which was really reassuring. Don't know if this is too shameless. Morning. Hyuga Shinryu smiled and spoke. Morning. Temari's face blushed, embarrassedly erased the sparkle from the corner of his mouth. Even more afraid to look directly at those beautiful eyes that make people reluctant to look away, as if they can see through the heart. But soon under those smiling eyes, Mingwu came over, kneeled 443 and sat up very docilely, blushing, bowed her head and went down. Having had an experience, Temari naturally knows that this man likes to make people do something in the morning. It didn't take long for the two sisters Miyuko and Misako, who also woke up, to see them for the first time, but they were still a little shy. After Hinata Shinryu laughed and found his clothes with a blushing face, he walked away lightly. As the adult's personal maid, the two sisters are very aware of their position and will not be so stupid as to be spoiled. Because I don't know how many women outside are waiting to replace their two sisters, and they want to fight to serve this master who is in control of the most powerful and incomparably distinguished status. Fortunately, the patriarch of the Hyuga family is smart enough to arrange early, and like that adult, he had the blood of the Hyuga family, and he was close to him invisibly. Other housework is second, and then you need to prepare breakfast for the owner. In fact, if it weren't for the company to be with me last night, I was too late. As the maids, they should have gotten up earlier than the master. The Red Bean, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the electric shock of Hinata Shinryuki's magical claw, and had to blush to join in. It's not too crazy. Good morning. After I bite. Hyuga Shinryu took the two women, Red Beans and Temari, who had been neatly dressed in the bathroom of the master room, and walked out of the bedroom. And Miyuko and Misako have already prepared their meals carefully. I'm going to leave later, and let these three Domed clones help you fuse those kinds of genes. The process may be a little bit painful, but after all, it's not too many kinds of injections, you can still survive. Afterwards, my clone will be released on its own. You will probably be in a coma for 2 or 3 days, and you will be responsible for the finishing touches. I ran out of breakfast soon, and Hyuga Shinryu had no intention of staying. Leave the Sandomed clone and a few genetic medicines, and let them be responsible for fusing the genes of Temari, Mako, and Misako. Under the enviable gazes of Hongdu and Temari, the space gradually distorted. When will I be able to master this technique? It's so handsome and convenient. Hongdu couldn't help muttering. Seeing Hinata Shinryu so easy to come and go, without restrictions, really made her a little jealous. In the eyes of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, the most special thing is the time and space pupil technique. The ripples in the space stopped, and the words of Hyuga Shinryuki made Temari and Azuki and others' eyes light up. He stared at Hinata Shinryu, who had not left directly, and listened with his ears pricked up. Ukiha's writing wheel eyes are different from other blood inheritance boundaries. Evolution requires various negative emotional stimulation, such as opening eyes when facing the danger of death, death of relatives, death of friends, etc., and it is not deeply emotional. 100% can open the eyes, it depends on whether the individual has that qualification. He had originally planned to leave directly, but didn't leave immediately, and gave a few words to the women. Looking at the admiration of Hongdu, he chuckled. Besides the fact that you are currently not worthy of Bilingu, and apart from the experience of being abandoned by Oshimaru, there are no other experiences that make my emotions too sad. It's a bit difficult to make the writing wheel eyes evolve to the 3 jade, let alone the awakening kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Hongdu rolled her eyes. However, there is no other way. What method? Hongdu asked hurriedly. Even Temari and Miyuko next to them have some eager eyes. I sealed off all your memories, and then placed you in an almost real world of illusion, allowing you to experience a life in it, a fight on the battlefield, the death of a lover, etc. Ice Blue Ace stared at Azuki Beans quietly, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Experience several times. If you have that qualification, maybe you can open it. If he did that, the lover of Hongdu would definitely be himself. And of course he wouldn't make any other faces to challenge him. But this kind of situation is also very risky. Maybe it will play bad red beans. Too many attempts will lead to confusion between reality and illusion, and it will be bad for mental breakdown. Moreover, it is impossible for everyone to be qualified to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. There are a lot of things during this period. I am not free for the time being. I will try it out for you when I am free. Hyuga Shinai finished. He disappeared directly in front of the stunned Azuki Beans. Team Ari and others instantly came to the Grand Canyon outside the City of Trees. I don't know, is that possible? His eyes are deep. Previously, he had not said one way. If you don't have the qualification to open kaleidoscope to right round eyes, just find someone who may have the qualification to open kaleidoscope to right round eyes and related conditions, and knows the love stand-in, give the other party Yukiha's pedigree, and then put yourself transplanted his eyes to the other party, manipulating his life step by step. If there is no hope at all, try another person until you get the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. When the time comes, the retracted kaleidoscope righting round eyes will certainly have no repulsion from oneself, and it will be able to maximize its pupil power. This is undoubtedly cruel, and he has never tried. He doesn't know what will happen. Of course, it is his absolute strength and self-confidence that he can ignore any unexpected circumstances before he dares to have such an idea. Otherwise, if a guy like Yukiha takes soil comes out, with a heaven-fying pupil technique, it won't be so easy to recycle it. If you switch to someone else, even if you have a backup, but if you don't pay attention, you may lose your wife and break the army. He also cultivated a terrible enemy in disguise. Chapter 154 Supergravity Space in the Grand Canyon. After separating 300 wooden clones to practice, Hyuga Shinryu directly sat the cross-legged, entered the fairy mode, and continued to make Cyanzu Chakra, which was injected into the Yin Seal. Although I feel that the Cyanzu Chakra that can be carried in the Yin Seal is a bit small, it may even be exhausted in just 1 or 2 intense battles. But obviously it's better than nothing. At a critical time, maybe I can save my life. Naturally, this accumulation will not be relaxed. As for the next battle in the City of Trees, they had already discussed it with Nara Lukisa and they were in charge. For these high-level people, Hyuga Shinryu still gave some special favors, and everyone had a special charm. If there is an important thing that cannot be decided or a life-threatening crisis, he can directly sense it by directly crushing the spell. Of course, after the Empire unifies the Ninja continent, these spells will be invalidated. He is not interested in being an Annie for these people. Clearly sensed a lot of coordinates in different spaces. There is nothing wrong. 3 blood-colored Jade appeared in the ice blue snake pupils, and kept turning. I just don't know if it is Kaguya's different space. Suddenly turned into an afterimage. The space in front of him was suddenly distorted. At a speed visible to the naked eye, an astonishing black hole appeared. The scene inside came into view. It is a world full of ice and snow. An icy cold air rushed to his face. Swipe Hyuga Shinryu's figure was like electricity, and instantly disappeared in place, and directly broke into the ice and snow space. The sky is full of snow and ice, and the cold wind is bitter. If it weren't for the physique of Sun Hyuga Shinryu, it was already far beyond ordinary people. I was afraid that in this ice world, he would be frozen into a zombie alive. Sure enough, not only the pupil power, but the chakra consumption is also quite amazing. Cyanzu Chakra consumes too much, and he has quit the fairy mode, and the icy blue eyes suddenly stunned. Bloody. I couldn't help turning. The space in front of me twisted. A black hole is getting bigger again. An astonishing strong acid suddenly poured out. This is acid C. Hyuga Shinryu's pupils shrank. He violently retreated in an instant, avoiding the strong acid that was rolled out. Zizzy. The large tracts of ice and snow were instantly corroded and collapsed. The black hole 1 meter in diameter was closed instantly. Ignoring the acid sea, the blood-colored goo turned again. The space he is going to is not there. Although, maybe one day I will go there to practice. But now this body can't bear the terrible strong acid. Brush. The black hole that reappeared, revealed an extremely crimson world. A terrifyingly hot breath rushed to his face. Magma space. Hyuga Shinayu's complexion was calm, and her ice blue eyes shone. The space channel was closed again. Brush. At this time, there are regular patterns on a piece of ground, and there are pyramid-shaped raised spaces everywhere, which catches the eye. It's here. Hinata Shinayu's pupils became fierce. The whole person instantly disappeared in place, rushing into the supergravity space. Boom! It's just the moment of stepping into this space. Hyuga Shinayu directly changed color. The whole person seemed to be heavier countless times, and he was blasted into the ground. The pressure of horror made it difficult for him to get up. Every part of his body was as heavy as a mountain. Terribly heavy. The blood vessels bulged, and the whole person seemed to be crushed. Such exaggerated gravity, in addition to Kaguya-hime and the reincarnations of Chakra from Asura and Indra, as well as Uekai Hodaido, who has become a pillar of ten-tailed person anyway, may not be physically strong, imaginatively strengthened. I won't say anything. After consuming most of the chakras, and even the blood-colored goo in his eyes disappeared, Hyuga Shinayu, with great difficulty propping up his body, squatted there as if it were difficult to move, couldn't help but gritted his teeth and exploded. Kakashi and Haruno are like this. The rookie can survive here for 5 seconds. If the body doesn't collapse directly, I will serve them. To such an extent, he felt that his blood vessels would burst under the pressure of the terrible gravity, and it was almost impossible to move. What's more, weak chickens like Kakashi and Haruno can even run directly. It's a joke. However, this is the place I want to practice most. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Hyuga Shinayu chuckled lightly. In this space, there is also natural energy, which can refine the chakra. However, compared to the outside world, it is obviously too thin. If you want to use it to practice, the efficiency is too low. It is better for him to untie the yin seal directly. 1, 2. Hyuga Shinayu fell directly there. Gritting his teeth, his arms violently, he directly started push-ups at a very slow speed. With a clone in the outside for in-depth development of the bloody trap, he is not worried about falling behind. But the cultivation of physique can only be done by himself, and the clone cannot be replaced. At least, he has to strengthen his physique in the shortest possible time to the extent that he can truly fight with the tail beast. To completely transform the chakra in my body into the fairy chakra, I have already had a vague idea. There was a slow fall together. Hyuga Shinayu's face flushed red, and he did not deliberately turn on the fairy mode. His eyes flickered. Although it takes a long time, it is not impossible. But if you want to incorporate natural energy directly into your body, you must first have a stronger physique to be able to withstand the violent power. If you want to adapt to the gravity here and enter the formal practice, it obviously takes some time. However, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, it is still a bit early to unify the ninja realm directly and conquer the vast sea of stars. Just put more energy into this exercise. It seems that the yin seal is really a good thing, and it is more useful than expected. Because he tried his best to do push-ups, and the sweaty sun Hyuga Shinayu, the ice blue eyes flashed with crazy light, with unshakable perseverance. With this supergravity space, there is a steady stream of immortals. Shu Chakra supports and restores his physical strength. It seems that if you want to exercise your physique to the expected level within 3 years, it may not be impossible. His expected goal is to achieve at least 3 years without opening the 8-door Dungia state. To develop a strong physique, with your own physical skills, you can directly reach the height of surpassing others to open the 8-door Dungia formation. In that case, opening the 7th door of the 8-door Dungia shocking door directly, his combat power will be unimaginable. Even if he encounters a powerful enemy that can restrain his reincarnating eye ability derived from the Datongma bloodline, it will not be enough. Can't even fight back, just sit and wait. Even if it is possible to overdraw its own vitality, it can be directly replenished after the war at any time to minimize the side effects of Beimandanjia. Moreover, he is working on improving Beimandanjia. It is not necessary to achieve the power to open the 8-door Dunjia formation, and directly obtain the strength more than dozens of times more than oneself, but only need to open the 8th door to obtain the power several times more than the 7th door. Not to pay the unbearable huge price that the original 8-door Dunjia array will undoubtedly die after opening. At that time, the dead door of the 8th door will become a dead door specifically referring to the end of the target, rather than a dead door aimed at oneself. The difficulty is great, but he has time and patience, not in a hurry. Chapter 155 Cruel Practice. What I do not know how long it has been. The pores are permeated with sweat and blood. The supergravity load makes the scalp numb. What kind of pressure is this? But Hyuga Shinryu still clenched his teeth, sweating profusely. The ice blue pupils are full of madness and stubbornness. Most of the accumulated chakras have been consumed. After adapting to the terrible gravity here, he not only did simple practice such as push-ups, but also directly began to exercise physical fitness and physical skills. The blood and sweat soaked the earth. Shocking and frightening. It's not enough. My footsteps, my measure, can't stop here. Compared with the pain caused by hard practice, he sunk Xiang Shinryu will never allow himself to become ordinary, let alone lose his power. All the sufferings are nothing but cruel tempers, which have become the nourishment for their growth. Punch, kick. These basic skills taught in the ninja school in the past. Every movement here is extremely difficult. His body was so heavy that it was pressed by a huge mountain. If it weren't for the power of bones and veins, Naruto Shinryu, who had been here for too long, would still have time to adapt here in the future, even if his bones had broken under the terrible load. This kind of terrible pressure, in that memory, Kakashi and the others can still run. It is a joke. He estimated that even the strongest Gulian under his command would not be able to bear it coming in. Ninjas, most of them, are high offense and low defense. The pursuit of Yamai has powerful offensive power, and is easy to master and quicker to produce gorgeous ninjutsu and illusion. However, physical exercises are slow to take effect and far more difficult than practicing ninjutsu. Even the vast majority of people do not have that innate quality. The consequence of forcibly overloading exercise is to make their bodies collapse. Looking at the shadows of the major ninja villages in the ninja world, there are only a few people in Union Village who really value fighting physique and the perfect combination of physique and ninjutsu. Even if it is the first generation of Naruto Senjijima, known as the God of Ninjas, and Uchiha Madara, known as Konoha Ashura, these two are enough to make countless strong people desperate. Naturally, their physical skills cannot be weaker than Met Ki, who does not open the 8 doors Dunjia, or even far better than the other. In the eyes of most of the shadows, their basic physical skills are already outstanding and remarkable. However, without using any ninjutsu to increase the strength, it is hard to say whether or not monogamy has surpassed Metakai in the 6th state. The strength of the physique is not necessarily astonishing, and it is even not as good as the 3rd generation Raking, known as the strongest shield. If they didn't dodge, ordinary kunai and ninja swords would be enough to kill them. But it is impossible to hurt the 3rd generation Raikage. Of course, except for the eyes, which are difficult to strengthen through exercise. The gap during this period is self-evident. However, even if physique is slower than ninjutsu, and the practice is more difficult, Hyuga Shinryu will not directly ignore this aspect of practice. Physical fitness is the foundation of one's own strength. When the physique reaches a certain level, even a simple punch is enough to cause destruction like the world. Compared to a bald head that can easily jump directly from the moon back to the earth, this level is too far behind. Hyuga Shinryu gritted his teeth. He thought of that terrible non-human. Although not sure whether that time and space exist as real as this ninja world. But in any case, My current distance from that kind of height is not a little bit worse. But with a casual punch, he can instantly raise a large area to the ground with just the wind of his fist. No matter how magnificent the ability is, it can't compare to the shock of a serious punch with a bald head. I just don't know if that guy can punch the space with all his strength. The pores were oozing with blood, and the prismatic mark on the center of the eyebrows shone with a subtle light. Although the yin seal had not been directly unlocked, under his control, he was constantly releasing traces of Xianzi chakra, submerged into his body on the verge of limit. 2 days' time. In addition to breakfast and dinner, Hyuga Shinryu will go back to eat. Miyuko and Misako didn't wake up, and the girl named Azuki was too lazy to cook, so she had to work round the clock, and the attendants who were on standby outside the villa bought them directly from outside. He has been practicing desperately in the supergravity space, and to his level, eating a small meal will not cause too much impact. But Redbin was extremely surprised, because Hyuga Shinryu not only increased his appetite more than 10 times, but also stopped staying at home every night and left directly. Vaguely, I can see the exhaustion of the other party, no longer as absurd as usual. This guy, even when Tsunade managed to block Hyuga Kamatsu, he noticed a slight change in the opponent. I almost thought that this guy had used himself as a pillar of strength. Even if he did not deliberately, he still could not help revealing a trembling beast-like aura, with a terrible sense of oppression. But that breath is completely different from Renzulai. Moreover, with the character of Hyuga Shinryu, it is extremely repulsive to enclose that kind of superfluous things in his body. Do you want to merge the genes of the first generation? Hyuga Shinryu knew what the other party was coming from. Directly separated a wooden clone and threw 2 or 3 genetic medicines to the opponent. Just let my clone come to help you with it. In addition to continuing to separate the 300 avatars for research, all that is left is to devote all their efforts to fighting physique. He has already made plans for the development of the Empire, and he doesn't need to worry about that much anymore. In the next battle, he has left enough backhands, plus Naruto-Iza's ingenuity. There shouldn't be any problems. Even if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter. Thank you. Tsunade nodded. The war is imminent, and she will also be on the battlefield. Must get stronger power before this 4.5. Then, if it's okay, I'll go to practice first. The blood Kulgu turned, and in the surprised eyes of Tsunade and Azuki Beans, a black space channel with a diameter of 1 meter wide appeared in front. A strange space came into their eyes. That area is supergravity. Space has terrible gravity that is unimaginable. With the strength of your body, you only need to step into it, and you will die in less than 5 seconds. Hyuga Shinryu finished. It swept directly into the supergravity space. The 2 women Tsunade and Azuki, who were shocked, were left with their eyes wide open. This guy. Tsunade has a tingling scalp. How exaggerated the gravity that caused her body to collapse. Chapter 156. The Changing Gaara, Junmaro the Cold. And at this time, bear country in the big forest. A huge canyon lay in front, cutting off the way forward like a moat. Gaara and Nejai Hyuga, the 2 arrived here. There is a terrible poisonous mist underneath. At some point, Hyuga Nejai, who rolled his eyes and frowned at the corner of his eyes, frowned. Inside, it is covered with white bones, with the bones of birds and beasts, as well as humans. Then, I can only fly over with sand. Gaara looks calm. A lot of sand came out from the huge gourd he was carrying. Don't be so troublesome, I just have a try. The power I just barely mastered. Hyuga Nejai stopped the opponent. In Gaara's surprised gaze, his hands quickly formed seals. Wooden done. The art of giant wooden pillars. Boom. Huge logs rushed directly from the ground. Across the huge gorge, a simple and thick wooden bridge is formed. 28 Mu done. Gaara's eyes flickered, and he cast a deep look at Hyuga Nejai. No longer said anything, and directly stepped onto the wooden bridge. He knows that this is a masterpiece of Hyuga Shinryu. That person mastered the method of giving others blood inheritance limits. Moreover, It is said that when the genetic technology matures in the future, the Empire may also introduce related policies so that its personnel can use their accumulated military exploits to exchange the corresponding blood inheritance boundaries. This news undoubtedly greatly boosted morale. You must know that the blood inheritance limit is a power that has a chance to be passed on from generation to generation. Regardless of those big families or those civilian ninjas, everyone is undoubtedly eager to get a powerful blood inheritance boundary. It is impossible for Hyuga Shinryu to really bother to fuse genes for those people one by one. Such a policy can only be introduced when genetic technology is developed to a higher degree in the future, or even when the risk is minimized. Although the gene fusion technology is truly mature, I don't know how long to wait. It may not even be possible in a lifetime, but even if it is an empty promise, it still makes the eyes of countless people in the Empire become crazy, and they will desperately fight on the battlefield. Because, according to the relevant regulations announced by the Empire, if their military exploits are not exhausted, they can be passed on to their descendants. It is impossible to do it now, and it may be possible that such a technology can really mature. This is a huge idea after all. It is also the hope that countless civilian ninjas can use to rise, and may catch up with those big families in the future. Not to mention those civilian ninjas, even Gaara would not be uneasy. After all, it was just a fusion of genes, rather than turning oneself into a monster. In particular, before the departure, Sun Xiang Shinryu once pointed out that he was too poor in physical skills. In the future, it is bound to suffer a big loss against a strong enemy who is good at attacking power and fast enough. If you can get the bones and veins of the Sheol Onion and the Huai clan, not only can you make up for this shortcoming, but the strength will inevitably rise a big step, and the future road can go further. That adult once promised to give him such an opportunity, but he needs to prove his ability. Looking at the Star Ninja village ahead, Gaara reveals perseverance in his eyes. Whizzing. Who? At this time, two figures appeared and stopped in front of Gaara and Neji Hyuga. Full of vigilance and alert, that is. Seeing the pure white eyes of Hyuga Ninja, the ninjas of Hoshinen village couldn't help but shrank sharply, and cried out, "The eyes of the Hyuga clan, step aside." I love Liu Omaran speaking. Inside the horde, a lot of sand constantly emerged. Sand. Seeing Gaara's sand and the word love on his forehead, the expressions of the two star ninjas changed drastically. You are the sandstorm in Shane village. Gaara. Gaara is in the ninja world, obviously because of his fame. Even a ninja village like Xingnan village is known by its name. Shane village. The terrifying sand violently struck up instantly, directly caught those two figures whose strength was too weak to escape. Neji Hyuga's pupils condensed, and it was clear that even if he lost a tale of Shuzuru, this once extremely bloodthirsty and flawed Shahide villager's Yulai still had amazing strength. Even because it used to be a human pillar, the chakra in the body is quite large, far more than ordinary people. The current me has nothing to do with it. Without seeing the two figures submerged by countless sands, Gaara walked straight forward. Although his appearance still looks so cold, has his personality changed? Hyuga Ninja glanced at him. He was covered in blood and fainted, but Hoshinobu, who was not killed, could not help but reveal a touch. Smile. Followed up. It's not that Gaara is soft-hearted. It's just this kind of trash fish. It doesn't matter whether you kill it or not. No one likes to face a madman who only wants to kill every day. After all, such a radically unstable element with a great personality defect will be in big trouble sooner or later, and Gaara's change right now is a good thing. The other side. Jeking Mountain, a hidden village in the mountains. It was once glorious in the past, but now it's a declining place where the earth spiders live. Is it this woman? Senbai bloodstained bone spurs fell to the ground, and Junmaro looked indifferent. Remember Hinata Shinryu's warning? And no longer take the 907 bacteria-contaminated bones back into the body. I looked at the tall man next to him, as well as the girl with long brown curly hair, who was rudely carried on his shoulders. The identity has been confirmed, and it is indeed the granddaughter of the traveler, but I don't know if I know the whereabouts of that forbidden technique. Shigeru nodded. A large number of corpses were lying there in all directions. The blood kept flowing out, and most of them had lost their vitality. Hateful, Master Hotaru. Several people fell in a pool of blood, not dead, looking at the unconscious girl who was carried on his shoulders by Shigeru, shouting unwillingly. Blurred tears, full of anger and powerlessness, showing despair. How powerful and brilliant is the former family of soil spiders. The leader of the previous generation of warriors even developed a terrible forbidden technique such as raging the sky. Even Konoha had to be cautious and signed an alliance agreement with the warriors. This technique was listed as a prohibited technique and should not be used easily. In response, Konoha will help if the earth spiders are in trouble. But now, Konoha has been destroyed by Hyuga Shinryu, and the country of fire is gone. Where do they go for help? Then let's go. Our mission goal is her. The others don't need you and me to worry about, just complete the mission. The two figures no longer paid attention to the unwilling wailing of the weak, and left in the direction they came. Chapter 157. Unwilling, jealous. The country of snow. In the ice and snow. When they just arrived here, Kakashi, Senjutsuki and others, who had unfortunately exposed their whereabouts, encountered ninjas in this country. Ice escape. A beluga. On the huge iceberg, a huge white whale roared out and slammed into Kakashi and others. Water escape. Water dragon. Bullet technique. Kakashi quickly formed a seal with both hands, completing the technique like lightning. An equally huge water dragon rose up into the sky without showing any weakness, and greeted the roaring huge white whale. Having lost the writing wheel, he cannot directly copy the opponent's technique, but he can easily use any ninjutsu that he has copied before. Boom! The two collided hard. Ice chips and water splashed everywhere, pouring like a rainstorm. Bing done. This is not unique to the X clan in Uion village. Shikamaru screamed out. No. They didn't master ice escape themselves. It's just because of the special climate here that they can use such ice escape. They won't work after leaving here, Kakashi explained directly. His eyes were fixed on the figures headed by Xion in front. The ninjas with the heads are all wearing special chakra armor, which is surprising. Is that the chakra armor that the adult said? I don't know when. The thousand hands rope tree that opened the double hook jade writing wheel in an instant, staring at the chakra armor that the other people are equipped with, a little surprised. Sasuke Uchiha noticed the opponent's writing wheel and couldn't help clenching his fists. Subconsciously, he was hit again, and any outsider who didn't belong to Uchiha had a writing wheel that was beyond him. Damn. Gritting his teeth, Tugu Jade appeared in his scarlet haze. Is he so weak? Well, be careful, it's not easy. Kakashi nodded, still having time to finish. Zulunion, those two guys. He noticed the changes between Senju and Uchiha. Yanchuksu and the others couldn't help being surprised. Konoha copy ninja, Hagai Kakashi. The leader of X ninja, the leader of Spike's Wibao, stood on the iceberg, looking down at Kakashi and his group below, and said with a grinning smile, I let you escape back then. I wonder why you are going to sneak into the snow country? I heard Konoha. It has been completely destroyed. The weather is good, let's come and travel. Shikamaru, Ino, and Dingsai were all surprised by Kakashi's response. This reason is invincible. Not to mention that it was Lanyag's Wibao, Yanchuksu and others. One by one frowned, showing anger, showing murderous intent. In this case, take you down and torture slowly. His face turned cold, and Spike's Weavalan finished coldly. He suddenly stared at Kakashi, whose eyes were both black and white, with a scar running through the eye on his left eye. He sneered, however, your writing wheel eyes seem to be gone. Known as writing round eyes Kakashi, copy the flag. Kakashi of the Ninja Kakashi. What can I do without writing round eyes? Lord Ropeshu, please don't overdo it later, and give Sasuke and Shikamaru some opportunities to sharpen themselves. Ignoring the spike avalanche, Kakashi said directly to the Senju rope tree next to him. If the Senju rope tree were serious, The power of Kyuubi alone would be enough to easily destroy these Gzren. He had to think about it for Sasuke and others. After all, taking them out is not just for soy sauce to watch the show. Understood? I don't want to use the power of that arrogant guy. Senzu Rope Tree did not object, nodded and said, "It just so happens that Lord Shinryu also taught me a lot of skills." His gaze directly focused on the leading spike avalanche. His gaze became fierce, showing the will to fight and the eagerness to try. Although it has not reached the mature state of the three Jade, strictly speaking, it is difficult to directly copy the opponent's ninjutsu. But some ninjutsu was demonstrated to him intentionally by Hyuga Shinjuki, and Chakra's operation slowed down many times, and he could still replicate it after watching it a few times. His chakra control is not weak. As long as you master the changes in the nature of chakra, you can do it directly. As a yin attribute nine-tailed person with pillar strength and a vortex and thousand-handed bloodline, he can directly separate a large number of shadow clones to practice with his own huge chakra, and can gain experience in these shadow clones. In one day, you can get the effect that others can get after months or even longer. It is naturally not difficult for him to master the changes in the nature of chakras, such as Geomantic-Uman. Proud. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. He knows what the guy in Senjutsu is in. To describe the nine-tailed beast, which is the head of the nine big-tailed beasts, Senjurusuke is the first person. Leader, leave it to me. When his voice fell, he rushed out immediately. Water escape water breaking wave. He threw up suddenly in his mouth. An extremely sharp compressed water gun burst out, directly blasting towards the leading Wolfang avalanche. Boom! The huge iceberg was directly penetrated easily. Let Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, Yamanaka Ino and others shocked inexplicably. Ice escape spike avalanche technique. His complexion changed, and he almost avoided the squirt gun, the enraged spike avalanche, and his hands quickly formed marks. Roar, roar. The ice wolves roared out. The sharp teeth were extremely ferocious, and he rushed to the Senjutsu rope tree that was rushing straight up. Take them, life or death. Yes, a Mingzuan led by 2 or 3 other leaders wearing chakra armors, rushed directly to Kakashi and others. Tudun long Daigun. Boom. One after another sharp thorns suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing the rushing ice wolf. Ice debris splashes. Senju rope tree is extremely fast, and with the amazing insight and dynamic vision brought by the writing wheel eyes, it easily avoided the ninjas attacked by several Xion and a large number of shurikens that broke through the air. Brush. The left hand condensed a blue chakra that was spinning wildly and irregularly. The right hand made a thorn shape, directly shining with violent electric lights, as if thousands of birds were singing together. Dazzling. What? Fangs Beng and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils, even to show Chidri and Helix pills at the same time. Kakashi couldn't help but his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. The same is the nine-tailed man Zili. Is the gap so big? His teacher's son, Zuli Naruto Uzumaki, a nine-tailed man with positive attributes. There is simply a difference from the one in front of him, and the gap is too big. Of course, this is more important. In fact, Hyuga Shinryu Shengxing made this genius of the past, although he was good, but the genius of the rope tree became a real genius almost at the same time. Hey! One hand penetrated Xuren's chest, and the other directly blasted the other person with a spiral pill. The violent rotating impact hit the third person behind the other person. Boom! The two figures screamed, rotating there uncontrollably, flying straight out. Shocking grooves were plowed on the ground, which caused icy debris to splash. What? Amazing. As expected of the grandson of the original Hokage. Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, and Akemi Mitsuji were also shocked by the strength displayed by the Senju rope tree. This guy. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were red and he was dull. He didn't expect that Chidori, which he had worked so hard to master, was easily used by the other party, and even used another ninjutsu at the same time. They are all in a state where there is no seal at all. If the opponent is really that big, It's fine, but he clearly heard Kakashi mention that this thousand-handed clan is the grandson of the first generation of Naruto. He was unfortunately sacrificed on the battlefield a long time ago and was resurrected by that terrible man just over here. The real age is about the same as him. The other party not only has a writing wheel, but also has such strength. Damn, what am I doing? Under the shock of his mind, he clenched his teeth, full of unwillingness, and unable to hide envy. King. Sparks are flying. Between the sparks and the flint, Kakashi blocked a Yukino who suddenly emerged from the ground for Sasuke Uchiha with no danger, and slashed directly at Uchiha Sasuke's shinobu. Seeing that he was in a daze, he couldn't help but shouted in a deep voice, "Sasuke, concentrate on the enemy." Although the Helix Maru and Chidori that were just revealed by the Senjutsu rope tree, it is indeed a bit shocking. But being in a daze at such a time can be fatal on the battlefield where the situation is changing rapidly. Moreover, just now, he actually clearly felt the negative emotions of jealousy from Uchiha Sasuke. This guy who was dazzled by hatred is really a headache. Chapter 158 The Nine-Tailed Transformation. Whitebone recovered under Kakashi's reminder. A little ashamed, he quickly plunged into the battle and eliminated the embarrassing Uchiha Sasuke. "That woman is handed over to me." He gritted his teeth and rushed directly to Yanchuksu, the female of the leaders, regardless of Kakashi's lack of response. "It's so impatient." Kakashi held his head helplessly. Easily kicked the Genin who was swinging a knife, and he ran directly to the third leader of Genin wearing chakra armor. Who? Sasuke Uchiha's speed is unabated. He quickly threw out a few kunai shurikens, and shot straight through the air to the opponent. But it was easily blocked. Such a trick. Don't try to solve me easily. Yanchuksu laughed playfully. With the increase of chakra's armor, her figure is very flexible, and her hands are printed. Being done. Yanchuksu. A large amount of icy debris was picked up by the strong wind and struck violently. Fire escape. How fireball art. As the seal quickly closed, Sao Uchiha opened his mouth and spit out fiercely. A huge fireball sprayed out. With the help of that gust of wind, the fireball that flew out not only was not blown back forcibly, but its power soared in an instant, blasting straight towards Yanchuksu in front of him. Fire defeats the wind, under the same chakra, unless the opponent's wind escape far exceeds the fire escape cast by himself. Sasuke Uchiha is obviously a little confident about his own strength. Boom! Large areas of ice melted. But under the protection of the chakra armor, Yanchuksu who was attacked was unharmed, causing Kakashi Hagai, Sasuke Uchiha and others to shrink. "Are you unharmed?" No wonder Hyuga Shinryu asked them to come over and bring this thing back. These special equipment really should not be underestimated. Shadow binding technique. Bomb tank. The technique of turning the heart. Boom. The pig, deer and butterfly trio are cooperating effectively. Facing those Genin's offensives, he was calm and unhurried. As the children of a big family, they are not weaker than ordinary Zongren, they cooperate very tacitly, and are more than offensive and defensive. The stronger ones were all handed over to Senjutsu, Kakashi, and Sasuke Uchiha. Those ordinary Genin who were not strong and were not equipped with chakra armor would naturally not directly threaten them. Pig deer butterfly combination. King. Bang! On the iceberg. The Senjutsu rope tree clashed in the wolf-eye avalanche. Obviously Hinata Shinryu's guidance. His physical skills are obviously not too bad. Although he has not mastered Build-on Chakra mode, his reaction ability and speed are also greatly improved by stimulating the body with electric current. Although he has not mastered Tsunade's strange power fist, his power should not be underestimated. At least, compared to opponents such as Spike Avalanche, who rely too much on chakra armor to fight, they will not fall behind. Hey, you guy, who was arrogant just talking about? No one knows that the yin attribute Nine Tails are roaring in the Kaienzu rope tree at this moment. Believe it or not, I will let you run away immediately. The violent momentum makes people discolored. Can't help scalp tingling. Ahem, I almost forgot. You can see the outside from inside me. In the spiritual world, there is a fierce confrontation with people outside. The imposing Senju tree head is sweating coldly, and can't help bowing and apologizing. I'm very sorry, please forgive me, just missed the word. 9 llamas, I will definitely pay attention in the future. Kyubai's fierce gaze stared at the scrambled Senjutsu Yasu in front of him. For this human being who doesn't care about being small, let alone showing off, it is completely a manifestation of his true character, and even a human who naively threatened to eliminate his inner hatred can't help showing indescribable emotions. But the next moment, directly expel the consciousness of Senju rope tree from its territory. The next time, don't even think of getting a chakra from me. The Senjutsu Yasu, who was blasted out by the 9 tails, looked helpless, and devoted himself to dealing with Langfang Avalanche. Muttering in his heart, he said he was not arrogant. In the dark space, a huge fox was lying there, thinking about something. HMPH, whether or not that person is the one mentioned by the 6-Dao old man, this kid is indeed an unexpected guy. He was able to do it so quickly, without being affected by my chakra, successfully eliminating his inner hatred. Incredible. Compared with Naruto Uzumaki, the Senju rope tree grew up with a golden key, but he did not develop the slightest chic character, let alone a tall, domineering, arrogant, and innocent character. There are not so many tragic experiences similar to other people's Zulai. The negative emotions deep in his heart are naturally pitiful, full of sunshine and innocence, and optimistic. Even, bit by bit, it was invisibly infected with the yin attribute Kyuubi, who had put a little prejudice and guard on him because of Hinata Shinayu's intentional or unintentional induction. Hey! Is the battle between the 2 9-tailed people in Zulai. It seems really interesting. The 9 tails danced, and the yin attribute 9 tails suddenly grinned, the other half of me. Don't you lose too badly. Yeah? It can sense the existence of the other half of the yang attribute. In the same way, the other party can also sense the half of its yin attribute. It is even clearer that Hyuga Shinjuki and the other 9-tailed person's Yulai are kept in opposition. Without warning. Do you only have this level? Senju rope tree quickly retreated. His hands quickly sealed, and smiled. Sure enough, I feel that I am a lot stronger than before after resurrection. It's not just chakra volume. Some techniques that could not be mastered before can now be easily mastered. A large number of trees and vines with verdant branches and leaves suddenly appeared on the right arm, and the Wolfang avalanche that changed his complexion suddenly wouldn't escape. The art of the big forest. The avalanche of wolf teeth caught off guard was directly submerged by countless trees and vines. At this time, far in the country of craftsmanship, the village of craftsmanship, white bones, shocking. The dense white bone spurs are scattered all over the land, making the scalp numb. Above, hung a bloody corpse. So, next, only the 4 of you are left. Kaguya Shinichi was covered with hideous bone spurs, and looked at the angry and embarrassed 4 elephants in front of him, full of indifference. Should we obediently hand over the ultimate weapon, or should we snatch it? The strength of this guy. In Yikang's scarlet A's, the 3 Guijade couldn't help turning, staring at Kaguya Shinichi firmly. Some were frightened. Although the opponent was only proficient in the corpses of the body arts and the Huii clan, her strength was not necessarily weaker than her now. And it might even be stronger. Don't be surprised. After all, the 2 of us, although in terms of blood inheritance, are far inferior to you guys who directly merge multiple bloodlines. Noting Yikang's change, Uzumaki Runosuke with long red hair next to him said with a light smile, but after all, he survived a large number of experimental subjects, and also perfectly integrated the existence of a blood lineage gene. The constant tempering and arduous practice over the past few years is of course. Furthermore, what he said is the strongest of the 4 of us who originally belonged to Master Guren. Chapter 159. Boom. The terrifying wind blade poured violently. Don't look down on people. Damn guy. The peacock's delicate face in the 4 elephants became hideous, holding the twin sword in his hand, and constantly cutting out amazing wind blades. The atmosphere struck through tears. But he couldn't hurt his whole body with bone spurs, and even the outer layer of the skin was covered with a thick layer of barrier steel. Kaguya Shinichi, the whole person rushed out violently like a cheetah, and slew the red-eyed, angry-looking four elephants. Unforgivable. I dared to ruin Takumi Shinobu village. Wearing the forehead of the artisan ninja village, with blue hair, the shorter young man gritted his teeth and suddenly waved the strangely sharp chain sword on his hand. Let you taste the ultimate weapon of my artisan kingdom, long in teeth it's so powerful. The chain sword became extremely long in an instant, as if it had eyes long. It shot towards Kaguya Shinichi. Even as he was angry, he kept typing in chakra. The chain sword was actually transformed into a dragon shape, and there were three directly, and it came through the air. Okay. Yi Kang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Not only her, but Kaguya Shinichi and Uzumaki Runosuke were the first to see such a weapon. Weapons created alone can create such a wind escape, and even have various forms of attack. The ancestor of the country of craftsmanship is indeed amazing. With a sneer, Uzumaki Runosuke quickly settled, and his palms suddenly pressed on the ground. Tudun middle. Juliu wall. A huge piece of mud rose to the sky. It turned into an unbreakable thick rock wall, protecting him and Yi Kang behind. The violent wind crushed it, but it was firmly blocked by the huge rock wall. Boom! Rocks splashed and smoke filled. Mudun middle. The tree realm is coming. The next moment, a large number of saplings emerged from the ground, as if with self-consciousness. They entangled and grabbed the four elephants. What? Isn't that the unique secret technique of the original Hokage Senju? That woman not only has a writing wheel, but she also has Mudun. The face of the four elephants changed. Looking at the completion of Jai-in amazement, he was obviously manipulating the leaf warehouse of these wooden vines. I couldn't help but dodge, and at the same time smashed the trees and vines. Bang bang! The dragon eye among the four elephants waved the hilt of the sword in his hand, and three white strange dragons that extended out were dancing wildly there, constantly biting the wooden vines that came towards him. However, a white figure rushed over in an instant. Shoo! Hoo! A large number of sharp bone spurs that made the scalp numb, suddenly burst from the ground. From all directions, its retreat was sealed. He directly strung him who was caught off guard into a hedgehog. Blood dripping. What next to him? The woman holding the peacock twin sword inadvertently caught Yi Kang's scarlet gaze. The whole person froze there, and his consciousness was dim, and only felt that there were a few huge cone nails firmly nailed to her body, and the whole person could not move. This is illusion. His face changed drastically. But the peacock, who is barely able to move, will have time to unlock the illusion in the future. He directly uttered a scream. He was hit by a hot ball of light. The water in the body was evaporated instantly and turned into a corpse. And Yi Kang, who was performing Mudun, stood there with a beautiful curvy figure with a cold face. A pair of scarlet three-jade writing round eyes is very eye-catching. Around his body, blazing dazzling balls of light emerged one after another. As she waved, she shot out directly at the remaining four elephants. Peacock. It was the illusion of writing round eyes, which made her give up defense and dodge. The faces of the two survivors changed drastically. Damn. You don't have time to scyther. With Uzumaki Runosuke, the seal is over. A large amount of mud rushed up in an instant, forming a hemispherical earth wall, which tightly sealed the two of them inside. Earth escape middle. Dungeon hall. This degree of earth escape, but also delusional to trap us. Too underestimated the ultimate weapon of our craftsmanship village. Damn bastard. The two people who were sealed in the dungeon were full of anger, and decisively directly activated the endurance on their bodies, blasting to the weakest corner of the defense. Is it? Uzumaki Runosuke showed a playful smile. That's not necessarily. Kaguya, who was covered with bone spurs next to him, instantly understood. The bones are buried forever. Without hesitation, he directly pressed the ground with his right hand, without giving the opponent a chance to break through the dungeon. Shoo! Ah! A large number of dense and sharp bone spurs burst the entire dungeon in an instant, carrying two human-shaped corpses, soaring into the sky. The two have cooperated with each other for many years and have already cultivated a tacit understanding. They are not comparable to ordinary elites. Ninja levels in the ninja world are basically defined by the amount of tasks completed or the major ninja villages themselves. The so-called special ninja, ordinary ninja, and elite ninja are just quite general terms. In the 5 major ninja villages, they are generally evaluated according to the amount of tasks completed by individuals, and do not necessarily represent the gap in strength. Moreover, there is no elite level of forbearance. Generally refers to elites whose strength and performance are better than other shangren. A person who can become a shangnin, even if it is only a special shangnin, actually already has the strength not weaker than ordinary shangnin, but it may be a bit worse than those shangnin in experience. Generally speaking, the elite shangnin does not refer to any level of strength. To put it bluntly, it takes a long time to be promoted to shangnin, and completes more high-level and more dangerous tasks, performs well, and has accumulated a lot of rich experience. Shinobi. Some special ninjutsu, blood succession limit and other special ninjutsu, even the elite ninjutsu who kills the veteran ninjutsu head. Now not surprising. The so-called shadows vary in strength, and it is inevitable that there are strong and weak. The definition is vague. On this continent, all kinds of ninjutsu are strange and strange. There are no shortage of techniques born specifically for assassination, which are impossible to prevent. It is not surprising that the weaker Ying was easily assassinated under the carelessness, and fell directly into the hands of shangnin who looked down on him. After all, with the exception of the exaggeratedly strong body type of the 3 generations of Reikage, most ninjas, no matter how strong ninjutsu, their bodies are relatively weak, and ordinary kunai and ninja can be killed directly. Zero ninjas rarely say such a thing as head confrontation. If so, an unknown is the same. What's more, what conspiracy, what shameful trick, no matter the process, only the result. Naturally, there is no such thing as a quasi-film level. If there is, Kaguya Shinichi, who is also a group of 4, and is even stronger than Kuroki Kuki and Yamamoto Igarashi, belongs to this level. And he inherited the blood of the Uzumaki family, has a huge chakra and vitality, and has a not weak perception ability. The Uzumaki Runosuke who has mastered many sealing techniques is second only to him. Yamamoto Igarashi and Kuroki Kawa are almost equal to Uzuma and Yamato. They grew up together since childhood, and cooperated with the words of the 4 people who worked together. Even if it is a strong like Yu Ying, it is not impossible to be killed directly by a little carelessness. After all, no matter how powerful it is, as long as it does not break away from the boundaries of ordinary humans, it will undoubtedly die once injured. Brush. This is the skeleton of King Ming, the ancestor of the country of craftsmanship. It took a lot of time to find it. A figure stood on top of a human-shaped weird coffin and swept over. That red hair, not Uzumaki Runosuke. Who is it? Uzumaki Runosuke, who was standing not far away, chuckled with Zhao Huiazan. We can't miss the next battle, we have to hurry back soon. And after going back, according to Lord Shinryu, it may take some time to fuse new genes. They who position themselves and others as the direct line of Hyuga Shinryu's subordinate, naturally they are more eager to become stronger, and do not want to be replaced by those later guys. Chapter 160, Shocked Kakashi. 3 days passed in a hurry. The Oshimaru who opened Schwangu writing round eyes, Team Ari and Tsunade who successfully fused genes have all awakened. Early in the morning, Gaara and Hyuga Shinryu returned from the country of bears with the stars and peacock tricks of Xingnin village. It didn't take long before Junmaro and Libra Shijo also returned with the granddaughter of the warrior's warrior, delivered to the office of Hyuga Shinryu. It's really interesting. The forbidden technique of the servant walker was actually sealed on this girl. Daishiwan licked his lips and said with a chuckle, most of the warriors see that their descendants have limited talents. and worry that the forbidden technique will be lost or easily stolen. They have no choice but to make this move. It's the star. It really should be studied carefully. Such a problem. Naturally, it is impossible to trap Hyuga Shinryu under the terrifying power of those eyes. The warlock was directly stripped from the last descendant of the Earth Spider clan. For this research, don't rush. Wait until the guy King Ming is resurrected, and then let him lay hands on you. For King Ming, the ancestor of the country of craftsmen, Hyuga Shinryu still has some appreciation. But if you are ignorant, don't blame him. On the front line, the forces of the 5 major powers have already gathered at the border between the country of Daikino and Taikino, and most of them will force Taikinin village to join the war. Standing in the office, Narashikuji said helplessly, because Taikinin village was very special in the past. Their territory and ninja village are far less than the 5 major countries, but they continue to cultivate powerful shinin. So in the first generation when Naruto sent the tail beasts among the Chijuku, I got a tail beast. Taki no Kuni. Tsunade raised his eyebrows. Now is it? Both sides are still restraining, and both are sending personnel to spy on the reality of both sides, and the scale of the war is limited to the team level. Narashikaji nodded and said in a deep voice, but I think there will be a direct confrontation soon. After all, compared to us, the 4th generation of Raikage is more anxious to defeat our troops in a short time, directly attack our lair, and don't want to give the Empire time to develop. Only relying on the Empire's tens of thousands of troops, as well as the Gold, Silver and Bronze Trio and the White Fang, Shu, and Silver Wolf King, if they are facing a confrontation, I am afraid that they are not strong. According to the information obtained, the members of the Yuya organization will enter and leave there. I am afraid there will be some actions. He looked a little serious. If Akatsuki is participating in the war, I'm afraid that the one in front of him will have to make a shot, unless he has other back players. Don't worry, Honglian has already mastered the fairy mode initially, and left Long Dodong to rush past. White Tooth and the others have the charms I gave them. If Akatsuki organizes a large number of people to participate in the battle, then I will shoot directly. Hyuga Shinryu sneered with narrowed eyes. His current goal is just to train soldiers. If it interferes with his plans and interests, he doesn't mind destroying Akatsuki first. By the way, a few eye-catching guys are included from this organization. It just so happened that Chikan Uchiha brought the pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes with rare spatial pupils. As for Uchiha Madara's resurrection, it doesn't matter. The character of that guy, even if he died, couldn't easily succumb, nor could he be directly controlled. Looking at Tsunade, who has gained the 1st generation power, the chakra has changed a lot and asked, when are you going to leave? The medical unit has already set off first, and I will rush over when the rope trees come back. Tsunade motioned for Yuzuki Uion to take the girl of the Earth Spider clan who had been stripped of the forbidden technique by Hinata Shinryu and had lost consciousness and fainted, and directly responded. Obviously, he was worried that Hyuga Shinryu would directly let the poor girl be dealt with. That's almost there. At noon, inside the office of Hyuga Shinryu, Oshimaru, Naruto and others have already left. The Dusty Kakashi, Senju Singsu and others also completed the task and returned with the team. Except for him and Senju Nosuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Narashikamaru and others all suffered injuries of varying degrees. Obviously, it was not easy under the deliberate arrangement of this guy. Kakashi and Senju Nosuke came to the office. Sister Senju Nosuke was a little surprised to see Tsunade actually here. Rosuke, you are back. Tsunade, who has not left yet, smiled. Master Shinryu, there are several chakra armor samples and research and development materials sealed inside the scroll. Even the Lord of the Snow Kingdom, the corpse of Feng Wirage, who presided over the development of the chakra armor, has brought back. Kakashi's face was calm, reporting to Hyuga Shinryu. At the same time, both hands handed a storage scroll up. Hinata Shinryu put the scroll aside without intending to open it, because the current chakra armor can't reach his eyes. In any case, It must be at this level and upgraded again. For Kakashi, the potential of this guy, Hyuga Shinryu still recognized. 5-year-old ninja school graduated, 6-year-old ninja. Few people can do it. He was able to do it back then because he was born with a physique that was not inferior to the maelstrom in terms of chakra. If there is nothing wrong, then I will withdraw first. Kakashi obviously doesn't like staying here. Don't rush away. Hyuga Shinryu crossed her chin with her fingers and looked at Kakashi, who was a little surprised. For the sake of your accomplishment, I will tell you something interesting. It counts as a reward. Chapter 5.4 OK. Raising their eyebrows, Tsunade, Yuzuki Uion, Senjunosuke and others all looked at Hyuga Shinryu. Don't you think that you are a member of the Uchiha clan, and you don't have the Uchiha lineage like Giran, and you can actually open the kaleidoscope of Uchiha clan, which only a few people are qualified to open? Isn't it strange? Looking at Kakashi with a puzzled face, Hyuga Shinryu asked with a light smile. Kakashi couldn't help being shocked when he heard the words. Staring blankly at Hyuga Shinryu sitting there. Based on my research on Shaolunyan, it is very difficult for you to evolve Shaolunyan to Sangha Jade by yourself. It is impossible to open a kaleidoscope to Shaolunyan. Kakashi's pupils widened. What do you mean? Chapter 161. The man who mastered core technology earlier than Uncle Snake. I checked your mission that time. When you killed your teammate Lin Yeyuan, there should be another person present, and you took her body away. But the corpses in the other Uin village did not move. It can be seen that it was by no means a person from Uin village. She left her body. The opening of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes does require extremely strong emotional stimulation, such as the death of very important relatives and friends. And you can also be said to have been rescued during that mission. If Uchiha brought the soil alive, he would have just witnessed the death of his beloved, and it resonated with your Shaolunyan, and it stimulated your Shaolunyan in disguise. The evolution of is also possible. Kakashi walked on the avenue of the City of Trees. The whole person was lost, and even the people next to him greeted him several times without realizing it. In my mind, what Hinata Shinryu said constantly echoed. Take the soil, are you really alive? Kakashi muttered, looking at the blue sky. His eyes were extremely complicated, with expectations, joy, and guilt. Chapter 28. Inside the office of Hyuga Shinryu. Before Tsunade left, she looked at Hinata Kamizuki somewhat inconceivably. You mean, Uchiha Daido might really be alive? But if Uchiha Belt's oil is still alive, why hasn't he returned to Konoha for so many years? It's not that it might be alive, but that it's not dead at all. Hyuga Shinryu stood up and spoke lightly. In the Akatsuki organization, besides Uchiha Itachi, there is also a guy with a writing wheel eyes, with the pupil technique of time and space. He is the one who is in all probability. But I don't want to talk to Kaka. That's it for the senior kid, otherwise he will probably go out to investigate if he gets excited. What? Tsunade was stunned, looking at Hyuga Shinryu in shock. How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. Hyuga Shinryu walked out of the office side by side with him, and calmly said, I have witnessed the beloved woman being killed by my best friend. It is not surprising that there is any change in my thoughts. The Uchiha clan is originally a radical clan. It's not just Uchihas taking soil. One more thing. Uchiha Itachi was also an order from the senior Konoha to obliterate the Uchiha clan and join Akatsuki as a spy. The only condition is to let Uchiha Sasuke survive. Uchiha Itachi? It turned out to be like this. Tsunade and Yuzuki Yuga were stunned. Unexpectedly, the truth about Uchiha Itachi's killing of Uchiha mansions turned out to be like this. Incredible. Konoha, I owe that guy a Hokage. With the scroll containing the chakra armor, Hyuga Shinryu flew to the direction outside the City of Trees, and sneered, that guy loves the village, more than a clan. For the village, he killed himself by himself. Parents, slaughter your own people. The will of fire that the Sarutobi risen guy has been lingering in his mouth all day, this kid has inherited 10% of it, which is really inexplicable irony. Looking at the departed Hyuga Shinryu, Tsunade, in Yuzukaka, and Yuzuki Yuga fell silent, not knowing what to say. Uchiha Itachi, that man. No one can imagine that Uchiha Itachi could wipe out his family for the village. Such a thing is simply incredible. Who can do it with them? A man who truly loves the village more than his own life is naturally not a merciless person. How can there be no love for the people around you, for your own family? It can be seen that in the heart of the other party, what kind of suffering and pain has been endured alone these years. Outside the City of Trees, inside the secret research base, Daishiwan has been waiting for a long time, because, once he was easily crushed by Uchiha Itachi with the writing wheel eyes, he was eager to get the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. At present, we are getting closer and closer to hope. He can't keep calm anymore. And Hyuga Shinryu also wanted to use this guy to experiment. Master Shinryu, so that's it. Is it you who is behind the scenes? Daishiwan and the pharmacist are around. I don't know when. There stood a figure full of death, with long hair, looking at Hyuga Shinryu lightly, with a bit of indifference. Looking at the man in front of him, Hyuga Shinryuki directly guessed the identity of the opponent and raised his eyebrows. Is the dirty soil reincarnated? Oshimaru chuckled and said, didn't you say that he has a way to resurrect? In this case, you don't need to do it yourself. I have prepared sacrifices for him. He was still very interested in how King Ming resurrected with that ultimate weapon. Such a fantastic idea is simply incredible. With such an assistant, he believed that the research process of those projects in the Imperial Research Base would inevitably be greatly accelerated. That's fine. Hyuga Shinryu didn't pay attention to King Ming at all. Do you want me to work for you? King Ming sneered somewhat. How can a person like him succumb to others easily? If it weren't for being controlled by the reincarnated dirt, and even the ultimate weapon was in the opponent's hand, he would have just shot out here. Brush. A pair of ice blue eyes suddenly glared, and 3 blood-colored goo appeared. Just let King Ming's whole person just feel the scene in front of him changes. Golden Will reincarnation explodes. A stalwart figure stood in the dark space. The golden light is blazing, dazzling, surrounded by dragon-shaped golden chakras, which is awe-inspiring like a god. The right hand raised without hurriedly, instantly condensed an unimaginable huge lightsaber, splitting the huge planet in front of him in half. Unparalleled shock. If you feel that your own ability 147 can surpass me or get out of my control. Hyuga Shinryu calmly looked at the stunned King Ming, and said lightly, you can try it. How is it possible? Can you really do that? The King Ming cold sweat that came back to consciousness in an instant came out. Looking at Hyuga Shinryu in amazement, some couldn't believe it and lost his voice. A long time ago, he had planned to use this ultimate weapon to obtain the infinite chakra of the tail beast and declare war on the 5 great nations. As a result, he was now shocked by the terrifying power displayed by Hyuga Shinryu. If the illusion is true, the man in front of him is almost no different from a god. What a terrifying force! Can you cut the moon with one blow? You are indeed a rare talent, King Ming. But right now I am not that interested in struggling to show off my strength for you. If you think you have a chance, feel free to. Looking at King Ming with a cloudy face, Hyuga Shinryu looked at him directly. The icy blue pupils showed a faint coercion, which made the scalp numb. But I have to remind you first, if you betray me, your soul will not even have the opportunity to enter the Pure Land. The indifferent voice made King Ming, who was originally very arrogant, feel cold. Becoming my subordinate, in the future you will find that you can get much more than you think. Chapter 162 60,000 versus 10,000. The Chrono Chakra Cannon, Research Base. In the face of the absolute power gap, he had to wisely choose to succumb, and King Ming, who followed Hyuga Shinryu and others to a large laboratory, was startled, shocked looking at the chakra cannon sample that can destroy the entire tree city with a single shot. Listening to the concept of the chronospace chakra cannon introduced by Sei, the project leader next to him, was directly hit by the ancestor of the country of craftsmen who was extremely proud of creating the ultimate weapon. This is just an unfinished semi-finished product. It is far from the theoretically true chrono chakra cannon, But even so, a single blow is enough to surpass the ordinary tail beast Jade. Shimaru smiled lightly. He knew that he hadn't gotten rid of this arrogant guy, that conceit and pride, and that in the future it would be impossible for him to obey his leadership obediently. And, after all, you are a character hundreds of years ago, and today's Zero is very different from your time. It is destined to take some time to supplement the knowledge of the new era. Otherwise, no matter how strong your ability is, after all, still can't keep up with the times. He pointed to those sophisticated electronic instruments and computers. You didn't have these equipment at that time, right? Indeed. King Ming nodded. In his time, there was no such strange and dazzling equipment. But it doesn't matter. I believe that understanding the information will not be too difficult for you. Hyuga Shinryu directly recruited a researcher and said indifferently to Xiang Qingming, "This is an assistant arranged for you. As long as there is any need within the scope of authority, he will arrange it for you. The relevant scrolls and books in the #1 database in this base can be opened for you. The #2 database involves a lot of secrets, and it won't work for the time being. As for what position you can gain in the Empire in the future, it depends on what value you can show." At this time, in the City of Trees, it was already sunset outside. A team of elite personnel, waiting in line. Senju Rope Tree, Junmaro, Tunshin Shijio, Gara, Hyuga Nejai, Yora and others were among them with solemn expressions. Tsunade-sama, everyone is ready to go. Shiranui Genma stepped forward, came to Tsunade and reported. Then go. Tsunade took a deep breath. The long-lost war gave her a bit of pressure, but feeling the vigorous vitality and different power in her body, she couldn't help feeling a little bit enthusiastic, eager to fight. After all, she is not a woman willing to be ordinary. Yes, swish, swish, swish. A group of figures quickly disappeared in place, rushing directly to the border of the country of fire. Sasuke Uchiha in the distance watched this scene, especially seeing Nejai Hyuga, who had been defeated by Uzumaki Naruto not long ago, was among them, and his fists clenched. His eyes flickered and hesitated. War? There is a little awe, but also extremely longing. Because, as a shinobu, going to the front line too early is almost equal to cannon fodder. Damn, what have I been doing so far? The nails were embedded in the palms, and red blood oozes unknowingly. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, full of unwillingness and jealousy. A pair of scarlet writing wheel eyes appeared instantly. Kakashi said that the fourth ninja war is about to break out. Nejai Hyuga and Gaara Sandstorm have directly participated in it as elites. Do they still have to stay behind in this town? My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, hate me, then live ugly, try your best to escape. Try your best to survive ... until you have the same eyes as me. Come to me again. The sound that lingers in the depths of the soul like nightmares and curses day and night seems to sound again. Bearing the hatred of the family, how can I stop like this? Sasuke Uchiha lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his face. His footsteps were firm and heavy, and he walked in the direction of Kakashi's house. He wants to go to the battlefield. Because I heard Kakashi said that Hyuga Shinryu, the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shuiman, etc., all rose step by step after countless fights on the battlefield. If you directly become cannon fodder, you can only say that you don't have enough weapons. Only by sharpening yourself in a cruel way can you quickly become stronger and catch up with the men who must be killed. Otherwise, I don't know when I will be qualified to stand in front of the man. Either become stronger, or just die on the battlefield and get free. Front. Within Tanzigo, the Empire's troops had already been stationed here and opened the line of defense. Closely monitor the movements of the ninja coalition forces of various countries. I was basically worried that in Shane Village and Uin Village, which side would dare to invade the Empire directly? This is the great deterrence that Son Yuga Shinryu brings. When the ninja troops from various countries were not assembled, the four generations of Raikage did not dare to act rashly. Any single force, even if it has an invading force of more than 20,000 and occupying an absolute advantage in military strength, might be annihilated and ruined in it. In the past wars, in order to minimize the losses, countries have tried their best to locate the battlefield in areas far away from their own borders. Unfortunately, the small countries are caught between the big countries and serve as a buffer zone. Sakumo-sama, the strength of the ninja coalition forces of various countries assembled in Takino country has been roughly figured out. In the commander's tent, a figure wearing a mask appeared, kneeling there, and said solemnly, "It is estimated that there will be more than 60,000. Which is 6 times that of our army." 60,000. Rao is a white tooth, and can't help feeling pressure. 6 to 1. Such a gap, if it were replaced by any other power, I am afraid it would be enough to despair. Counting the strength of the human column, the opponent has a lot of high-end combat power. Shishui looked solemn next to him, and said solemnly, "We still don't know the specific situation of the human column power in each village. While maintaining the combat power, my pupil power directly manipulates a head and tail beast. It should not be a problem. Only a truly perfect person can ignore the illusion of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Don't worry, Gyurenzama has already rushed over." White Fang obviously does not need to worry about whether the empire will fail. It was what Inata Shinryu had separately instructed him before leaving, to maintain this war for about 2 to 3 years, which requires a firm grasp of the initiative of the war, and control of the scale and progress of the war. In other words, the next step is to repel the offensive of the coalition forces and give the opponent a great blow. But even if you are sure to completely destroy the opponent, you must retreat in time and keep your own losses to a minimum. Beiya's heart is full of helplessness. This is a big problem. Zishui, Golden Horn, Silver Horn, your combination of gold, silver and bronze will directly surprise the right wing of the Ninja Alliance tonight. First use the tail beast jade and large-scale attacks to create some chaos and pressure on the enemy camp, and give the enemy the greatest possible casualties. But retreat in time, and don't love war. Chapter 163 The attacked Allied Forces Takino Kuni Ninja Allied Forces Headquarters. The 4th generation of Reikiji, the 3rd generation of Takijo Nogi, the 5th generation of Shuiying Trumeiming, the agent Fenying Meiki, the sane consultant Chidai mother-in-law, the sane consultant Irazo, the Iron Country general who lost his right arm, Mifune. These well-known figures in the ninja world gather here. It took some time, and finally the 4-tailed man Zulilas and the 5-tailed man Zilihan who were traveling abroad have been summoned back. 3 generations of Dukijo Noki breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by Hyuga Shinryu was too great. Only the combination of Uekai Hashishui, Golden Horn, and Silver Horn made them have to wait for them, and even suffered a big loss in the last confrontation. He, the 3rd generation Tuiying, was almost killed in a careless manner. Even the 4th generation Reiking had lost his left arm. The general of the Iron Nation, Mifune, who participated in the war, even lost his vital right arm, almost directly losing most of his combat power. The stubborn 4-tailed man, Zulilaozi, left the village to travel around because of a disagreement with him. However, facing such a crisis, he had to summon them back. The 3 tails of our village have disappeared since the death of the 4th generation of Mizuki Jidora, and the 6-tailed people, Zulai, also betrayed the village because of some things. Wearing a blue long dress, she is always so sexually obsessed with Trumi Ming. Helpless way. Although I don't want to expose myself short, I have to mention it at this time. In order not to be considered by the 4th generation of Liang and others that Huayin village still wants to preserve its combat power at this time. Is that so? 447 Then it is the Nanao of Taken-in village. We have 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 8 tails in our hands. Nodded, the 4th generation Reikij, as the commander of the coalition forces, looked solemn and solemnly said, but the 2nd tail has just been resealed, and he doesn't even have the right pillar power. In order to increase his combat power, he can only rush to choose someone with decent strength. Shinobu will deal with it for the time being. Under the persuasion of my brother Bai, even though Yuri agreed to help us in the next battle, due to the short period of time, Renzili could not perfectly display the power of the tail beast. On the other hand, Hinata Shinayu has one tail and the Silver Wolf King, who is no less than a tailed beast, but based on unclear information, 9 tails may be included. Even there is no guarantee that he has other tail beasts in his hands. Golden Horns and Silver Horns have 9 tailed chakras, and they can enter the state of half-tailed beastization. To a certain extent, they can be said to be human pillar power. They have obtained the blood and blood boundaries such as bone veins and writing wheel eyes. In the past, only strong but not weak Ila Zhang was sitting there, as if he might die at any time, with a solemn expression. The most terrifying thing is that the kaleidoscope writing wheel can directly manipulate the tail beast, and so far, except for the one under Hyuga Shinayu, in addition to the woman named Guren, who has the power of kaleidoscope writing round eyes and would escape, there is also Yukai Hashishui. Be careful. Unexpectedly, that guy Hyuga Shinayu actually resurrected Konoha White Fang. Chio gritted his teeth. His wrinkled face was extremely gloomy. His eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I don't care about the others, but I must let that man go down with my son and daughter-in-law again." She didn't expect that Hyuga Shinjuki would actually kill Konoha Baya, the son and daughter-in-law who had killed him on the battlefield, and made her only grandson go astray because of the loss of her parents, and resurrected her hated enemy. Before his death, Chu's greatest wish was to see the long-lost grandson Akashago Scorpion again. In terms of military strength, although it has an advantage, there can be no fluke. Although the man Hyuga Shinayu hasn't appeared on the battlefield yet, there is no doubt that he has terrible power that can ignore the strength of the army, and he needs a strong person of the level of Shadow to deal with it. From the dialogue between Yukai Hashishui and the two brothers, Jinjia and Yinjiao, it can be seen that Hinata Shinjuki did not directly control them by any means. At least on the surface, it can directly suppress these unruly ones. The guy is obviously not easy. Although the 4th generation of Reikage advocates force and has a temperamental and impulsive personality, it also has a delicate mind and does not lack the wisdom that should be possessed as a shadow of a village, but he prefers to use his strength to solve problems during the day. He directly gave the highest evaluation to the strength of the yet obscene Hyuga Shinayu. Just look at Golden Horn, Silver Horn and other fierce arrogance. They used to stage a coup at the ceremony where Konoha and Union signed the covenant. They attacked and killed the 2nd generation Reikage and the 2nd generation Naruto. They were willing to succumb to that man. It can be seen, the guy who was listed as the 2 most ferocious criminals in the history of Union Village is not like the kind of guy who is grateful to Didano because of being resurrected, and does not hesitate to serve others. Without absolute strength, the opponent cannot be subdued. Then, the first unit led by Chio is responsible for pointing to the sand table. The 4th generation Reikage is preparing to arrange the task. Report: several famous names have been escorted to a secret location, and by adults are temporarily responsible for their safety. At this time, ninja allied forces on the right. In order to prevent a large-scale loss of combat power on either side, they may withdraw from the coalition directly for reasons such as distrust. The major ninja villages have long been mixed up, but because the hatred and grievances that the villages have accumulated in the past cannot be easily resolved, they cannot be easily eliminated in a short time. At present, it is merely restraining each other under the constraints of the high-level villagers. Brush the dark night sky. The space was distorted without warning. At the moment Yukai Hashishui and others appeared, many perception ninjas from various villages found them inside the ninja camp for the first time. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone immediately issued an alarm. A large number of ninjas who were always vigilant reacted and killed the past for the first time. Roar! The fiery red chakra dyed the sky red. The amazing chakra tail, dancing wildly there. Brush the chakras visible to the naked eye continue to gather. 2 huge dark red tail beast jade directly condensed from the golden horn and the silver horn. Next to him, Uchiha Shishui directly displayed the third form of Susanoo. The huge bust giant in green armor guarded himself inside, blocking the shuriken and ninjutsu from all directions. Be careful, that's Susanoo from the Uchiha clan. The defense is terribly strong, and ordinary ninjutsu can't break it. Shishui's complexion was cold. The four-cornered windmill and the dart-shaped kaleidoscope right round eyes, indifferently watching the ninjas who could not help pouring up, says Non-19. The green armor giant's breastplate opened, revealing a jade-like orange pattern. One after another shocking arrows shot out at the ninja coalition forces that rushed over. Shu, Hu, Tu dun middle dot Julie U wall, Shui dun middle dot waterfront wall. Ah boom. In the dark camp area, rocks splashed. In the smoke and dust, large swaths of water couldn't help falling. Although some of the coalition forces reacted fast enough, they couldn't stop Uchiha Shishui's attack in a hurry, and large areas of soil and water walls were blasted to pieces. The screams reverberated constantly. The golden and silver horns grinned. Under the cover of Zishui, the two have condensed huge tail beast jade one after another. Shengxing swallowed it in his mouth. Call out. It didn't give the ninja coalition too much time to react, and directly opened the blood basin. The two huge tail beast jade visible to the naked eye blasted out towards the camp of the Ninja Alliance in two directions. What? The four-tailed man's Ulilaz's complexion changed drastically, and he shouted to the others, "This is the tail beast jade. Hurry and get away." Late. Boom. Chapter 164. Kill Boy. Boom accompanied by a loud noise. The terrifying tail beast jade has plowed a lot of ground. Even if it is to prevent Hyuga Shinayu from getting here and suddenly launch a large-scale wooden escape, build the camp as far as possible into steep and uneven terrain. Good at hiding mountains and forests, and even the teams are separated by a certain distance. The attack of the two golden horns and silver horns still caused considerable casualties to the coalition forces. Damn it. Tailed beast jade. In the commander-in-chief's big tent, the four generations of Liang and others clearly felt the terrible vibration, and they all looked pale. A large number of perceptual ninjas gathered at the headquarters, and they had already reported the situation for the first time. Reikage-sama, it is Uchiha Shishui and the Gold and Silver brothers. They attacked the right wing of the coalition army. Liang, while they have not left yet, you and I will go straight over. It takes time for Uchiha Shishui's space-time pupil technique to activate. As long as they haven't left before we arrive, they might be able to directly block them. Onoki, the third generation Earth Shadow, flew directly on the back of the fourth generation Reikage, and directly activated ninjutsu, the art of light and heavy rock. Swipe. In the past few days, the fourth generation Reikage, who had already cooperated with Onoki's drill in advance, was greatly reduced by the art of light and heavy rock, and rushed outside without hesitation. The speed has increased to the extreme, and people can't react at all. Fast speed. People can't react at all. Master AI and Master Onoki joined forces. It's really amazing. Chio, Ebina, Mifune, Chumi Ming and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Somewhat shockingly, the four generations of Reikage and Onoki have joined forces to such an extent. You can kill them instantly, because he couldn't react at all. He couldn't even do dodge or use the substitute technique. Raw. The two Taoists were wrapped in thick chakras, and they couldn't see their faces. They roared like wild beasts, and their four claws landed on the ground. The terrifying chakra tails danced wildly directly at an astonishing speed. They rushed towards Uchiha Shishui and the Gold and Silver brothers. The ninjas of the coalition forces couldn't help but feel terrified. They only felt their scalp numb. Go. The space is distorted. Uchiha Shishui directly caught the two brothers who had not yet closed their tails. Before the four-tailed man's Ulilozi and the five-tailed man's Ulihan rushed over, they disappeared in front of them. Damn. Olds and Han's faces were green. Before long, blue lightning pierced the atmosphere. The fourth generation of Reikage and the third generation of Earth Shadow Onoki rushed over at an exaggerated speed, but saw the terrible mess. The the ground leveled by the tail beast Jade, and the angry ninjas, and the old purple and the Han who cancelled the tail beastization. People can't help but look ugly, hateful. All his beards were erected, and the lights flashed. The 4 generations of Raikage gritted his teeth and looked at the dilapidated surroundings, his eyes cracking. The dead, not only the ninjas from Mother Ninja Village, but also the Pose brothers from Union Village. Onaka's face was calm, full of solemnity, and the enemy was more difficult to deal with than expected. It's too cunning, I just flee without hesitation when I hit it. As long as they rushed over, the other party did not leave. With the cooperation of the two, maybe they can really kill the gold, silver and bronze combination directly. But Uchiha Shishui didn't plan to stay at all, and after blasting the tail beast Jade, he decisively left with the golden and silver horns. At this time, Tanzigo, the Empire commander in the big tent, Gurenzama, you are here now. Beifang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Honglian coming over. He couldn't guarantee that the 4th generation of Raikage would directly attack at night and launch a crazy all-out attack. Is there anything I need to do? Lord Shinryu asked me to fully cooperate with you, although I really don't like to listen to people's instructions. This time is an exception. Standing there with his left hand in his waist, Honglian, with a graceful figure, said lightly. In terms of figure, compared to Zai Ryong and Hongdu, she is obviously a little inadequate, but her bones are full of wildness and arrogance, more wild than in Yuzuka Hana, which easily arouses people's desire to conquer. Our personnel placed in the Ninja Coalition have been ascertained. The Yojin Zuli is in charge of protecting several daimyos in a secret stronghold, and they may be moved to several hidden places. Beifang is very clear about Guren's character and the opponent's strength. It can be said that he is the absolute confidant of Hyuga Shinryu, and directly said, I believe you also know that Lord Shinryu actually does not want this war to end in a short time. And oneself cannot have too much loss, so it is necessary to directly assassinate the enemy's leaders. The death of several big names will definitely cause panic and confusion in their country, and will even greatly damage the morale of these coalition forces. As long as they fail to directly break through the Empire's defenses in a short time, it means that the initiative of the next war will gradually be transferred to our hands. Plus the death of the daimyo must elect a new daimyo, even there may be some turbulence, and the war will gradually evolve into a long-term battle. Assassinated daimyo? There was a bloodthirsty smile. Licking his lips, Guren's eyes flickered. So, are you going to kill Yojin July? If Renzieli died, and if he could not leave Renzieli's body in time, the 8-tailed bull ghost would also die. Chakras scattered between the heavens and the earth will gradually gather again. But it takes a long time to be reborn. If it is fast, it may take 2 or 3 years, and if it is slow, more than 10 years is not impossible. It's best to be able to kill. If you can't kill, it's best to let him lose his combat power in a short time. After all, with Lord Shinryu not wanting to take action personally, we can be said to be in a weak position and must weaken the opponent's battle as much as possible. Force 0. However, I feel that if you can manipulate the 8-tailed bull ghost at any time without affecting your own combat power, you can directly transform it into our combat power. White Fang didn't doubt the strength of Red Lotus. In particular, the opponent is likely to have initially mastered the magic of Long Didong. In the entire Galaxy Empire, at present, there is confidence that he can directly kill the 8-tailed man Zilikai, who is known as the most perfect human pillar. It's just that, if Gurenzama can't end the battle in a short time, try to get rid of several enemy daimyos first, and then retreat directly after inflicting heavy damage on Yao, because the 4th generation of Raikage is likely to pass directly through Lord Shinryu. The technique mentioned above was directly transmitted to the past. Beiyao looked at Honglian, who was always very conceited, and had to remind. The art of sending from the sky was originally used by Union Village to transmit materials. But when the human pillar was turned into a half-tailed beast, the chakra covered the density may not be much worse than the 4 generations of Raikage in the Thunder Escape chakra mode, The physical activation of the body eye is astonishing, and as a human pillar force, there is still not a weak resilience. I think most of it can withstand the gift of heaven. Huge burden. They asked Kairabi to serve as the guardian of the daimyo. It is not without this consideration. First, Kairabi's strength will not be easily defeated, and second, even if there is a problem on the front line, Kairabi will be after the tail beastization. It can pass directly through the heavenly gift technique. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong, wait until Zishui and they come back. Chapter 165 The collision of Banana Fan and Tail Beast Jade. The border of Takino country. In a hidden stronghold, the battle of Ninja World begins. I am the invincible rabbi of the eight-tailed man who is responsible for protecting the safety of the daimyo. Oh, a rap song continued to spread. The sand and Iwana nearby could not help being covered with black lines. Is this the younger brother of the fourth generation of Reikiji in the legendary ab combination of Union Village, known as the most perfect eight-tailed pillar rabbi? It's really wonderful. Master Kairabi, can you stop for a while? The big names are a bit dissatisfied. Ayuni and Shangren had to step forward and whispered to persuade with a wry smile. The sturdy, dark-skinned Kairabi with a few knives on his back. There is a weird look, dancing for self-entertainment, and twisting his body. Appreciate you don't understand. Oh, this is the fourth Ninja World War. Can you be serious? It was the eight-tailed bull ghost in his body, who couldn't stand it anymore, and roared. Although he temporarily agreed to help the guy named Max because he wanted to avenge the wooden man, he was in a bad mood. Maybe strike at any time. Unksin, because I can't rush. Ira was slightly more serious than her face. When the tail beast was taken out by life, the wooden man would definitely die. Most of Mabui, Sami and others have been killed, and the secret research base has been destroyed. Even Union Village has invested countless funds and painstaking efforts to research and develop the chakra gun. All the materials have disappeared. In vain. How could he not be angry at all? But there is no way to vent, only in the next battle, to find the sun to Shinayu settle accounts. Damn it! Did you show up? Responsible for the company, even Union Murakami, who was once the Reikiji escort in the Four Shadows meeting, changed his face and suddenly felt a few chakras appear. Together with the other ninja guards who were accompanying them, as well as the daimyo's own guards, the other sensory ninjas all found something wrong for the first time. He rushed over and shouted directly, "Be careful, the enemy has appeared. There are four. It's Yukai Hashishui, Brother Jinyin and the others, and one other person." What? Hundreds of elite coalition forces could not help but change their expressions. Be vigilant. He quickly surrounded the room where the daimyo was, looking in the direction of the enemy. There are even a lot of shinobu, directly starting the seal, preparing for the enchantment. But there is another chakra that is more trembling than Yukai Hashishui. What's the matter? Xileng's sweat broke out and had a bad premonition. Without hesitation, he said loudly to several Union people around him, "Tell the headquarters immediately." Yes. In a distorted space, four figures appeared there. Is it exposed here? Ira was more serious than his face. The 8 blades flew directly. In a strange posture, he steadily caught a few knives, and stared at Guren and Yukai Hashishui vigilantly. Another one with a writing wheel. The other Union Murakami beside him. His complexion changed slightly, gritted his teeth and said, "Sure enough, the guy Hyuga Shinayu, like the rumors, has mastered the method to let people merge with the blood limit." Brush. At this time, a huge barrier rose up in an instant. Keep the building where the daimyos are located firmly. Enchantment? Yukai Hashishui's eyes were faint. Hey, the linking realm team is ready. It's really foolproof. Holding the golden horn of the banana fan, he couldn't help but said with a grinning smile, "Such a huge chakra, he is the 8-tailed man July, right?" The guy outside gave it to me. Yukai Hashishui, you are responsible for solving the guy in the enchantment. A pair of scarlet writing wheels looked directly at the person in front of him. The 8-tailed man Zulai. Gulian's face was cold, and he didn't mean to procrastinate. Directly and quickly knot the seal with both hands. Done middle dot. The tree world is coming. Swipe, boom. Tree seedlings emerged from the ground. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly became huge and turned into a towering tree. Countless trees and vines rushed out, forming an extremely dense forest, directly crushing Kairabi and the others. Done. Everyone, be careful. Don't get caught. Ah, damn it, my chakra. Be careful. If caught, chakra will be sucked away. A large number of coalition ninjas have already heard that the opponent may have the power of wood escape. I had to dodge or violently smash the attacking trees to avoid being entangled by them. However, the speed at which most coalition ninjas dodge and block those wood vines is not as fast as the speed of their entangling attacks. Someone was caught directly and screamed. Chakra was continuously taken away in an instant and turned into the nourishment of the big tree. Brush. Shishui was not too surprised. The dart pattern on the left eye keeps spinning. Dot. The space began to twist, and the whole person disappeared beside Honglian and the others. This is Done. Kairabi's expression changed. A large number of chakras appeared directly all over. The whole person was covered with a red chakra coat. The speed was astonishingly fast, and several huge tree trunks were directly blasted to rescue the trapped personnel. Be careful, Lan. In the spiritual world, the eight-tailed bull ghost said loudly, these trees will continue to absorb your chakra. Once they are caught directly, it will be troublesome. What? Kairabi jumped to dodge the wood cane, and at the same time felt tricky. The eight-tailed bull ghost said with no good air, otherwise, how did you think that the first generation of Naruto Sanjuzuma used it to suppress the tail beast? The news of the attack here should have been sent out the first time. One after another huge octopus tails emerged from his body, absorbing the blades and slashing in all directions, clearing a large area of open space. My elder brother should come over soon, and he must first prevent more casualties. Ah! The screams continued. There was a ninja who was too fast to dodge, and was caught one after another by the extremely fast and dense Mewtwo. In such a short period of time, he was directly sucked up and dried out of chakra. People can't help but chill. If you want to stop Done, you can only attack her directly. Roar. The eight tails covered with the tail beast chakra directly began to gather the tail beast jade. A large number of natural chakras with yin and yang attributes, according to a certain ratio, continuously gather 5.5 and turn into dark red chakra spheres. That thick chakra makes the scalp numb. Tailed beast jade. Honglian's complexion did not change. You continue to clean up those miscellaneous fish, just leave this to me. Golden Horn, standing next to her, sneered directly. Braving the nine-tailed chakra all over, covered with a shallow chakra coat. The banana fan in the right hand suddenly rose up. Brush slammed at the eight-tailed man with a beastly tail. The dazzling and terrifying thunder, the extremely violent hurricane, the extremely hot soaring fire. The terrifying attacks of 5 chakra attributes whizzed out from the banana fan in an instant. The tail beast jade that blasted straight towards, greeted him. Boom. Chapter 166. The Immortal Mode. The Art of the Wooden Dragon. Rumble. The terrible collision shook the whole land. The dazzling white light makes people unable to open their eyes, and some cannot look directly. The loud noise reverberated. A large area was directly bombed and disappeared. The earth is in a mess. Whether it was the forest created by Guren or the ninjas of the Ninja Alliance, quite a number of them were directly involved. Even if Kairabi controlled the scale of the tail beast jade, the attack of the 5 major attributes of the chakra fan from the banana fan collided with it, and unimaginable destructive power broke out. Damn it! Kairabi's face turned pale, gritting his teeth and staring forward. There was a golden horn with a grinning smile. Boom! Ah! Large swathes of giant trees are constantly pouring out. The entire site has long been directly transformed into a huge forest. If it hadn't been for the buildings where the daimyos were protected by enchantments, the huge trees would have already submerged there. A ninja from a coalition army couldn't dodge as fast as the giant tree that couldn't help springing up. He couldn't help being caught by the emerald green tree vines or pressed inside by the giant tree trunk. Screaming. Chakra is turned into nutrients for the trees. It dries up at a speed visible to the naked eye, making people chill. The survivors are those who are not weak in strength. Is this the power of Mudun? It's not just a matter of scale. It's far more powerful than Yuuki's 28-wave Shizui Gai. Bone spurs emerged from the back, and the silver horn that firmly tied the red gourd to his back looked a little bit blazing. But unfortunately, compared to Yuuki Shizui, Hyuga Shinjuki did not endow them with the genes of the first generation. Of course, their huge chakras, combined with the power of the upper bones, plus the many trials of the writing wheel eyes and the sun and the gods, have successfully given them the perception ability, which is already strong enough. You all enter the barrier, try your best to stop Uchiha from stopping the water and protect the daimyo. Kairabi's face was extremely solemn, and he shouted at the surviving ninjas. The moment the voice fell, the whole person didn't hesitate, and he turned into a beast. Roar at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned into a huge bullhead monster with 8 octopus tails, and roared there. The speed is terribly fast. He rushed to Honglian and the others. The earth trembled endlessly when stepped on it. 8 huge octopus tails danced wildly, smashing into pieces the giant tree that could not help wrapping around. Killed in front of the Guren and Gold and Silver brothers. Boom! The earth collapsed by the shock, and rocks splashed. The golden horn and the silver horn each dodged aside and sneered directly. Ha! Is the tail beastized? It seems that the huge size and the violent power cannot directly restrain it by the arrival of the tree world. Open distance. Just right. Try that trick. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and Gillian put his hands together. She kept jumping backwards, and said loudly towards the golden and silver horns, "You too, buy me a little time." The fairy model of Long Didong is different from that of Myomu Mountain. It didn't take long. But she can master the immortality of Long Didong so quickly, it is already very good. It's not that easy. "You bastards fools!" Kairabi shouted there. Not intending to give Gulian any extra time at all, several huge tails blasted up. "Not always." Silverhorn grinned. Shaolin Yan stared at the 8-tailed bull ghost in front of him and locked his movements. His hands suddenly pressed on the ground. Bang bang. One after another huge and white bone spurs broke out of the ground in an instant from all directions, violently shooting at the 8-tailed bull ghost. Make people change color. What? Kairabi was surprised. Jump up in an instant. His complexion can't help but change. Is this the bone vein? In the spiritual space, the 8-tailed bull ghost was also taken aback. Had to give up the attack. The tails of huge octopuses directly pressed on the ground. It was penetrated by sharp bone spurs, but still directly supported the huge and heavy body of the 8-tailed bull ghost, and moved out at an incredible speed, avoiding the point. 2 or 3 octopus feet, which were several meters long, were torn and abandoned in the white bone forest. The action is extremely fast. It is as neat as the clouds and flowing water, which is shocking. Such a size, but the best target. I don't know when. The golden horn not far away also sneered. His hands slammed on the ground. A large number of huge forest bone spurs broke out from the other side one after another, slamming towards the 8-tailed bull ghost that was about to fall from the sky. Don't plan to give the other party a chance to breathe at all. It's chilling. Boom. Roar. The 8 tails of the huge beast body spurred by huge bones roared there, dripping with blood. A hurricane was provoked. One after another huge tails blasted out frantically, blasting the golden and silver horns backwards. Opening the mouth of the blood basin, he directly began to gather the tail beast jade brush. At this time, Honglian had instantly entered the state of fairy mode. There are several blue dragon-shaped chakras around him. His entire face hasn't changed much, and it's like Hyuga Shinryu, without any dragon horns. A pair of golden snake eyes is chilling. Kairabi couldn't help but change his complexion, giving birth to a strong sense of crisis. Mudan middle dot wood dragon technique. A large number of trees and vines cannot help but rise to the sky. Wrap eye directly together, turning into a huge wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and thorns all over the body. At an astonishing speed, Yao's entire body was hovered around eye like lightning, tightly bound. Interrupted to condense the tail beast jade. Raw sharp wooden thorns are embedded in the body. Yao wailed there, dripping with blood. Damn it, the Mudan controlled by that woman has reached this level. 8 huge tails continued to wreak havoc. The huge body was crushing the dilapidated ground there, and the chakra inside was continuously sucked away. Struggling hard, but unable to break free from the shackles of the wooden dragon. Chish, chuck. In the fairy mode, is Mudan activated? Yin Zhao looked at the dragon-shaped chakra all over his body. The snake pupils photographed the person, and the indifferent red lotus grinned. It's an amazing power. It can easily suppress this guy. The huge bone spurs they had created earlier did not hurt Yao as much as expected. Because this guy is huge, with his limbs supporting the ground, his whole body is too high from the ground, and the bone spurs with limited height have limited damage, which is just equivalent to a minor injury. With the tenacious vitality and recovery ability of the tail beast, perhaps the wound will heal itself soon. Done? Yow! Golden Horn grinned there. One after another huge, sharp bone spurs burst out of the ground violently, growing and elongating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Directly pierced the huge beast body of Yao. Make your scalp numb. Raw Master Kairabi. How is this possible? The one who claims to be the most perfect person is 840 than adults. Is this the power of the legendary ninja god to calm the troubled times? Inside and outside the barrier, a large number of coalition ninjas opened their eyes. Their complexions changed drastically, and they screamed out. Unexpectedly, Kairabi would be so easily suppressed. Can't help but give birth to chills. Originally, there were some people who didn't understand the empire under the control of the district Hyugashin that several big ninja villages would unite. At this time, I finally understood why the 4th generation of Reikage and the 3rd generation of Tuiying was so jealous and solemn, and they did not hesitate to temporarily abandon their past hatred and form an alliance with other shinobu. The joint crusade destroyed Konoha, and even showed great ambition, directly annexing the Hyugashin of the Fire Country. Be careful. Damn it! Actually used time and space ninjutsu to sneak directly into the barrier. Protect the daimyo. Water escape middle dot. The art of water Dragon Ball. Well done middle dot. False darkness. At this time, inside the enchantment on the other side, several sentient ninjas yelled directly. Uekai Hashishui who sneaked into here in an instant. Suzuo Nenu was turned on in an instant, blocking the attacks that were jointly displayed by several elite. And the power was not weak. Raw, a huge blue strange cat, bathed in an astonishing flame, rushed forward. Senhan's sharp claws directly crushed the ground, roaring and grabbing. Is the new Urwai Renzulai? But you alone can't stop me. Zishui spoke indifferently there. Boom. The spiral giant sword in his hand slammed into the blue strange cat, blocking the sharp claws. In an instant, 3 huge orange goose jade were spinning vigorously there. Yasakinoga jade. It directly tore the atmosphere, and slammed directly at the pale, screaming daimyo. Chapter 167. Boom. Inside the barrier, there was a loud noise. The terrible impact caused the barrier that was opened by several Shangren to shake violently. Almost at the same time, the Golden Horn, who was originally grinning, in a careless way, he was directly blasted out by an astonishing blue lightning. Boom! The Golden Horn that flew upside down like a cannonball hit the mountain behind him. Large swaths of smoke filled the air. Golden Horn. On the other side, the spurred silver horns were a little frightened. 4 generations of Reikage. Looking at the blood-covered body, huge, sharp bone spurs penetrated the body of the beast, the blood dripping and wailing of the 8 tails. The 4th generation of Liang who had just arrived by the technique of sending from the sky. His eyes were cracked. Even if it was a tail beast, It would never be uncomfortable to receive such injuries. Not to mention that the strength of the human pillar is no better than that of the tail beast. After being injured like this, Kairabi has definitely been seriously injured. Ratio. The electric glow looms, the hair rises up, and the 4th generation Raikage, whose body is activated to the extreme, is furious. Only the right fist as big as a casserole was clenched tightly, making a sound. Spitting fire at Guren and the Gold and Silver brothers, "These bastards!" "Big brother!" Boai wailed. Her body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a human form. Felder. Covered in blood, Chakra was absorbed by the huge and hideous wooden dragon. He was seriously injured and lost his combat power. There are many shocking blood holes on his body, and he keeps bleeding, making his scalp numb. The 4th generation of Raikage is extremely fast. Soon, he flew to Kairabi's side. "Bye, you have to hold on." The tiger's eyes were splitting, and he gritted his teeth. "I can't spare those bastards." The done chakra on his body was released to the extreme under his anger. Staring at Yulian coldly, "Damn it, are you late?" At this time, 2 figures also appeared beside Raikage of the 4th generation. All are covered in a thick tail beast coat, with 4 chakra tails and 5 chakra tails. Chakra gradually retracted into his body, and it was the 4-tailed man's Ulalozi and the 5-tailed man's Ilihan from Yanyin village. Looking at the huge wooden dragon, and the seriously injured and dying Kairabi couldn't help but change his face. "Master Raikage." "Damn, the daimyo was killed by Yukai Hashish Yui." Roar on the other side, the barrier disappeared. A huge blue cat, roaring there, can't help but attack a green chakra armor giant, colliding with it. And a ninja from the allied forces rushed out, shouting at the 4th Raikage and them full of grief. What made their complexion drastically changed? If the daimyo was killed, if the line of defense of the Galaxy Empire could not be defeated as soon as possible, and the final battle directly with Hyuga Shinryu, their respective countries would inevitably produce a lot of waves, which would be a huge blow to their own morale. In a short time, there was no time to attack Hyuga Shinryu with all his strength like now. The money and materials needed by the ninjas to fight are all provided by the state. The daimyo is firmly in control of the country's economy and government affairs, and now he is killed. But it's not that these ninja villages can stabilize the situation by randomly pulling out a puppet in 3 or 2 days. Especially the example of Hyuga Shinryu usurping the country of fire. In the past, those officials and nobles would never agree to let ninjas invade the country's power. The alternation and competition for power of the great names of various countries has always been full of blood and darkness. If you are not careful, there may be civil unrest in the country, and there will be rebellions. Even if their Darin village is capable of quelling these rebellions, it will take some time before and after, and it is simply impossible for them to spare no effort to conquer Sun Xiang Shinryu wholeheartedly. Even if it has been as gentle as possible now, reducing blood and killing, and has annexed the galactic empire of the Kingdom of Fire, there is still a lot of turbulence in the country. Some careerists believed that the empire had to concentrate its combat power to deal with the crusades of various countries, and was unable to take care of them. Directly under the banner of the Country of Fire, clamoring for the restoration of the country, at high prices, they hired some not weak rebels and even those ninja racers who are also well known in the ninja world, and declared that they would overthrow the rule of Hyuga Godmoon and save the fire, the country's name and royal family. But before it formed a scale, it was bloody suppressed by Hyuga Shinryu. The water in the ninja world is more than just the surface. The intricate organization and innumerable large and small forces. Because it is impossible to mobilize troops from the front line to return. To date, the clone has been sent to Shinryu and has slaughtered several large-scale ethnic groups and killer organizations. There are even ninjas trying to sneak into the City of Trees to assassinate him, the master of the empire. Obviously this is just the beginning, and the following similar things are probably still unknown. Are the 4-tailed people's column power and the 5-tailed people's column power? Guren sneered. In any case, the 8-tailed Rabbi was injured to such an extent, even if he did not die, He would not want to recover easily in a short time. Either kill it, or take it all back, Yin Zhao said with a sneer. At the same time, he flew out with a punch that was violent by the 4 generations of Reikage, directly smashing the mountain, and the golden horn embedded in it said loudly, "Golden horn, are you okay?" Roar. An angry roar came. The crimson figure rushed out violently. Covered in a terrible chakra coat, huge tails danced wildly. One after another, huge spurs of ferocious bones are all over the body, like an impervious hedgehog, completely unlike a human form, making people shudder. It perfectly combines the power of the 9-tailed chakra and the bones. A pair of blood-colored Sangha jade writing round eyes, full of fierce and violent, cannot help but feel chills. Far underground, a figure quietly peeked out from the tree, closing the scene in front of his eyes. Ale, there are so many people who are there. This is a good opportunity. It looks like you need to report to the soil quickly. In a blink of an eye, the Nepenthes-like figure sneaked in again and disappeared. Damn it, it really hurts. I can't see the specific appearance at all. The monster-like golden horn shook his head and shook his head, grabbed the ground, and stared at the 4th generation Reikage that blasted himself out. Hey, is it very heartache to see my beloved brother being hurt like this? That's the pain. A crimson chakra tail, firmly attached to the banana fan, slammed the 4th generation Reikage and Kairabi fiercely. The 168th chapter full-scale attack. Boom. The violent wind, the violent thunder and lightning, the raging flames. The roar came in an instant, causing the 4 generations of Liying, the 4-tailed man's Yuli, and the 5-tailed man's Yuli to change their expressions. Tudun middle. Yulubai. The old Zinhan, the 2 masters of Zuli, made a seal in an instant, and pressed them to the ground. Rumble. A towering huge mountain rushed from the front in an instant, firmly blocked in front of the 3. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying collision. The loud and deafening noise reverberated constantly. The huge rock wall was blasted to pieces and couldn't stop it. The dazzling white light made people unable to look directly, and the hurricane could not help rolling. Many ninjas who had crushed the coalition forces could not stand still, and could not help shouting there, and they were swept out. What a difficult guy, he can use 6 ninjas as he pleases. With his excellent speed, the 4th generation of Reikage had already retreated violently with Kairabi, gritting his teeth. The 5-tailed Zilihan and the 4-tailed Zulilaza both retreated. Master Reikage, Liying's guard's eye and several Yunren rushed up and came to the 4th generation of Liying. Ignoring his 813, the 4th generation of Reikage directly handed Kairabi to the 2 Yunren who came forward, and said directly to his guard's eye in a deep voice, "Hey, heal for Bai immediately." His face was extremely serious, and with anger, he stared at Jin Zhao and Honglian coldly. "These guys are left to us." "Yes." Roar. The other side. The beast-tailed brigade roared again. He directly opened the mouth of the blood basin and began to gather the tail beast jade. Yasaka's goo. However, Shishui, which is covered by the 3rd form of green Susanoo, did not intend to give it such a chance. 3 huge orange jade, spinning without staying in front of him, suddenly bombarded. The tail beast jade that interrupted another trip blasted its entire body out, hit the ground heavily, and shattered the ground, along with large swaths of dust rolling up high. Shocking cracks could not help spreading. Max. How could this be? Isn't the completely beastly 2 tails his opponent? Some of the coalition ninjas who were present couldn't help but change their faces, and they could hardly believe their eyes. Looking at the oppressive half-length giant in green armor, he couldn't help but feel a chill, a little frightened. Brush. The huge wooden dragon's eyes were fierce, as if it were alive. It swept in front of Honglian. In the fairy mode, Honglian jumped directly on top of the dragon's head, looking at them indifferently. At the 4th generation Reikage, the 4-tailed man's Yuli, and the 5-tailed man's Yuli. Prepare to attack. Master Honglian, Zishui, Golden Horn, Silver Horn. At this time, without warning, a voice appeared in their minds. Who? It's the heart-to-body technique of the Mountain Clan. Not only Gulian, but also Shishui, The Giant brothers couldn't help being surprised. "It's me, Tsukumo Hagai." Far in the country of Tan, the commander's account. A huge water ball appeared in the big tent, and a dozen famous mountain clan and other perception ninjas were uniting to perform large-scale remote sensing techniques. A small number of people, including the Minister of Military Intelligence, Yamanaka Noi, wore special helmets and sat cross-legged in the water polo. And Bai Fang did not know when he was squatting in front of the mountain Kaiichi, letting the opponent press one hand on his forehead, and using the secret technique of the mountain clan, he contacted Honglian and the others. "I'm in the command of the big tent, talking to you through the secret hearts of the mountain clan. You only need to respond in your heart." At such a long distance, the secret technique of the mountain clan is really amazing. Uekai Hashishui admired. "What's the matter?" Guren frowned and asked. Now that the 8-year-old man Zulai has been seriously injured and has lost his combat effectiveness, I am preparing to pack the 4th generation of Reikage and the other man Zulai, because the combination of gold, silver and bronze went to attack the stronghold where the daimyo was located. The 3 generations of Takijonoki and the 5th generation of Shuakage Trumamaya and the others have taken the opportunity to launch a general attack on our line of defense. The headquarters alone cannot defend it. You must hurry back. This is a good opportunity. Just give up like this. Golden Horn is a little dissatisfied. The strength demonstrated by Gulian could undoubtedly suppress these people's strengths easily. Coupled with them, maybe even 4 generations of Reikage can stay directly. No, here is also a good opportunity. Baiya responded directly in his heart. You don't rush back. Get rid of the people who may be good at angel art, and block the 4 generations of Reikage and the coalition's human pillars over there, and then you have already handed in on the outside. Come back when you get started. At that time, Master Honglian will use your wooden escape to severely damage the enemy, reverse our weakness, and completely dominate the control of the war. If you want to severely damage the coalition forces and control the war, you must undoubtedly wipe out those forces that are several times your own. After all, Hyuga Shinryu meant, but he didn't want this war to end so easily. It evolved into a long-term war. Is the flower tree world coming? Guren narrowed his eyes and did not object. The arrival of the flower and tree realm is a technique that surpasses the arrival of the tree realm, which can be said to be an upgraded version. Several flowers will grow on the trees. After the flowers bloom, they can produce poisonous pollen. Once they inhaled the pollen, they will faint due to paralysis. Whether it is the wood dragon technique used to restrain the tail beast, or the arrival of the flower tree world, it can be said that she is currently the strongest wooden escape she can use. Moreover, if she hadn't entered the fairy mode, she could directly consume the chakra in her body by simply using the flower tree realm to come. The enemy expects that it may take some time before we can get in touch with us. Please take advantage of the time for you guys. After the White Teeth and Tanzigo finished speaking, he didn't say more. Instructed Yamazaka to end the dialogue. Strode to the outside of the commander's tent. Hateful. Earth escape middle dot earth dynamic crust. Water escape middle dot the art of water dragon ball. Wind done. Gale palm. Done middle dot Labancha. A coalition ninja, with his hands constantly knotted, launched an attack. The overwhelming ninjutsu rushed toward Uekai Hashishui, and blasted toward the giant green bust armor giant. So the earth kept shaking, and the unstable Shishui, together with the giant armor, could not help being shaken backwards by those dazzling attacks. Looking coldly, the green giant chakra gave up pursuing the Renzi force and directly focused on the other coalition ninjas. The breastplate opened again in an instant. The orange jade pattern was revealed, says Non-19, one after another blazing green arrows, directly towards those coalition forces whose complexion changed drastically. Boom boom boom. Chapter 169. Boom. Smoke and dust filled. The screams continued, and a large number of coalition ninjas were harvested by Uekai Hashishui. The rest, but 20 or 30. But they are all troublesome elites. and they are not weak. Hateful. The 4 generations of Reikage and the 5-tailed man Zillihan could not help their eyes to split. Laozi didn't even think about it, he immediately entered the half-tailed beastification state, and rushed out. The whole body was extremely hot, and a large amount of magma couldn't help but burst out, killing Yukai Hashishui. I want to join forces with the 2-tailed brigade, and take the lead in solving one person. Roar. But the next moment, the whole body was covered with the terrifying 9-tailed chakra, covered with bone spurs, and the ferocious golden horns, holding a banana fan to stop the. Hey, it's not that easy to think about it. Jin Zhao Jiji sneered. The huge water column suddenly rushed out of the banana fan, and blasted towards the 4-tailed people. Boom! The blazing magma collided with the huge water column, and a large swath of water vapor permeated. The earth is broken. And the other side, bone spurs and hideous, the silver horns, which had already entered the beast-like tail, collided with the 5-tailed human Pilalihan, who also manifested 5 huge tails. In the terrible steam, the ground collapsed and burst open. A large area was turned into rubble, and the hurricane was too heavy to open eyes. Union Murakami Shinki and others hurriedly withdrew with the seriously injured 8-tailed man Zulai, avoiding the terrible aftermath. At the same time, hurry up to treat the extremely weak and even some of the 8-tailed people who lost blood. The range is not that big. If that's the case, then, glancing at the surviving coalition ninjas, Honglian's hands were stamped. Jing escape middle dot crystal rain and chaotic powder technique. Wow! Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Large and small raindrops, shining with crystal light, couldn't help pouring down. This is Shang Renxi, who was taking Kairabi away from here, changed his face, and said to the 2 Shang Renxi next to him, "Be careful of the strange raindrops, there is a chakra inside. Don't let it fall on you." Understood. A ninja from Yannian village rushed up, quickly sealed, and pressed his palm to the ground. A huge rock giant rushed out of the ground. He firmly blocked the crystal raindrops that could not help pouring down from the sky. Boo-oo-oo, Gulian, who just finished the seal, but still has time to relax. In the fairy mode, she has superb perception ability and suddenly dodges on her side. The 4 generations of Reikage that suddenly appeared in an instant, the sharp hand knife almost scratched its head. Cut off a strand of blue hair. It makes the scalp numb. Boom. Between the lightning and flint, Honglian Xiu kicked out violently, and shook the right leg swept by the 4th generation of Reikage. The immense power shook the 4th generation Reikage also backed a few steps. And Gulian took advantage of this impact to retreat and distanced himself from the 4th generation Reikage. Is it fairy mode? It's really troublesome power. Staring at Red Lotus, who was shocked and withdrew by himself, but didn't suffer any injuries at all. The 4th-generation Reikage's complexion that shone with electric lights sank. The opponent's reaction speed was faster than he thought, and with the increase of Xianzu chakra, the physical skills were equally astonishing. Those crystal rainwater couldn't penetrate into his body at all, so it was blocked by the thick Ladun chakra coat, and even evaporated. Hey! The rather weak chakra in the 4th generation of Reikage could not help being released. The astonishing electric current all over, can't help intertwining and flickering. But, for anyone who hurts my brother, I will never let him go. His speed was terribly fast. Without the slightest hesitation, suddenly a heavy fist hit Honglian again. He was extremely angry. Because Kairabi was seriously injured and dying, he didn't know if he could survive, and he ignored the fact that it is best not to face an opponent with a kaleidoscope alone. But still subconsciously not looking at each other's eyes, relying on excellent combat instincts, judging the opponent's movements from the limbs below the head, and responding instantly. Boom! The purple chakra skeleton blocked the 4th generation Reikage's attack. A few purple skulls were blasted into shocking cracks, and they continued to expand. The 3 Jaden Shaolan's eyes turned into a beautiful pattern of red lotus at some point, and his pupils shrank. Boom! A fierce skeleton fist blasted at the fourth generation of Reikage. Exaggerated cracks appeared in the huge wooden dragon at the foot of the wooden dragon, and the debris splashed and forced it back out. The entire materialized purple chakra continued to change, transforming into a giant skeleton giant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hateful! The four generations of Reikage roared. The speed is so fast that even the kaleidoscope writing wheel is somewhat difficult to capture. Fist and kick violently, bombarding Suzuo Nanu in front of him, and Honglian, who was protected by the purple giant inside, blasted off the huge wooden dragon. Boom! Comma boom! Dot. Moreover, in the continuous bombardment of the four generations of Reikage, chakra flesh, meridians, and even thick armor grew rapidly, forming an extremely heroic purple bust giant. Roar! The dragon roared and came biting. Although the speed is extremely fast, it has to be said that the speed of the fourth generation of Reiking completely crushed it and could not bite the opponent at all. Instead, they were constantly blasting shocking gaps on the dragon-shaped body whose hardness was comparable to steel. A lot of sawdust splashed. The goo of Yasaka, the terrifying fiery goo, kept spinning, suddenly tore the atmosphere, and blasted straight towards the fourth generation of Reikage. Boom! The four generations of Reikage were chilling. His figure flashed in an instant, and the terrifying goo passed by dangerously, blasting through the distant earth. The earthquake unceasingly, Fenyun collapsed. Shocking! Roar! Not far away, glaring at that huge and roaring two-tailed brigade, the four-corner windmill pattern in Uekai Hashishui's right eye kept turning. In an instant, he was directly manipulated by the terrifying pupil power of Zishui, and the tail beastization was cancelled in an instant. He was a sturdy man with a protective forehead from Union Village. Zero. Shinwai. Brush. After all, it was a new Renzilai who was sealed as a container in Irwai and the brigade within a few days. The combination of the tail beast and the human column is obviously not perfect. Just barely getting rid of the influence of the pupil force of the water stop. The space is directly distorted. There is no time to escape. The whole person was directly pulled by the twisting space and disappeared there. What? Damn it, Max. Niwai was transferred to another space by him. This abrupt scene let the four generations of Reikage, the four-tailed man Zulilozi, and the five-tailed Zulihan, who are in fierce confrontation with the Red Lotus, the Golden Horn, and the Silver Horn, all face greatly changed. No matter how many times I see it, the pupil power of this guy is always so chilling. Golden Horn whispered. Zishui's pupil power was terrible. So far, apart from the adult who can ignore his pupil power, he has not seen anyone who can be immune to the interference of Uekiha's hydrostatic pupil power. He couldn't help but glanced at the Red Lotus, who also had a kaleidoscope writing wheel. I don't know whether this arrogant woman can resist Uekai Hashishui's pupil power. Then, Uekai Hashishui's eyes flickered, staring not far away. A galloping rock giant blocked the unstoppable falling crystal rain from the sky, and protected several figures who were constantly far away from the battlefield. There, a few people continued to take the eight-tailed man's Zili quickly away from here, and at the same time urgently hemostatic treatment. Brush rushed directly. At this time, in a dark space, a few figures appeared inside, dressed in a black robe embroidered with red clouds, looking at the abrupt and distorted space in amazement. A figure with the tailed beast chakra all over fell from inside. This is Chapter 170, Immortal Technique Middle. Inorganic Reincarnation. It was not only Beige who stared blankly at the falling alien space, and the Irwai Renzilai who wrapped the tail beast coat. In the same way, Uekai Hitachi, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Kakuto and others, who were preparing to take the opportunity to catch the tail beast, couldn't help but feel a little astonished. They couldn't help but look at I once sacrificed an eye and used the forbidden technique as an Aki of the Uekiha clan. This eye was a substitute from the dead Uekiha belt during the Third Ninja World War. At the beginning, I had fancied the special ability of this eye. Fly did not pretend to be funny there, but calmly explained, But I didn't expect that the resurrected Uchiha Shisui transplanted the other eye that Hyuga Jinryu took from Kakashi. In other words, are your eyes connected to this different space? It's a coincidence. Everyone present couldn't help but shrink their pupils, especially the Red Sand Scorpion and others. Although they knew about the existence of UF before, the other party used to be an outsider of Akatsuki who was not funny. Stop water. Uchiha Itachi has a pair of 3 jade writing round eyes, which is a bit complicated. Then he stared at UF, his eyes flickered and explored. And there were some faint guesses, but they were not completely certain. If he remembered correctly, when Uchiha died, his eyes had just opened. Moreover, once it is turned on, it is in the state of Shuanggu. It looks like this guy is the guy Uchiha Shisui, who moved in from the outside and intends to catch it. The dried persimmon ghost shark looked at them vigilantly, where he maintained the strength of the two-tailed man with a beastly tail, and could not help pulling out the shark muscle on his back, grinning grinningly. It means that we are lucky, and the time to come is just right. With a mask, unable to see his face, only the corners of a pair of green eyes were exposed, and he spoke indifferently. I think, maybe there will be more later. Deidara, with long blonde hair and a ponytail, laughed strangely. It is customary to add to the end of the sentence, Hyde said in a hoarse voice. Then get rid of this guy before going out. Since it was sent to us on the initiative, it is impossible to say anything. You are the Akatsuki organization? Oh, why Renzieli shocked. He was caught in the conversation of the other party, and he was a little frightened. I'm sorry, the tail beast we sent to the door. Well, accept it. The dried persimmon ghost sneered and rushed directly. He and Uchiha Itachi are among the few Akatsuki members who know another level of FI identity. It was also the one who recruited him into the Akatsuki organization. Asshole. Raw Oy Renzieli was so furious. His heart sank to the extreme. He has heard that the official members of Akatsuki's organization are all rank rebels. Direct access completely tailed beast, turned into a huge monster blue cat, with sharp teeth, grinning, open the blood basin and roar, biting at the dried persimmon ghost shark, outside. Damn it, are you still looking at the tail beast? Then, seeing the two-tailed man Zilimax was teleported to another space. The 4 generations of Reikage, with a sullen complexion, did not hesitate to abandon the opponent of Red Lotus. At an astonishing speed, he rushed towards Kairabi. In any case, he must not let his brother have an accident. Roar! The huge wooden dragon roared and directly pursued it. And Red Lotus, which was governed by Susanna, looked up at the crystal rain that couldn't help falling in the sky, and sneered. It's almost done. With her hands knotted. Soon, the crystal raindrops stopped falling in the sky. The whole land is a little wet, shimmering with crystal luster. Obviously it cannot be ordinary water. The strange rain stopped. Chakra mixed with her. I think it must be a sinister technique. But we are too underestimated. We are not exposed to that stuff. Who has such an obvious technique? Those surviving coalition ninjas couldn't help but stare at the sky in surprise, and then all showed disdain. Some people were protected by rock giants made by the earth, and some people made huge walls of earth to isolate the weird raindrops. Only a few people were accidentally caught by the crystal rain, and the whole person suddenly couldn't move. Scream there. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large number of crystals appeared directly all over the body. Being assimilated by the terrible crystal, turned into a human-shaped crystal sculpture. People can't help but chill. Damn it, this is crystal? It was the 4th generation Reikage who had just rushed to the side of Kairabi, Zai and others, and couldn't help but shrink his pupils. It's that woman's unique crystal escape secret technique. Only solve a few people. But this is just the beginning. Gurren sneered, flicking his hands like electricity, and then suddenly pressing his hands on the ground. Shenfa middle dot in organic reincarnation. Although Baiya overestimated her strength as much as possible, she still underestimated her. This immortal technique of Long Didong was born to perfectly display the power of her crystal escape. Who, without warning, one after another surprisingly sharp crystals appeared one after another, and the whole land was covered in an instant. As if there was life, he avoided Uchiha's Yui and brother Jinyin and attacked everyone. What? The rock giant was instantly submerged by the thorns, unable to move. The face of the fourth generation of Raking changed greatly. Asshole, boom. Without hesitation, he blasted all around violently, shattering the crystal thorns that struck. However, those things seemed to be alive, and they blasted out again and again in an instant, and they broke through the 4 generations of Raikige's Thunder Dunjama, almost piercing his whole person. He grabbed Kairabi and retreated violently. I didn't care about Zai and the others, so I could only watch them as they were submerged by the horrible thorns and let out a scream. Tugun. 4 generations of Raikige's eyes are splitting. Wow! He was pierced into a hedgehog, covered in blood. Even the internal organs have been penetrated, and the whole person was hung in the air by a huge crystal. He vomited blood, exhausted his last strength, and turned to the 4th generation Raikage. Weak yelled, "Master Raikage, leave us alone. Leave here with Master Bai. Only you and Master Bai. There must be nothing wrong. Hurry up." With an amazing speed, he couldn't help dodge the crystal thorns that came. The 4 generations of Raikige's eyes were splitting, and with grief and anger, he gritted his teeth at the 4-tailed human Zulai and the 5-tailed human Zulai and shouted, "Old Zanhan, leave this place immediately. There is no need to entangle them." Boom. Those surviving coalition ninjas will not be able to react in the future, or even be able to dodge at all. They are directly pierced by the dense and extremely sharp pyramid-shaped crystals, making the scalp numb. The entire wet area instantly turned into a sea of sharp crystal cones. Shiny. The 4-tailed Manzuli Lozi and the 5-tailed Manzulihan, who were fighting the Gold and Silver brothers, changed their faces. Raw boom. The huge tail was constantly dancing, and couldn't help blasting away the sharp crystal thorns that came. A large amount of magma, extremely hot, couldn't help melting the surrounding crystals, but it couldn't compare with the speed of crystal condensation. Damn it, I can still suck chakra. But in an instant, Lao's and Han's expressions changed drastically and they found something was wrong. Although they will not be directly absorbed by the chakras, even if they have more chakras for a long time, it will not be enough to consume them. However, looking across the entire land, there is a terrifying sea of crystals. There are countless crystal thorns all over, and these crystals are like life consciousness, constantly attacking and intercepting them. It is not easy to get out. Since January 1.4, is that strange rain prepared for this? The chakras are scattered throughout the battlefield to create a large number of crystals. Gurenzama, it's too messy, please keep some chakras. His pupils shrank, and Zishui said loudly towards Gulin. Of course he would not doubt the strength of Guren, but later, they have to rush back to the battlefield. If Guren consumes too much chakra, it will be troublesome. When the time comes, we are afraid that we will suffer heavy losses. Don't worry, I know it. Guren responded directly. Roar! The beast roars to the sky. 2 huge behemoths appeared, roaring there. One is a huge orangutan with 4 tails and fluffy red hair all over, and the other is a weird behemoth with 5 tails, a pure white body with a few sharp horns, which looks like a horse but has a mouth like a dolphin. Without hesitation, they smashed the huge crystal cones that had struck innumerably and blocked them in front of them, ignoring the wounds scratched by those sharp crystals, and couldn't help rushing into the distance. Want to escape from this huge crystal sea. Chapter 171 Raw boom. Boom. The vast crystal sea, sparkling and shining, shocking. But the countless, sharp crystal thorns make the scalp numb. The 2 behemoths rushed toward the outside desperately, and there were countless wounds on their body, but they couldn't take care of these injuries. They opened their mouths one after another, and quickly condensed a small tail beast Jade, and constantly blasted the numerous crystal thorns in front of them. On the other hand, the speed of the 4th generation of Raikage is indeed surprisingly fast. Even if it loses an arm and still carries Kairabi, it is still quite fast. Far better than Lao's and Han, the two completely beast-like people. However, a loud roar came. Five-tailed King Mew was directly chased up by a huge wooden dragon. A few tails flew out wildly, and Xian blasted out the wooden dragon that was entwined like a poisonous snake. But the next moment, the wooden dragon with thorns and barbs all over it, faster, winding up like lightning, blocking the attack of several tails. Roar! Five-tailed Mewang wailed, entwined by the huge wooden dragon and tied there. One had a huge crystal cone, sharp, and suddenly 28 blasted up. But he escaped by danger. Boom! A large amount of magma sputtered, and the four-tailed Monkey King violently smashed away the thorns. Damn it! Rao was lousy, and couldn't help feeling a little bit chill. Master Honglian, is it almost done? Zishui quickly swept over, and said solemnly towards Honglian, next we have to go back. Wait until this guy is dealt with. Gulian sneered. A pair of scarlet kaleidoscope writing wheels turned, but not only her, but Uchiha Shishui, Golden Horn, Silver Horn and others. Their complexions instantly changed. The space in front suddenly twisted. Several figures appeared there. Even a guy with a ferocious shark face was carrying a figure covered in blood. Amazingly, it was Uchiha Shishui's previously transferred to a different space in the Nishiru Force. Akatsuki. Guren's face sank. There was a sense of solemnity and killing intent. Huh? Golden Horn. Where are some troublesome guys? Putting away the tail animalization, but still braving the silver horn of the white bone spurs. He also put away the tail animalization toward the side. The difference is almost the same. The golden horn looks extremely hideous. It looks like it is. Silver Horn. Golden Horn grinned, but was not afraid at all. Instead, the fighting spirit rose. Not to worry about the battle on the front line at White Fang. For the two brothers, only obeying the orders of Hyuga Shinjuki, they would not worry about their own losses. Compared to killing those trash fish, they obviously want to have a fun battle with the real strong. Wearing a whirlpool mask, Uchiha, who couldn't see his face, looked at Guren, Shishui and others in front of him. Finally, he glanced at the five tails bound by the wooden dragon, and his pupils shrank. Excuse me, how many? Can you give us these heads and tails? Akatsuki. Damn. The other side. With Kairabai's fourth generation Reikage, his complexion changed drastically. Looking at those figures in red clouds and black robes, they couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Have you stared at the tail beast? Galian's eyes cooled down, revealing a bit of murderous intent. Jinzhao, who came over, said with a sneer, you should return that guy to us, right? He recognized the Erwiren Zulai who was being carried by the opponent. Itachi, long time no see. Shimazia looked at Uchiha Itachi on the opposite side with a complex expression. Yeah, I didn't expect even you to be resurrected by that guy. Looking at his former best friend, Uchiha Itachi was inexplicable, and the conversation turned. However, in this way, we might be enemies. A pair of writing wheel eyes is directly transformed into a triangular windmill-shaped pattern. Four kaleidoscopes right round eyes, looking at each other there. When the scene changed, the two immediately entered the illusion space. Come back, Itachi, I have heard about you. Looking at the friend in front of him, Zishui said in a deep voice, leaving the Akatsuki organization, Konoha is no longer there. You don't need to bear the sins that you shouldn't bear anymore. Itachi, I am not controlled by that man, you don't need to doubt. You are not controlled by Hyuga Shinryu. Uchiha Itachi looked at each other in surprise. He stared at Uchiha Shishui, and he couldn't believe what he said. Even if he wants to use other gods to control me, but as long as he wants me to be his high-end combat power, and he can play as strong as possible, he will definitely have to transplant the kaleidoscope writing wheel back to me. Knowing that Uchiha Itachi had some doubts about whether he was under control, Uchiha Shishui explained directly, in this way, he can't guarantee that I, as the master of other gods, will one day break open directly the other gods, so they didn't do that, wasting the power of the other gods. and chose to directly subdue me. Then why are you? Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised. I was somewhat convinced of Uchiha Shishui's explanation, but there were still some doubts. After all, he deeply knew how terrifying the other god's technique was, and could manipulate the will of others invisibly. Itachi, you underestimated the power of that. Shishui interrupted Uchiha Itachi, looked directly into his eyes, and said in a solemn voice, unceremoniously, he alone can fight all the current powerful men in the ninja world. Even if you don't, there will be a chance. Unless Senju Junma and Uchiha Madara can resurrect now, there may be some hope that they can stop him if they join forces now. What? Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank sharply and looked at the opponent in amazement. He knew Uchiha Shishui, and the other party could not tell such a lie. So, how terrifying is the strength of Hyuga Shinryu? His ambitions have long been not limited to the ninja world. In this fourth ninja world war, it's just that for the purpose of training soldiers, he has selected a warrior who can conquer a wider space and time. Shishui looked serious and pointed to the sky. So, for you, and for Sasuke, it is the future of the Uchiha clan. Looking at this friend who was startled and stayed there, Shishui stretched out his right hand towards him, and said in a sincere tone, come back, Itachi. We will rebuild Uchiha together, a Uchiha who can be integrated into a new empire and will no longer be rejected or isolated by everyone. He knows very well that Uchiha Itachi is burdened with the crime of killing the whole family, and his soul is suffering all the time, longing for liberation, and has long been determined to die. Physically, it is second. Shishui, do you really think that it is a good thing for a domineering and powerful dictator like Hyuga Shinryu to rule the world? Without a direct response, Uchiha Itachi looked at Shishui deeply and asked, I don't know, but at least 077, it won't be worse than now. Moreover, don't have a fluke mentality, Itachi. I have already met Sasuke and observed him secretly. This kid has been overwhelmed by hatred, and even reached the point where he can get revenge at any cost. I know you want to leave your eyes to him, and you want to sacrifice yourself to open a kaleidoscope for the other party to right round eyes, but if you can't bring it back in time on the right path, what awaits him is self-destruction. There will be no future. Uchiha Itachi frowned and looked at the extremely serious Uchiha Shishui. He was a little surprised and subconsciously asked, do you think that man, he can't tolerate Sasuke? The Uchiha clan is gone. Konoha is also destroyed. Now, he is most worried about it. Only his brother Uchiha Sasuke. He knew his crippled body, that the medicine stone had no medical treatment and could not last long. Sasuke's character is easy to be dyed by others, and he becomes extreme because he desperately wants revenge and desires power. Without the constraints of your brother, he who really opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, even if he has obtained the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel, he will only be more swollen and more extreme without all of Sasuke. No one can say whether will plunge directly into the darkness. Even those eyes that won't lose light can become a fatal bane. Shishui shook his head and said, the other gods are powerful, but after all, he has not tried to verify it for a long time. Once he gets the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel, he really gets rid of the influence of other gods and is not willing to be manipulated by fate. Will do more extreme things and step into destruction. Moreover, your terminally ill body may be terminally ill for other people, but for that adult, I believe there will be no problem. Chapter 172 The Restless Raikage. The communication between Shishui and Uchiha Itachi was just a matter of moments outside the world. Gurenzama, we can't continue to pester them here. The screen turned back to the real world. Shishui looked solemn, and said directly to the Red Lotus beside him, even if we can solve them directly, we can't save enough chakra to deal with the battle on the front line. Let them take away those heads and tails. Gurren frowned, her beautiful face was full of reluctance. The cold kaleidoscope wrote round eyes, staring coldly at Akatsuki and his party. Although she didn't care whether she could catch the tail beast, and she knew that Hyuga Shinryu didn't care if there would be 2 more head and tail beasts under her command, but looking at these guys, she was a little unhappy. No way, it can't be delayed. Shishui is also somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that Xiao organization would actually make a move quietly at this time. But in this way, the Akatsuki organization is equivalent to waiting for the death of the major ninja villages, and the two parties should not be able to unite again. In this way, the war will be more under the control of Hyuga Shinryu. In the Akatsuki organization, every official member is an S-rank rebel, and the strength is not weak. If you want to solve or defeat these dangerous guys in front of you, even if you can do it, but by then chakra and pupil power will probably consume too much. Without the strength of Gurren, the front battlefield is afraid that it will be defeated. Although I don't know what Akatsuki organization wants to do to collect the tail beasts, if these guys dare to attack the Ichi-tailed Shuzaru and Nine-tailed under the Empire, I believe that one will do it immediately without hesitation. Roar! At this time, the giant wooden dragon that had bound the five-tailed King Mu instantly released the opponent. The whole land, densely packed, sharp crystal prisms, instantly turned into countless powder. Even if she wants to leave, she can't easily let these guys take away these people with ease. Crystal escape? It is indeed a terrible blood follower. Looking at the two behemoths covered in wounds, Uchiha couldn't help but flash with dirt. Although you have confidence in your own combat power, it is best to avoid fighting. The other party still compromised. Damn it, Akatsuki. Seeing the endless sharp crystals turned into powder, the fourth generation Reikage carrying Kairabi couldn't help but stop, his complexion pale. Watching there, a little frightened. Go. Gurren looked at Uchiha's group of people indifferently, remaining vigilant. One hand pressed Uchiha Shishui's shoulder and signaled Uchiha Shishui to take them away. It's really uncomfortable to do this every time. We really want to have a fun battle. Golden Horn and Silver Horn spoke very uncomfortably, but they still put their hands directly on Uchiha's shoulder on the other side. The current commands of Uchiha Shishui and Gurren represent the will of Hyuga Shinryu. No matter how rebellious they are in the daytime, they still dare not violate that insurmountable taboo, because that shuddering man can let them even have no chance to enter the Pure Land world at any time. It's cheaper for you. Don't let my old lady catch it next time. The bastards of Akatsuki. The space is distorted. Honglian's photogenic kaleidoscope wrote round eyes, showing a murderous aura. Staring coldly at the Uchiha belt soil, dried persimmon ghost shark in the group. We also look forward to that day. Chiodu, Deidara and others naturally did not show weakness, and they couldn't help but sneer in response. Farewell, Shishui Itachi. And Itachi Uchiha and Shishui looked at each other, and almost coincidentally said similar words. Several figures disappeared. Uchiha's eyes were uncertain. He didn't expect that Kakashi's eyes were actually taken away by Hinata Shinryu. Uchiha Shishui might be able to restrain himself with this kaleidoscope alone. Although pretending to be Uchiha Madara, Masato still knows the gap between him and that person. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Only when the eyes are complete can it exert the greatest power. It seems that I have to find a way to get that eye back. Unknowingly clenching his fists, Uchiha secretly said with the soil. Then, let's start. Uchiha said with soil. Quietly, he took a deep look at Uchiha Itachi, who seemed to be unchanged. Then, he looked directly at the fourth generation of Reikage. You can't let Yao escape. Roar asshole, don't underestimate us. Damn Akatsuki organization. The two behemoths who were already furious roared. The terrifying magma, and terrible steam, suddenly blasted over. They are afraid of the power of that woman Mudun. But it does not mean these guys of the Daoxiao organization. Boom boom boom. Loud roar. Countless crystal powder, accompanied by the broken ground, sputtered endlessly. Large swaths of smoke filled the air. The figures moved quickly, easily avoiding the attacks of the two giant beasts. Hey! It was the fourth generation of Reikage, with a cold expression, shouting at the four-tailed man Zulai and the five-tailed man Zulai. Old Zihan, don't entangle them, retreat. The most important thing is that I didn't expect that Guren and Uchiha Shisui would kill the personnel who mastered the technique of the gift of heaven, and cut off their hope that they and others would directly send back to the frontline battlefield. As a result, in a short period of time, Zulai and a few celebrities couldn't get back to the front at all. Has the enemy planned for a long time? You have calculated this step ahead of time. The fourth generation of Reikage gritted his teeth, and his whole body was upside down. Akatsuki clearly came prepared. Moreover, I saw with my own eyes how powerful the Mudan held by that woman was, so powerful that even his younger brother, the perfect eight-tailed man Zulai, could easily subdue it. He was suddenly a little uneasy about the battle on the front line. Want to escape? Daidarus sneered, avoiding the tail beast's attack. A clay bird was suddenly thrown in his hand, and the seal was quickly formed. Boom! A huge clay giant bird appeared there. Can't help fanning his wings. The whole person jumped directly. Water escape middle. The art of big waterfall. On the other side, the dried persimmon ghost shark did not know when the printing was completed. Wow! A huge waterfall rushed, directly blasting at the four-tailed and five-tailed people who hadn't cancelled their tail beastization. Chapter 173. A tragic confrontation. Tenzigo. In the commander's tent, the space was abruptly distorted, and the Honglian, Zishui and others who appeared soon made Shan's Honghei and the others relieved. Have you guys come back? Master Shama has already rushed to the front, and Master Tsunade has also rushed past through the thunder formation technique that Shiren Yui Genma and Minza Rei used with them. We have already fought against the enemy's small surprise attack troops, and the current battle situation is under control. Sitting there, wearing a sensing device, Yamanaka Koichi, who is constantly monitoring the changes in the battlefield, briefed Guren and others. In the end, he directly asked in a deep voice, by the way, I just sensed that on the battlefield on your side of Lord Honglian, several amazing chakras suddenly appeared. What is going on? It's Akatsuki. They are eyeing the tail beast. Guren, who had already exited the fairy mode, gritted his teeth with anger. Uchiha Shisui originally moved to a different space. The Erwiren Zulai who was planning to capture it was also captured by them. If it weren't for the purpose of keeping the chakra, and it couldn't be for too long, you would have to kill those arrogant guys. She obviously has absolute confidence in her strength, not afraid of Uchiha Itachi at all. Akatsuki. Well, but there is also good news. I have persuaded Uchiha Itachi and let him be our eyeliner in Akatsuki temporarily. Shisui nodded and said directly to Guren and Yamanaka, is that guy credible? Guren frowned when she raised her eyebrows. Please trust my brother, Itachi's 040 experience. I think you should also be aware of Master Honglian. I am willing to use my life to guarantee. Shisui was full of stern expression and solemnly bowed to Guren and asked, the reason why he joined Akatsuki is because of the threat of the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Today Konoha has been destroyed, his only brother that he values most. Sasuke is also in the City of Trees. He who has penetrated into Akatsuki's organization as Konoha's spy, naturally does not need to continue to work for the other party. He faintly felt the attitude of Hyuga Shinjuku towards Uchiha Sasuke. If Uchiha Itachi doesn't seize the opportunity to join his subordinates now and ask the adult to change his mind a little, the future is likely to be nothing more than a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes in his hands. But he believes that the two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, who are completely in control and will not betray, are more useful to that adult than a pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels. Forget it, you can explain these to Lord Shinryu. He waved his hand indifferently, although he still had doubts about Uchiha Itachi. But Guren didn't bother to care about these messy relationships. After all, according to her idea, apart from the direct line forces of their overseas bases, most of the people in the entire empire are not worthy of trust, including the big-breasted woman Tsunade. She directly asked Yamanaka Hichi, who was sitting there in charge of sensing and monitoring the battle, Hey Aichi, briefly introduce the current battle situation. By the way, contact the guy with White Fang and ask us how we should act. After all, he is the commander-in-chief. The enemy is not a fool. They will not be so stupid that they will swarm them directly. Instead, they will rely on their absolute superiority to try to encircle our regiments and annihilate them in one fell swoop. There are also some special forces on the formation to guard against Mudan. The separation is not too close. I believe it is estimated that even if it is successfully encircled, they will only invest less than 20,000 troops or even less on the first front. Most of the troops will inevitably stay at a distance from the rear, and can support the front at any time. Stay on alert so you won't be wiped out by the enemy's large-scale ninjutsu. At the cost of sacrificing a small part of the combat power, we will try our best to directly consume the chakra of our strong, and even directly use the human sea tactics to deplete our active power. In this case, it would be a little troublesome. Golden Horn grinned. Gulin and Shishui also frowned. This is not just 1 or 2,000. But a whole ninja army of more than 60,000. Indeed, they consume all of their troops, which can be tens of thousands. So, they can only allow them to surround us, and then directly perform the technique of the flower and tree world, descending on the largest range, giving the enemy the greatest damage. Right? Honglian said, if I don't spare any energy, I can ensure that the range of Mudan is enough to kill and injure the enemy. But since there are enemies in all directions, we may not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. We need to use a large enchantment to isolate the pollen and protect ourselves. If she used Mudan to the fullest extent, she could completely exceed the enemy's expectations. Please don't worry about this. Our manpower has been prepared in advance, and we can use large enchantments at any time to prevent pollen from blowing in. Please don't worry. So be it. Gurren nodded and sat cross-legged. The battle just now consumes a lot of chakra, and needs time to recover. Next, please go to the front line to support you, Brother Shishui and Gold and Silver. Master Honglian, you only need to separate a wooden clone that can separate a single one. I can't wait. Hey. Kill all these guys. Fire escape middle. Ashes burn. Water escape middle. The art of water Dragon Ball. Done middle. False darkness. Done middle. Julie you all. Far away at the junction of Takino and Takino. Under a huge mountain, a fierce battle is taking place. Hundreds of ninjas under the Empire continued to fight together with allied forces several times their own. Clang. Glang. Boom. Rumble. Countless ninjutsu violently collided, gorgeous and shocking, and the terrain was changed. From time to time, someone fell in a pool of blood. Fragments and limbs splashed. Blood stained the battlefield. Bloody. A white figure was crisscrossing there. The short knife that emits white light is terribly fast. Like a terrifying beast, it showed its hideous white fangs, continuously harvesting the lives of those coalition forces, and changing its color. Damn it, Konoha White Fang. There is nothing wrong with the intelligence. He is really resurrected. Many coalition ninjas changed their colors directly and were startled by the terrifying figure. Boom! A giant wolf fell from the sky. The speed is swift and amazing, and it rushes out like a whirlwind. Brush it directly. Ignore the ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken that struck. Those ninjutsu with limited lethality couldn't break its defenses at all, and even the wings vigorously fluttered, rolled up the fierce hurricane, and blasted them back directly. Suddenly spit out a huge and fierce fireball, flooding a dozen coalition ninjas who had no time to escape, burning them into black cool earth. Escape middle. Crack in hell. A pair of huge and scarlet writing wheel eyes are very fascinating, and the Silver Wolf King's claws quickly form a seal, and the whole land suddenly cracks. A large number of coalition ninjas caught off guard, screaming and fell directly. In the next instant, the whole land was closed up, making the scalp numb. Psychic art on the enemy. There are several strong Shangren gritted their teeth, bite the fingers quickly to form a seal, and pressed them on the ground one after another. Large swaths of smoke filled. Roar. Several huge monsters of different shapes appeared and rushed towards the Silver Wolf King. On the other side of the battlefield, the storm was raging, and people couldn't open their eyes. Ha ha, this uncle can finally let go and destroy. The huge Shu laughed arrogantly there, and he directly created a huge desert. Flocked to the coalition forces that could not help but kill. Sandstorm burial. Roar, a monster with 7 tails and huge horns, resembling a dragonfly and a beetle, appeared in the distance, roaring there. Brush the blood basin open wide. At the speed visible to the naked eye, chakras of yin and yang cannot help but condense. Suddenly blasted straight towards Shu. Chapter 174. The Scorpion of Red Sand. Boom. Far in the City of Trees. Located in the office on the highest level of the central trunk, the huge water ball suspended in the center of the office reflected the scene of the battlefield where White Fang and White Wolf King were currently located. That's amazing. Is this the strength of the legendary Konoha White Fang? That chakra knife that emits white light. I've heard of it before, and I finally saw it with my own eyes today. The Silver Wolf King is also terrifyingly strong, so he can use those advanced ninjutsu so freely to face the siege of a few giant psychic beasts. Not only can he do well, he can even counterattack and gain the upper hand. It's rare. Not only were the two pretty secretaries, Yuzuki Yuga and Inuzuka Hana, but also Azuki and Temari gathered in the office of Hyuga Shinjuki, watching a show eating sunflower seeds there. Master Shinryu, can you directly monitor all the places in the ninja world? Looking at Hyuga Shinryu, who leaned on the office chair, raised her legs on the desk casually, and didn't worry about the battle at all, Yuzuki-san's beautiful eyes flashed with ripples, and she couldn't help asking softly. The incredible ability of this boss deeply shocked her. It was so easy to capture the situation on the battlefield. No, Baiya has long put the sensing light ball I gave him into the air, just like Zishui is in the Iron Kingdom, but the number is a little larger, and it can almost cover the entire battlefield. However, the retention time of the sensor light ball is only a few days, and there is a gap with the monitor after all. Hyuga Shinryu smiled and said, staring at the huge water polo, the Silver Wolf King who is fighting with several giants, but who has the upper hand. As its own masterpiece, its performance is not bad. Roar, the wolf howled. The sky. The wings spread out, and the huge beast body vacated. How? The sharp claws quickly formed a seal, shining with terrible, substantive lightning. Illuminated the entire battlefield. Shocking. Hey! It broke open the chest of a giant bear like lightning. Blood dripping. The giant bear wailed, turned directly into smoke and disappeared there. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? This is the Thunder Dance ninjutsu that was famous in the ninja world in the past. Rachel. It's not just the ninjas who were present at the scene being shocked. It was the White Tooth who had just finished the life of a Yanin Murakami, and couldn't help but shrink his pupils, staring at the Silver Wolf King. It's really a scary guy. Even such a technique can be used. This silver-white giant wolf is obviously very different from ordinary psychic beasts. As the pet of Hyuga Shinryu, he is not only proficient in wood escape and fire escape, but also proficient in thunder attribute ninjutsu. Even sleevel ninjutsu like Chi can be used. It is simply more amazing than the human strong. Hey! Chich. The Silver Wolf King didn't care if he was surprised. It rises from birth. The wings vibrate as fast as a meteor. Accompanied by the violent hurricane, the attack from behind was directly avoided. The speed is terribly fast, and the naked eye can't react to it. A pair of 3 gooey jade round eyes locked the other behemoth. In a blink of an eye, the claws that condensed the materialized thunder light blasted through the body of a giant wolf again. In the blood splashing, another smoke rushed up. Then, only you are left. At this time, the Silver Wolf King suddenly had a heartbeat. Without hesitation, he gave up attacking the last psychic beast, and retreated without thinking about it. Dust escape middle. Primary realm stripping technique. A terrifying light shot out in an instant, blasting where it stood before. Boom. The white light is dazzling, making people unable to look directly, suddenly left a shocking huge pit. Master Tukage. The ninjas of the coalition forces were very motivated and shouted in midair, I don't know when. A short figure, already floating there, looked very serious. 3 generations of Earth Shadow Onoki. White Fang's eyes were dignified. The whole body released a strong aura, pressing the ninjas nearby who wanted to busy him. They did not change their color and burst into cold sweat. Is this Konoha White Fang? Just kidding, this level of murderous. A coalition ninja looked at each other in amazement. The body couldn't stop shaking a little. Obviously, the other party didn't get serious at all before. White Fang rushed up with thunder and lightning, fast out of reach. Although he initially mastered the art of light and heavy rock, he could barely let himself fly. But he would not be stupid enough to fight in the air with Onogi, a powerful man who has already maneuvered the art of light and heavy rock freely and extremely flexible in the air. That is looking for death. The man who was once known as Konoha's White Teeth, you really have been resurrected. 3 generations of Tuaing's face was solemn, and his palms began to condense with a dazzling white enchantment. Konoha White Fang. Your opponent is me. At this time, 2 puppets attacked and cut off White Fang's path. An old woman appeared there, looking coldly at Konoha's White Teeth, her eyes showing undisguised hatred and murder. Chiyo? Bai Fang raised his eyebrows and recognized him. Of course he knew what the other party's deep hatred was, because I killed each other's son and daughter-in-law. Even the appearance of the other party was not so unexpected. Scarlet Writing Wheel eyes, staring at the other side. Swipe. In the sky, a black figure was coming at speed. The same quickly attracted the attention of the 3 generations of Tuaing, Chiyo and others, and people couldn't help frowning. That is, Chiyo's pupils shrink sharply. He yelled out, 3 generations of Fennying. What? 3 generations of Fennying? No? Hasn't that person disappeared for more than 10 years? Many coalition ninjas were shocked. I stared blankly at the past, only to see the black figure, which turned out to be a lifelike humanoid puppet, surrounded by sand and iron, combined into a huge black wing, and flew down. An ugly and short figure is attached to his back. The face is a little scary. Damn, who are you? Chiyo's face sank, furious. It was found that the 3 generations of Fennying who had disappeared for many years were made into puppets. And it was furious. Puppet Akatsuki. It is the 3rd generation of Tuaing. Cannot help but frown. His eyes were startled and uncertain, but he recognized the red cloud and black robe that belonged to the Xia organization. Long time no see, mother-in-law. At this time, the humanoid puppet fell heavily, raising a large amount of dust. A voice came from inside. Chiyo was shocked. He stared at the small figure that had fallen from the back of the 3 generations of Wind Shadowman puppets, and cried out without a voice, are you a scorpion? Okay. A hoarse voice came from Fliu with an ugly face. You guy, you really killed the 3 generations of Fennying. The excited Chiyo couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said angrily, although she had long suspected that the disappearance of the 3 generations of Fennying was related to her grandson, she did not expect that the red sand scorpion actually killed the 3 generations of Fennying, and even made it a puppet. It doesn't matter anymore. If you want to settle the account, please tell me later. Staring coldly at the front, the flashing white teeth all over, the red sand scorpion hiding in the scarlet who, calmly said to the grandmother of the 1,000 generations, can you give me this opponent? He is the only one I want to kill anyway. For him, I even disobeyed the organization's order and rushed over. Chapter 175, White Fang vs. Red Sand Scorpion. Boom. The Red Sand Scorpion shot directly. It doesn't matter whether Chiyo disagrees at all. Since childhood, both parents have died under the knife of Konoha and Baya. I lost my parents' love and loneliness and missed my parents deeply. His only obsession now is to kill the Konoha White Fang in front of him with his own hands and make it into an adult puppet to vent his hatred. Mother, please don't interfere. The red sand scorpion hiding in the scarlet who was quickly moved. The thin lines of chakra that could not be noticed by the naked eye shot out and quickly connected to the 3 generations of Fennying puppets, shouting in a low voice, Magnetic escape middle dot sand iron shoe. Following the action of the red sand scorpion, the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow Man puppet opened its mouth instantly, and dense black sand iron particles flew out of its mouth, shooting towards the white teeth. Tudun middle dot Julie U wall. Upon seeing this, Bai Fang's hands quickly formed seals, and his right palm slammed on the ground. Rumble. A thick rock wall suddenly rose from a short distance in front of White Fang, protecting it behind. Bang bang bang. Pieces of sand and iron bombarded the soil wall, extremely dense. In a moment, the thick earth wall has become shattered. Damn it. Chio gritted his teeth, staring unwillingly at the white teeth ahead. But after all, he chose to retreat and let the grandson of the Red Sand Scorpion deal with the opponent. Directly manipulated the puppets to kill and vent their hatred to those enemy ninjas. But keep an eye on the battle over there. After all, Konoha Baya is too famous. She has lost her son and daughter-in-law, and she does not want to lose her last grandson. Here terrifying blade light was dazzling. White Fang's speed was terribly fast, and it violently attacked the Red Sand Scorpion and the 3rd generation of Wind Shadowman puppets, and replied with the sand iron attack just now without showing any weakness. Cast unabatedly at the Scorpion of the Red Sand and the 3 generation Wind Shadow puppet. Magnetic escape middle dot sand iron flow wall. The thin lines of chakra were constantly being pulled, following the movements of the 3 generations of Fenying puppets. A black sand iron barrier stood in front of him and the 3 generations of Fenying puppets, defending the white teeth from the attack. However, White Fang rushed over. His figure flashed, and he directly crossed the sand iron barrier. Hey! Chakra's short knife exudes a white brilliance, accompanied by a blazing dazzling thunder light, smashed up. But in an instant, a large amount of sand and iron rushed up, blocked the firmly. King the powerful magnetic force made the white tooth's short knife tremble. Don't underestimate me, Konoha White Fang. The sand iron of the 3rd generation of Fenying can be said to be the nemesis of your kind of swordsman. The Red Sand Scorpion spoke coldly. A huge scorpion tail, shining with sharp cold light, shot out like lightning. Like a poisonous dragon, it stabbed the white tooth fiercely. King Jinti made a harsh sound. The dense poisonous needles pierced out violently, blasting through the white tooth's body. But in an instant, it turned into a puddle of mud. Stand-in. Chisha's scorpion's complexion changed. The blazing figure surrounding the electric light, bypassing the sand and iron of the 3rd generation of Fenying, before it can be split out in the future. The chakra knives in his hands suddenly came out uncontrollably, and his complexion couldn't help changing. In an instant he retreated violently. Sand iron not attack. With the amazing insight brought by the writing wheel, he moved and dodged there, and almost avoided their huge black triangular pyramid that was constantly violent attacks. Boom! The ground was blasted to pieces. Magnetic escape? What about the troublesome technique? The white teeth looked solemn as he looked at the chakra short knife that was still beating even though he was holding it hard. Without hesitation, he gave up using the knife. As a once famous powerhouse in the ninja world, he didn't know anything but sword skills. Sand Iron World method. At this time, another huge cone blasted over and collided with the black triangular pyramid. Driven by the terrifying repulsive force, the huge sand iron cone turned into countless cones of sand iron, like sand exploded, spreading densely in all directions. Even the sky is so alarming. Done middle dot ding by. Electric light flint room. Roads of extremely sturdy giant trees rushed out, turning into an oval shield, firmly shielding the white teeth inside. These sand and iron are highly poisonous. Even if they only touch a little bit, they will be fatal. Boom. Ah! Some ninjas who were too close screamed. Being bombarded by the dense sand and iron, she couldn't avoid it, and fell down one after another. Not only the ninja of the Empire, but also on the coalition side, the Red Sand Scorpion, as a traitor, has no scruples. Even Chio, who was already far enough away, had a slight change in expression and had to try his best to dodge. A pair of writing wheels turned. The white teeth quickly formed a seal with both hands and immediately launched a counterattack. Done middle. The tree realm is coming. Boom. One tree after another saplings broke through the soil. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into a towering tree. The violent attacks came directly from all directions, and the three generations of Fenning who had no time to dodge and the red sand scorpion who hid in the scarlet whose complexion changed greatly, a huge forest, as well as a large number of allied ninjas from various countries are shrouded in it. At this time, the three generations of Tuiying had just taken action to solve the Silver Wolf King flying in the distance. Swipe the space suddenly twisted. Three figures appeared there instantly. These guys? The expressions of Onoki, Shio and others couldn't help but change. Why are they here? How about the four generations of Reikage? Many coalition ninjas stared at Shishui and Brother Jinyin, a little surprised. Because, after the fourth generation Reikage, the four-tailed man Zulilozi, and the five-tailed man Zulihun were transmitted by the heavenly sending technique, there has been no news yet. Hey ha ha. The gold and silver brothers grinned, and sharp bone spurs appeared directly, and they immediately slammed the surrounding coalition forces. Finally, let go of your hands and feet to kill. And Uchiha Shishui, the pair of completely different kaleidoscope-writing round eyes, stared at the three generations of Dokujanogi in midair. Uchiha Shishui, how about the fourth generation of Reikage? Oyemu gritted his teeth and asked. He had a very bad premonition. Unfortunately, I have bad news for you. Shishui naturally didn't mind making enemies for Akatsuki, and said with a chuckle, your Enzuli, who was being watched by Akatsuki guys. As for whether the fourth generation Reikage can come back alive, I don't know this. What? The three generations of Tuiying Onoki and others all changed their faces. You don't have much time to lose your mind. The golden horn below, I don't know when to sneer at the third generation Tuiying. Suddenly incited the banana fan and attacked it. An extremely fierce, numbing hurricane, carrying countless wind blades, raged up in an instant. Onoki's complexion changed greatly. The whole person was torn to pieces, turned into countless crushed stone powder. Golden Horn couldn't help but sneered, is the soil substitute? Old lady, at such an old age, she still learns from other young people on the battlefield desperately. On the other side, with bone spurs all over his body, silver horns that looked like monsters. The lightning flashes at a very fast speed, directly dashing like a beast. He pierced a dozen or so allied ninjas who stood in front of him into a hedgehog. He grinned and rushed towards Chia, who was trying to manipulate the puppets to slaughter the enemy ninjas. Honestly, wait a few days before entering the soil. Isn't Anne very good? Dead people like you should stay underground, right? Hyundai, who was worried about their Eda Sand Scorpion, couldn't get away, gritted his teeth and responded coldly. But it also feels tricky. Not only does it have a writing wheel eye, amazing insight and dynamic vision, but also has 0.4 bones and veins, and also has the tail beast chakra. Such an opponent is undoubtedly difficult to entangle. It can even be said to restrain her puppetry. The whole person retreated at the same time. The 10 fingers jumped again and again, and the two puppets suddenly opened their mouths, spit out densely packed poisonous needles, pouring like raindrops toward the incoming silver horn. However, the next moment, a layer of red tail beast coat emerged directly from silver horn, ignoring the poisonous needles, and rushed up. The sharp bone spurs shot out and directly penetrated the headed puppet. The violent fist slammed into the sawdust. A large number of sharp bone spurs couldn't help but burst out, almost directly penetrating Chio, making him have to dodge in embarrassment. I don't know when a scroll appeared in his hand. There are 10 people near Song. As the violence exited, he quickly opened it. Boom, a puff of smoke filled. 10 puppets appeared. The thin chakra lines that were invisible to the naked eye quickly connected them. These 10 puppets, as if they were alive, all swept towards Silverhorn. Chapter 176 Tsunade vs Tsunade. Boom! The flames skyrocketed and the smoke billowed. After all, the puppet is just a puppet. Even if it maintains most of the chakra and combat power, it is no better than when he was alive. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow Man puppets were directly crushed by the large number of giant trees, turned into countless pieces of debris, and splashed out. Boom! Boom boom! As the sawdust splashed, countless poisonous needles burst open. The extremely sharp blade revolved and cutting off the huge wood that was entangled in a large amount. Within the crushed flue, a red young figure rushed out. What? The 1000-generation mother-in-law, who was blocking the attack of Silverhorn, caught a glimpse of the red sand scorpion that had not changed at all when it disappeared more than 10 years ago, and her pupils shrank sharply, shouted out in shock. Can't believe my eyes. Red sand scorpion. How could it be so young? In Hyuga Shiniyuki's office, Temari was a little shocked and couldn't help but lose his voice. Looking at the red young figure reflected on the water polo, his face was full of disbelief. Huh? Hongdu, Moyuxin and others looked at each other in surprise. The scorpion of red sand was already a well-known genius puppet master in Shane Village more than 10 or 20 years ago. Even if you have a lot of money, you should be in your 30s. 28 fixed his eyes on the scorpion of the red sand, Temari explained, but his current appearance, it looks like he is only 15 or 6 years old. What you see is just a puppet, but he has done a special treatment, so it looks lifelike. Hinata Shinayu sitting there said lightly, the scorpion of red sand has already changed himself into a puppet. Only the heart is left. In other words, apart from breaking his heart, otherwise he would be immortal. What? Turn yourself into a puppet? It's crazy enough. Yuzuki Uion, in Yuzuko Hana, Red Bean and other women could not help being shocked. I only feel some scalp tingling. How ruthless is it to transform yourself into a puppet? For the battle on this battlefield, Hyuga Shinayu did not have much interest. In the end, Shisui had too much pupil power consumption due to previous battles, and he would not be able to directly kill Shang Yemu. And the strength of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn against Chio and those miscellaneous fishes, naturally there can be no problems. As for White Fang, if even the scorpion of the red sand cannot be solved, then just die on the battlefield. It is not worth his attention. As Hyuga Shinayu made a seal with one hand. Brush the scene changes with the huge water polo. Kill all these guys. Art fire escape ho fireball. Water escape middle dot the art of water dragon ball. Fang done middle dot fang chi. Boom. R dot 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 R. On the other side of the battlefield. The two camps are fighting each other, shouting to shake the sky. The gorgeous ninjutsu was colliding, and it was also accompanied by a scream of blood and blood. The ninja coalition led by Tsuyumi Ming confronted the imperial force led by Tsunade, who was teleported to the battlefield through the thunder formation technique jointly performed by Shiran Yui Genma and Kane Zarai. There is an astonishing gap in the strength of the two sides. The Empire's camp and retreat. But there are still many casualties. Shui done middle dot waterfront wall. The huge water column was blasted to pieces by a violent fist. People can't help but sweat. The water splashed all over the sky, crashing down. The long skirt had so much moisture. Her brown hair was dangled, her face was solemn, she couldn't help retreating violently, dodging Tsunade's step-by-step approaching, constantly banging fists. The medical sage admired by countless medical ninjas has always maintained the appearance and figure of his youth. It is an enviable ability. The right eye was covered by the falling hair, and a somewhat mysterious Tsuyumi chuckled. However, one of the dignified three ninjas, the granddaughter of the original Naruto Senju Yuma, succumbed to the destruction of her grandfather's creation. The chief culprit in the village is disgusting. Although it is impossible to be stupid enough to head with Tsunade's strange power, as the 5th generation Suikage, her physical skills are not bad, and she fought back from time to time. It seemed very relaxed, but the left eye that was exposed was solemn. It has nothing to do with you. Tsunade's brows throbbed. and he responded coldly. Suddenly, a punch smashed the entire area of Yuan. Countless rubble rushed up, and smoke filled it, struggling to punch and smash the body of Trumi Ming, who was a little staggered. But the beautiful figure that was blown out turned into a puddle of water in an instant. Water body? It's an honor to accidentally melt a wonderful woman like you. I don't know when. Trumi Ming appeared under a big tree. His hands had already been sealed, and he suddenly launched an attack towards Tsunade. The art of melting and melting monsters. A large amount of strongly corrosive solution was poured over the sky to melt it, making people sweat. Melt escape? His complexion changed. Tsunade quickly made seals and pressed it on the ground. Dun middle. Julie wall. Boom. The extremely thick rock wall was corroded by the terrifying solution in a blink of an eye, making it chilling. But Tsunade also won the time in an instant, so he violently withdrew and distanced himself from the opponent. The scene is quite spectacular. The waves are rough and rough. The strange power of Tsunade-sama is really terrifying. There is also the melting. It is estimated that it will cause big trouble if it gets a little bit. Yuzuki Yuan and Inuzuka Hana couldn't help swallowing. This is Shuai Miming. Looking at the water polo, Trumi Ming was beautiful and moving, sitting on the side with a big smile, holding the red bean soup in one hand and the red beans watching the show with the balls in the other. He couldn't help but squint at Hinata Shinayu, teasing. You look so beautiful, don't you feel tempted? She didn't believe that Hyuga Shinayu would let such a beautiful woman go. Chapter 197, with both strength and beauty, and so charming, it is simply a stunner, too easy to cause a man's desire to conquer, and she will be excited when she is replaced. This man with absolute power is not the kind of guy who will shrink from fear of the opponent's strength. Hyuga Shinayu touched her chin, commenting on her head and feet there. After all, it is a water shadow, and there are two kinds of blood inheritance limits, namely, melting and boiling, and it is not so easy to be solved. Although in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade is not bad, but the attack method is a bit single after all. Enjoy this shock duel with great interest. How could the battle between those big men and two half-done old women and bad old men be as eye-catching and magnificent as the collision between two extremely outstanding women? But speaking of it, compared to the skinny body a dozen years ago, Trumi Ming has really grown a lot over the years. He also didn't shy away from the presence of Azuki Beans and the others. He couldn't help but chuckled. To be honest, in terms of his taste in clothes, Trumi Ming, who looks very sexy in a blue strapless long dress, is indeed a few streets away from Tsunade, who is wearing the green coat with the word gambling. If it hadn't been for the hot figure and the beautiful face to support the clothes, Tsunade's somewhat rustic outfit would really reduce points. Tsunade-sama has just merged those genes. I'm afraid he won't be able to master the power of the first generation Naruto soon, right? Even if it can be used, the power can't be as great. After all, the time is still too short. The 177th chapter is promising. Terrible crack. On the ever-changing battlefield, the tragic fighting continued, and the defense line of the Imperial camp was constantly being pushed back, and the loss was not small. But on the other side, in the battle between the two women, the others couldn't easily intervene. Guru. Many ninjas on both sides couldn't help sweating as they looked at the ground that was constantly being bombed and the boulders flying around. This kind of weird power only needs to be hit with a punch, and it will be abolished without death. Boom. Boom. The violent fist kept banging on Trumi, turning it into a pool of water splashing out. Are they all water bodies? Without looking back, a fist suddenly blasted out an attacking water body. Tsunade frowned, surprised. He looked around, one after another with watery bodies. The eyes can't help but condensed suddenly. I don't know when. Behind a lush bush, a figure was hiding there. Over there. Tsunade jumped up suddenly, ignoring the other water bodies, and the speed was terribly fast. Straight towards Trumi. Although I really want to fight you arrogantly, we must never lose in this cruel war. Trumi looked at Tsunade in front of him, and said with a smile, after all, Mudun's power is very daunting. Yeah? I don't know when. A dozen ninjas from Yanin village are not far from her. He took out a strange scroll and spread it out on the ground. Amazingly, it is a weird huge topographic map. Soil escape middle dot positive change. As he bit his fingers one after another, Chikage pressed on it. Boom. Throwing a fist at Tsunade Terumi. His expression couldn't help but change. Boom, the earth roared. Smoke and dust are everywhere, and rocks are splashing. The huge and heavy mountains rise constantly to the sky, tens of meters high. The terrain of the entire huge battlefield began to change. It is intricate, forming a labyrinth of passages, and even forming a closed cave. Not only the Empire's troops, but the ninja troops of the coalition forces, are all caught in it. This is obviously a superlative soil escape ninjutsu regardless of enemy and us. It is specially designed to change the terrain and prevent the power of Mu done to the greatest extent. Then directly use the crowd tactics, and consume all the people led by Kotsuna. Boiling escape middle dot the art of dead fog. Tsunade, who had already appeared in the cave, had no time to react to the scene before him. Terumi Ming, who suddenly appeared not far away, had already quickly sealed, and could not help spitting out extremely hot boiling gas. There. Tsunade rushed forward thinking about it. Hiss. But in an instant, the white and shiny arms only felt burnt by the terrible mist, and they were constantly corroding. The whole person's complexion changed. In an instant he retreated violently. Suddenly collapsed the upper rock wall, blocking the intrusion of boiling gas. Boiled escape? Tsunade looked ugly, his left palm couldn't help but with a soft green light, and he pressed his burned and bloody right shoulder. It's really a troublesome ability. The terrible pain made her frown deeply. Yin seal middle dot solution. Tsunade is very decisive. In order not to affect combat power. On the forehead, the yin seal appeared directly, and he unlocked it. The endless stream of chakras burst out from the seal between their brows. Ninfa middle dot creation and rebirth. As she set her seal, her right shoulder, which was burnt to blood and could hardly be used normally. The wound could not heal itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's shocking. It's useless. I know you can't be trapped here, but your subordinates are not necessarily. Terumi Mei's voice was vague, unable to determine its exact location. After all, it is in the ground tens of meters deep. It is not easy to use soil to dig out. Maybe, you will just collapse the rock wall and bury yourself in it. The next moment, the surrounding rock walls suddenly turned into a spacious passage, as if they were alive. The extremely hot boiling gas, while corroding the rock walls, couldn't help but float in. Along the passage, there were screams that made people's scalp numb, coming one after another. Tsunade couldn't help but change color suddenly, and couldn't help gritting his teeth. Damn it. One after another, violently smashed the rock wall blocking the front. Countless boulders continue to crash down. The loud noise was constant and the tremors continued to make people sweat. Tsunade-sama, stop talking, follow me. Be careful behind. Yes. The channel is constantly being punched through. A dozen people were trapped, and the ninja who originally belonged to Konoha was rescued and followed her. What a terrifying fist cracked the rocks. Even if the power was controlled, the passage almost collapsed. Several ninjas in Yanin village who were invisible in the rock wall screamed and were blasted into a bloody, inhuman form. At the moment, outside, a green silhouette of Kianli arrived on the battlefield at some unknown time, fast as lightning. Between the splashes of blood, several misty ninjas that rushed up were directly killed. I really have made perfect preparations, even such a large-scale ninjutsu. The three-hook jade in Honglian's eyes turned, his expression unchanged. Although it is only a wooden clone, but against you miscellaneous fish, enough. In an instant, the scarlet eyes of the whole person changed and turned into beautiful patterns. A huge purple armor giant directly guarded his whole person. An extremely sharp chakra lightsaber appeared in his hand. That is, Guren's armor attracted the attention of the few enemy ninjas who did not fall into it. Relying on not weak perception ability, locked the position with many enemies, Guren manipulated Suzuo no, and without hesitation, He slashed toward the underground. The terrifying and fierce slash shot suddenly from the sword's front. Boom! The earth was split directly, and countless huge rocks collapsed. A coalition ninja hiding there screamed. Either be directly turned into fly ash by the terrible huge slash, or be killed by the collapsed giant rock, or fall into the bottomless abyss. An exaggerated huge crack, traversing hundreds of meters, makes the scalp numb. What a power this is! A small part of them did not sink into the ground, but the coalition forces and the ninjas of the Empire who were fighting on the ground couldn't help but open their mouths wide and could not speak. Tayumim, who had just come out, witnessed this scene, and her pupils shrank sharply. There was a cold sweat far in the city of trees. Inside the office on the top floor of the central giant tree, Red Beans, Timari, and Yuzu-Kiksun all couldn't help but sweat their heads, which was unbelievable. It's just a clone, it actually has such an exaggerated power. Hongdu muttered. Compared with the other's pupil power, her writing wheel eyes, which could not even reach the 3 jade, were insignificant. God's sword, also known as a large number of swords, can split a large mountain with a single swipe. Hinata Shinjuki directly said, "This is a spiritual weapon attached to the Red Lotus Susanoo. The main destruction is comparable to the 10-fist sword of Uchiha Itachi, which is mainly used for sealing, but it is more focused on attack. This level is actually nothing. If she is amazing enough, in the future, she will be able to open Suzuo no to a full body form. Then the destructive power will be much exaggerated than it is now." Chapter 178 Terumi Ming's uneasiness killed. Damn it, fight with them. Fire escape middle. Ashes burn. Wind escape middle. Scythe of weasel. Boom. Clang. Glang. Accompanied by screams and noisy gold and iron cross coking. Shouts of killing. The fierce fighting and confrontation continued to echo on the devastated battlefield. Ninja coalition forces continued to pour in for support, and more people fell in a pool of blood. Broken fingers and broken bodies were everywhere, and the entire battlefield was stained with blood. One after another, shockingly huge cracks stretched across here like an abyss, making the scalp numb. Thousands of ninjas previously led by Tsunade suffered heavy losses here, and a third of the personnel had been sacrificed or seriously injured, and had lost the ability to fight again. The dense army of slugs all stuck to the Empire's troops there and healed them. Otherwise, the loss is obviously greater. But because of the joining of Gulian, the loss of the coalition forces was almost twice that of their own. Boom! With a violent punch, a smashed shinobu blasted off. That Shangren directly turned into mud. In a blink of an eye, more coalition ninjas rushed up to Dun middle. Uia spike. In a blink of an eye, one after another sharp thorns rushed out of the ground, almost piercing Tsunade's entire body into a hedgehog. Feng Dun middle. Fenki. Several ninjas from Shane village, waving their Thrista fans together, swept out extremely sharp wind blades towards Tsunade, who was still relieved in the future. Water escape middle. The art of water Dragon Ball. Done middle. False darkness. A dozen ninjas from the coalition forces cooperated with each other to perform Shui Dun and Dun, biting each other. He didn't intend to give Tsunade a chance to breathe. In the rear, there are more coalition ninjas, constantly rushing up. Boom! A fist hit the ground, lifting the whole land up. Block the ninjutsu that can't help but blast. These guys, they want to exhaust our chakras, because they have to treat too many people and are constantly fighting with high intensity. The consumption is not small, and Tsunade can't help but gritted his teeth. Tsunade-sama, don't worry. Just slowly shrink the line of defense to minimize our losses. The voice of Yamanaka Keiichi echoed in Tsunade's mind. Gurenzama's chakra has almost recovered. Then we only need to let the enemy forces surround our troops. A large number of ninjas kept coming in successively, but not all of them gathered together to prevent the damage of large-scale ninjutsu to the greatest extent, purely to exhaust their chakras. The 5th generation Shui Ying Zhao Meiming had already retreated to the rear command. He made up his mind that even if he sacrificed part of his combat power, he would weaken the powerhouses like Tsunade and Guren to the greatest extent. Always maintain a certain strength advantage, but not to exceed too much, and fight with one's own side, continuously supporting. It's a headache. What? The sharp crystal knife easily penetrated the bodies of the two Sans. At the same time, Guren, who was besieged by dozens of ninjas and retreated from the battle, moved smoothly. But the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has already been closed. Endless. A pair of writing wheels kept turning there. Guren jumped up, avoiding the hand grabbed from under his feet. Unceremoniously, he directly sent out a few sharp crystal shurikens. At the same time, they suddenly blocked two sharp ninja swords that were smashing straight forward. What? In a big ninja village, even with special ninjas, there won't be too many ninjas at the ninja level. Most of the enemy's tens of thousands of troops are middle and lower forbearance. But these Zongren who have mastered some not weak physical arts or low-level ninjutsu, it's nothing if there are few people. If there are many people, it can actually be said to be very difficult. After all, even for ninjas like them, their physical strength is not so strong that they can ignore the damage of kunai, shuriken, ninjutsu, etc. And they will still get hurt if they are careless. Forgot to notify you, Lord Ropeki. They have already entered the battlefield. Gaara, Junmaro, Kiguya Shinichi, Uzumaki Runosuke, and others have all rushed to the front of each side to support. Is the rope tree here? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She doesn't know how strong this stupid brother is now, but she vowed to say that he can already master the power of Nine Tails, and he won't be weak in the future. I also have some expectations, how strong my brother will be. Before leaving, Hyuga Shinryu actually said that she would not be the opponent of the rope tree that broke out with all his strength. So what about White Fang? Master Shuamao is fighting the Red Sand Scorpion and has the upper hand. Sitting in the commander's tent and monitoring the overall situation, Yamanaka Keiichi responded directly through the secret technique of the Mountain Clan. But the three generations of Tukage and Chio are very cunning, and they did not fight against Shishui, but with you. Similarly, using the human sea tactics to try to continuously consume his chakra and physical strength. On the other fronts, the losses are not too great, but the enemy's offensive is very fierce, pressing on every step of the way. On a high mountain, an elite from Uin village, Shangnin, said to Tsurumi who was standing there watching the whole picture, Shu Ying's armor, it seems that our plan is going well. Don't be careless, let alone take any chances. Before the war is over, there may be variables. Tsurumi Ming was not too optimistic. Looking at the ninja who couldn't help falling, his white fists clenched subconsciously. Damn Akatsuki organization. It happened to take advantage of the fire at this time to rob. Gritting his silver teeth, that glamorous, sullen face showed dignity and solemnity, and asked in a deep voice, is the headquarters still unable to contact Reikage and the others? No, but please don't worry. Master Ilaozang, who is in charge of command, has sent tens of thousands of troops to support. With the strength of Reikage-sama and the others, even if the Xiao organization is stronger, when our reinforcements arrive, there should be no problem. After all, they didn't directly press all their troops into the battlefield, and they themselves were several times the ninja troops of the Empire. At this time, tens of thousands of troops were allocated, and there was actually not much pressure. The strength of the human column is an important strength for our side. If all of them are captured, our advantage will be greatly reduced in the face of Hyuga Shinryu. Tsurumi Ming twisted her eyebrows, her green eyes were solemn, and she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Also, those guys in Akatsuki's organization, catching the tail beast at this time always make people a little uneasy. Those guys, but the culprit who has manipulated the 4 generations of Mizuka Jiara, set off the blood fog policy, and constantly weakened the power of Uin village, must be planning something. It's not good. Master Shuai, a sensor-wearing equipment and responsible for keeping in touch with the headquarters, sweated coldly. There is news from the headquarters that there is a very large chakra, which is quickly approaching our battlefield. It's probably the nine-tailed man's Ulai. The chakra is similar to the Gold and Silver Brothers, but it's bigger. What? 9-tailed man's you lie. Not only the allied ninjas present, but Terumi Ming couldn't help but change his expression. Chapter 179 9 Llama Mode. Brush. In a forest, a flaming golden figure leapt forward quickly. The whole person burns like a flame, with a pattern of goo appearing on his body. Hey, kid. Yin attribute Kyubi asked. Do you feel it? Well, sister's situation doesn't seem to be great. It's wonderful. Senju Ropeshu kept rushing on the road, gritted her teeth and said, can't let her consume more chakras, otherwise she will become senile. There is no way, although the final plan is still to be surrounded by enemy groups, and then Gurenzama will perform a wide range of techniques. Yamanaka Keiichi's voice echoed in Senju's mind, but Tsunade the grown-ups can't watch their own ninjas fall down one after another, and they will not hesitate to spend chakra to treat them. I know that even me would do that. Senju Rope-tree clasped his hands tightly. Boom! At this time, the big tree at the foot suddenly exploded. In the entire forest, large areas are constantly exploding. The fire is soaring, and the smoke is billowing. Did you die? Hey, it should be dead. A dozen ninjas from the coalition army appeared quietly, looking at the smoke-covered area ahead. No. Not yet. A Yanin made a seal with one hand, not yet finished. His complexion changed a lot. Boom! The golden figure flashed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Everyone's complexion changed drastically. But there is still time to react. Chidori. The intense and dazzling thunder light kept shining. In an instant, it blasted through the head of the man's chest, making him speechless. Spiral Lianwen. At the same time, several huge chakra hands came out in an instant. One after another, the blue chakra balls visible to the naked eye appeared, and they blasted on the other coalition ninjas who had no time to dodge. All this happens only in the electric light and flint. Boom! Ah! The figures flew out screaming. But there are also a few that are far away, lucky to dodge. This bastard. So fast, I can't react at all. Looking at the undamaged golden figure with great anger, she couldn't help showing a trace of terror and dread. Sure enough, after entering the 9 Llama mode, I can do a lot of things easily. Thousands of birds are condensed on the hands of the Kaienzu rope tree, and a pair of goo jade writing wheels staring at the few survivors charged up like lightning. King. I couldn't see the other person's figure clearly. The headed Mizuki ninja, the ninja sword that had been cut out had already been broken by life. The astonishing dun pierced his heart, vomiting blood. Looking at each other in disbelief, with fear. Such a speed. The remaining two survivors broke out in a cold sweat, but they gritted their teeth and rushed up instantly. Hey! Senjutsu Nosu pulled out his bloody right hand, and a jump directly avoided the cutting blade. The figure suddenly flashed, and once again penetrated one's chest. I have no time to grind with you here. A chakra arm rushed out violently and grabbed the other person, smashed it hard to the ground. Boom! What the earth roared. The smoke rose, and the Senju rope tree did not stay. Ran forward again. Naturally, Tsunade and others could not see this scene. However, it happened to fall into the eyes of Hyuga Shinjuki and Azuki Beans. Guru Timari was a little unbelievable and lost his voice. Just in such a moment, so many people have been resolved. Her brother Gari used to be the same person. But compared with the other party, it is too far behind. That kind of speed is too amazing. In the previous coalition team, the leader was definitely a strong man at the ninja level, but he couldn't react at all, and was instantly killed by Chidori with Chidori by the Chidori rope tree. Is this the power of Kyubi? Yuzuki Uion and Inu's Yukaka were a little sluggish. They have generally understood the strength of the Senju rope tree, and it is hard to say whether Kakashi is as strong or not without using Kakashi. The previous exaggerated performance may be easy for Honglian, who has a kaleidoscope of writing wheels. But even Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, can't do that level, right? This hasn't really turned into a tail beast. If it is a tail beast, I am afraid it will be even more exaggerated. This is just an appetizer. Paying attention to the performance of the Senju rope tree, Hinata Shinjuki, who was still satisfied, explained, The nine tails are the strongest tail beast, even if it is only half of the yin attribute. The nine tails have the power to surpass the eight-tailed bull ghost. Of course, to be able to master the power of nine tails so quickly, I have to say that the rope tree boy does have this talent. This is why he wanted to seal the yin attribute nine tails in the Senju rope tree. The simpler the mind and the less circling people, it can be said that the easier it is to get the approval of the tail beast. Really achieve spiritual communication and mutual understanding. Of course, even with the power of the nine tails, it is useless if you don't know how to use it. Senju rope tree can easily manipulate so many chakra tails at the same time, and display multiple spiral pill attacks, which shows that chakra's control power is quite strong. It is a pity that the time is too short, and the war is coming too fast, and there is no time for him to settle down and practice. Otherwise, there may be a more amazing performance. But this cruel battlefield is undoubtedly a catalyst for strength improvement. However, he has not really cooperated with nine tails before becoming a beast. If he enters a state of complete tail beastization, he can have 5 or 6 minutes. I believe it is already the limit. Seeing Hyuga Shinai looking at the golden figure above the water ball, with one hand resting his chin, he seemed to be thinking about something. Moyuxin couldn't help being a little surprised, and couldn't help but ask softly, "Master Shinai, what are you thinking?" Slightly squinting, Hinata Shiniuki didn't mean to hide it, and showed an inexplicable chilly smile. "I was thinking, if Tsunade was killed directly in front of him on the battlefield, this kid would be angry. I won't start a kaleidoscope to write round eyes directly from the state of the double-hook jade. Even if you can't open the kaleidoscope, you won't have a problem with the three-ga jade." After hearing these words, Azuki Beans, Temari, Inuzu Kohana, and others all stared at Hyuga Shinai. I couldn't help but shudder, and mourn for Senju and Tsunade. Chapter 180. Unspeakable anger. Boomer Yanren screamed, his chest collapsed and flew straight out. Tsunade and Guren, led by the ninjas of the Empire, were constantly crushed by the coalition forces and reinforcements that were several times their own. Damn, these guys are really cunning enough. Tsunade dodges the attacking ninja, catching a glimpse of the ninja coalition side, and people are constantly backing back. But soon a large number of ninjas were added. Relying on the number advantage, let those chakras and those with sufficient physical strength replace those ninjas on the front line who consume too much chakras. I could not help gritted his teeth. Even though slugs were channeled out, and using techniques such as slug middle gang healing and healing, the treatment of their own personnel was far from reaching their limits. But continuing, it is also a great consumption and burden. So far, she can be said to have been sweating. Because of the continuous fighting and the constant use of strange power punches, the physical exertion was not small, and there was some breathing. "Tsunade, it's me." At this time, far in the City of Trees, Hyuga Shinai made a seal. His voice suddenly echoed in Tsunade's mind. "Huh? Shinai?" Tsunade raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. "You bastard, why are you contacting me at this time?" She didn't think it was too strange that Hyuga Shinai left chakra on her body and could contact herself at any time. Because even the patriarch of the mountain clan, Yamanaka Heiichi, can contact him through family secrets from a very long distance, and the means of the guy Hyuga Shinai has reached an incredible level, being able to directly from a position as far away as the City of Trees. It's no surprise to communicate with her. However, Tsunade's attitude is obviously not good. Those who sacrificed their own ninjas were all caused by that guy's reluctance to take action personally, and even deliberately manipulated the direction of the war. Otherwise, the Imperial camp would not be able to suffer such a large casualty at all, and she couldn't help but itch with anger. In any case, except for the Otonin brought by Kaidashi, most of the Imperial forces came from Konoha. Even if she succumbed, Uhixiang Shinai, but she does not blame them. The strength of that man has become desperately strong. It is a wise choice to be willing to give in and survive. Not to mention that Hyuga Shinjuki's identity as a Konoha hero in the past has a great appeal in itself. For most Konoha ninjas, no matter how loyal to each other, the nature is different from direct after all. Refuge in an enemy country. Therefore, she was unwilling to watch them sacrifice on the battlefield, and did not hesitate to use them to treat those people. Konoha was destroyed, and the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya were also mercilessly killed by Hinata Shinjuki, which made her feel a little bit overwhelmed. Had it not been for the other party to resurrect her favorite brother Senjunosuke, she would have spent her life fighting the man, let alone working for him. Your chakra should be enough to treat fatal injuries, right? Hanguen. Avoiding the cut blade and a dozen shurikens, he slammed it backward with a fierce fist. Tsunade, who flew out a misty mist, asked in his mind, "It's still enough. What's wrong?" "The rope tree is about to go to the battlefield. I will inform you the moment he arrives." You deliberately bought a flaw and got hurt to the point once. The more miserable the better. Unlike Senjutsuji, who still doesn't know the secret of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, Tsunade has already heard Hyuga Shinjuki mention it, and couldn't help but be surprised. You want to use this method to stimulate the tree and let him right wheel eyes evolve again? He is your brother, and you also help that kid can become stronger. In the City of Trees, Hinata Shinjuki, leaning on an office chair, looked at the golden figure that didn't live in the forest and said calmly, "I've told you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it is up to you. I want to verify whether it is possible for him to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel." "You guy, really sinister enough." "It is good." Tsunade gritted his teeth. "It's about her younger brother, and Senjuno's also has the genes of her grandfather's first generation of Naruto. That amazing cell vitality. Even if the kaleidoscope is opened, she won't be blinded easily by overusing it. She naturally doesn't need it." Too worried. Once lost this younger brother, Tsunade said that he didn't want anything to happen to him. In this cruel world, only the stronger the strength can protect oneself. It's just to cooperate with the acting scene. This is naturally not a problem for her. If the chakras are not enough, don't do it. I can directly transmit some chakras to you remotely. Don't worry about aging due to excessive chakra consumption. Hyuga Shinjuki smiled lightly. This is the special place of chakra, similar to the nature of the shadow clone, which can be connected by air. He has left chakras on the opponent, and now he only needs to adjust his chakras to adapt to Tsunade's form to infinitely fill blue for him. In the comic, Naruto Uzumaki is like this, providing Nine-Tails Carrot protects those who are not qualified to participate in that level of war in the Ninja Alliance War and the Five Scums. It is good. Although Tsunade didn't know exactly how the opponent did it, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Her chakra volume is not so much. If she suffers too many fatal injuries, she will definitely become old after the war. She doesn't want others to see herself in that state. Intentionally or unintentionally, Tsunade, who was angry because of the killing of his own personnel, went directly to a place with many enemies and killed him. Damn bastard. The terrible fist of strange force cracked the ground. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, it collapsed in an instant, and rocks splashed. A ninja from the coalition was unsteady. It fell directly. Earth escape Earth movement core. However, Tsunade hasn't waited for Tsunade to make up his sword. Several people in the distance, Yanren, who is proficient in earth escape, directly formed seals and pressed the ground. A huge hill rose directly, giving those coalition ninjas a foothold, allowing more people to escape Tsunade's strange power fist. Boom. Raging fist. He hit a Yanren so that his chest collapsed, vomiting blood, and flew out. Tsunade couldn't help gasping for breath. His head was sweaty, and he looked tired and unbearable. Hateful. Humphrey healed too many people at the same time, and kept using strange power punches. Chakra consumed too much. Let's go together. One of the 3 ninjas, but so. Pure done. Ghost lantern. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Boom. Upon seeing this, a ninja from the coalition army rushed up. The overwhelming shuriken and kunai accompanied the gorgeous ninjutsu, and they couldn't help pouring over, but Tsunade violently blasted the ground open and blocked it. It's done. At this time, it was not yet time for Tsunade to relax. The two coalition forces, Shinin, suddenly emerged from the ground, making Tsunade's face changed by surprise. They are extremely fast. 2.7 The red lotus in the distance couldn't help changing its color, but it was too late to help. Chish, chuck. The sharp ninja sword, one after another. Wow! It pierced Tsunade's heart and lungs directly, making his pupils widen, and he was stunned in disbelief, vomiting blood. Sister. At this time, a golden figure swept at an alarming speed rushed to the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, the whole person stood there. How could this be? Seeing Tsunade, who was covered in blood and pierced back and forth by a sharp ninja, couldn't help shaking. Sister unspeakable anger. In a pair of blood-colored eyes, the black goo turned into an afterimage. I don't know when, another goblin jade appeared in each of the left and right A's, forming a 3-goblin jade, and the pupil power is increasing at an astonishing speed. Chapter 181 The Evolution of Failure. Sister unspeakable anger. The 3-goo jade is turning vigorously there. This unknown chakra ... Boy, calm down. The increasing pupil power caused the inattribute Nine-Tails in his body but was a little frightened, and he couldn't help but remind loudly. However, the Senjutsu rope tree is unheard of. The anger and killing intent on his face suddenly flashed. He rushed to Tsunade's front in an instant, before the two Kamenindo had time to escape. A terrifying electric light blasted from his hand in an instant, piercing the chest of the two of them. Everyone was stunned. Did you really kill her? And the strength of that guy. Not only his own ninja, even the enemy is no exception. Even Trumi Ming, who is watching the battle with a telescope on the mountain, can't help but shrink his pupils. Some can't believe that Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, was killed like this. He was even more shocked by the strength displayed by the figure who was suspected of being the Nine-Tailed July. Tsunade-sama. Damn, these bastards. Tsunade had a high prestige in the Empire's army, not to mention how many people had been saved on the battlefield this time, and he did not hesitate to spend his chakra to heal everyone. After 3 consecutive binoculars turned 19 red, the sentiment was infuriated. Sister, don't scare me. You will be fine. Senjunosuke looked at Tsunade, who was pierced by the sharp blade, and couldn't stop the tears flowing, and shouted excitedly there. He was at a loss and lost his previous calmness. Doctor, where is the doctor? Senjunosuke yelled at his ninja there. 2 medical ninjas rushed up quickly. But seeing Tsunade's injuries, his pupils shrank sharply, and was shocked. I'm very sorry, Tsunukai-sama. Tsunade-sama's injuries. It's really. Some can't say it, but he is really helpless. The rope tree ... Wow. Tsunade touched the head of the rope tree weakly, and he couldn't help bleeding in his mouth. He was a little weak. It's useless. The heart and lungs were pierced at the same time. My chakra consumes too much, and I can't regenerate. No, sister, you will be fine. Senju Ropeshu shook his head, and couldn't help crying. His scarlet A's, looking at Tsunade, thought of something, as if he had grasped the last straw. By the way, Lord Shinryu must have a way to save you. Let's go find him now. No, even if I die, I will never ask that man again. Tsunade was extremely weak, coughing up blood, full of hatred, and said, the treasures and villages left by Grandpa were ruined by that bastard ... Cough cough. Even if he died, I would never forgive him. If not, he used you to threaten me, I would never give in to him. Cough cough. Master Shinryu. Senju Rope Tree stood stiffly in place. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Jinryu would use herself to threaten her sister Tsunade and let her serve him. I just feel that the whole world is going to collapse. Remember, Rope Tree ... Cough cough. Don't let that man touch me, otherwise even if my sister is alive, she will never forgive you. From now on you are alone, and you have to ... live on. Coughing up blood, Tsunade's pale-faced voice became smaller and smaller. becoming inaudible. He closed his eyes weakly. I fell down there, lost the life fluctuation. Senju rope tree stayed there, still motionless. The whole person stared at Tsunade's body in a daze. Sister, sister, huh? The yin attribute 9 tails in his body seemed to have noticed something. His eyes flashed. I clearly sensed that there is a very special but familiar chakra lurking in the woman's body. It is very concealed. If it is not very close, it will not even feel it. Tsunade-sama, damn, fight with them. Vengeance for Tsunade-sama. Let the morale of those own parties that have been steadily retreating because of the continuous defeat, and even more because of the large number of enemies, and the morale that has been slumped. The moment Tsunade fell, it became unprecedentedly high because of extreme anger. With tears in his eyes are red. They rushed to those coalition forces as if they were not afraid of death. Not far away, Guren, who had just been told the truth, silently looked at Tsunade, who was lying there. This act is to take the opportunity to say everything in your heart. Right? The City of Trees. Inside the office on the top floor of the central giant tree, Yuzuki Uion, in Yuzuka-hana, Azuki-bin and others looked at the Senjutsu rope tree, who had been there on the battlefield, and Tsunade, who had lost the breath of life, all speechless, failed. Hyuga Shinaya looked at the 3 Go-Jade in Senju's eyes, and sensed the pupil power that was still unceasingly increasing. But he couldn't help but shook his head. It really wasn't that easy. He could feel that although the pupil power of Senju rope tree was constantly increasing, it still could not reach the level of qualitative change. However, Tsunade, who deliberately said those words, wanted to take the opportunity to test how far the rope tree was controlled by me. Is there a chance to get rid of my control? Most of the spiritual seeds planted have cracks. In this world, the most difficult thing to manipulate is the human will. Even other gods cannot truly and permanently manipulate a person with a strong will, or a strong faith. He narrowed his eyes, but didn't care. Even Senju rope tree got rid of his influence. But in fact, the 2 brothers and sisters are deeply concerned about each other and don't want each other to be hurt at all. After understanding the huge gap between the 2 sides, it is difficult to betray, and it is impossible to escape the palm of his hand. Kill, go on, everyone. Take revenge for Tsunade-sama. Kill these damn guys. HMPH. Negative. You stubbornly resisted. The absolute gap in strength cannot be made up by 2 strong men. Go. Don't let them go. On the battlefield, shouting to kill the sky. The bloody confrontation continued. The Imperial Ninja forces that are not afraid of death are fighting with the Coalition Ninja forces. Some people keep falling in a pool of blood. But someone had already noticed something was wrong, because the slug summoned by Tsunade did not disappear. In other words, Tsunade hasn't died yet, and even the chakra in his body may not have been reduced to the point where connected spirit cannot be maintained. Sister, whether you forgive me or not, I will take you to the man you hate. Because only he can save you. Hot tears could not keep dripping. Senju rope tree gritted his teeth, and if he was on the battlefield at this moment, he had to directly hug his sister. In the eye-catching blood-colored pupils, 3017 goo are spinning there. The pupil power has stopped growing. Ahem. Tsunade, who had lost his breath of life, suddenly opened his eyes. Can't help coughing up blood. Stupid rope tree, dare not listen to my sister's words. The weakly raised hand knocked on his stunned brother, but he was full of ecstasy. My sister is not so easy to die. But I want to evolve your writing round eyes. Tsunade staggered. Many ninjas on the battlefield were stunned. Shengxing drew out the shinobi that pierced his body, bringing out a large swath of blood, making his scalp numb. The bloody wound was shocking. Ninfa middle dot creation and rebirth. Tsunade closed the seal and drank directly. A glimmer of joy flashed through the eyes, and my heart was even more relieved, because she could feel the slight changes in the rope tree. Sure enough, in this world, it is impossible to truly manipulate people's hearts, and they will continue to change because of various stimuli. Are you aware of it? The voice of Hyuga Shinjuku echoed in Tsunade's mind. I said that the human heart is constantly changing with the environment. It is impossible to truly control a person's mind, even if it is a god, unless that person's mind and will are too weak. HMPH. I will definitely let the rope tree recover. Tsunade's injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What I promised you, I will do it naturally. I didn't want to manipulate him anymore. Hyuga Shinjuku smiled faintly and didn't care. Now, this woman can't even think about escaping from his palm. Chapter 182, Completely Tailed Animalization. Great. Tsunade-sama is okay. It's amazing. Such a fatal injury has all healed. Damn, this woman. On the battlefield, in the shocking eyes of everyone, Tsunade recovered from his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye and remained intact. It was shocking. Some couldn't believe my eyes. What are you still waiting for? With the help of the chakra sent by Hyuga Shinjuku, Tsuna, who had recovered from his injury, stomped on his feet and rushed out. A fierce fist hit a Yanian village ninja, screaming, and flew straight out, slamming the ground. At the same time, without looking back, he yelled to the Senjutsu Yasuo who was there. Yes, sister. The Senjutsu rope tree hurriedly put in tears. The 9 Llama mode, which was originally closed, was turned on again in an instant. He rushed out like weeping with joy, and his hands shone with thunder. It's great that you're okay. Oh. The tears couldn't stop, but he didn't blame Tsunade for deceiving him at all, but was full of joy. The dazzling lightning pierced the chest of a Union village ninja in an instant. Asshole! Another Yunren gritted his teeth and slashed with his knife in anger. But the Scarlet Sangha Jade writing wheel suddenly stared, and the whole person stood there in an instant. Roar! Faintly, a crimson beast roared there, waving an exaggerated huge tail, and swallowing him in one bite. When the reaction came, he was directly penetrated by the terrifying lightning and fell down. Senju Ropeshu moved swiftly as a whole, as he was able to move horizontally under the siege of those coalition ninjas, and screams were constantly echoing wherever he went. King, damn, his speed is too fast. Everyone, be careful. Don't let him come close. Attack him with long-range ninjutsu. Qo done middle dot head heart. Wind done. Gale palm. Earth escape middle dot split earth turns palm. A coalition ninja quickly opened the distance and continued to attack. The overwhelming ninjutsu blasted over. Even the ground under the whole person's feet suddenly collapsed, and the boulder fell down. Mu done middle dot wooden ingot wall. The Kaienzu rope tree quickly made a seal, and the giant trees rushed up and turned into an oval shield, which firmly protected him. At the same time, a giant tree rushed up from the ground behind his feet and directly caught him firmly. Boom boom boom. Facing a large number of fire escape, wind escape, and thunder escape attacks, the huge shield was directly blasted to pieces, and sawdust splashed. However, Senju Ropeshu was extremely fast, avoiding the ninjutsu that was constantly bombarding him. Mudun, observing the battle situation through the telescope on the mountain at any time, I was shocked by the strength displayed by the strength of the 9 tails. Teumim, who was a little jealous, couldn't help but change. The chakra of 9 tails, coupled with the power of Mudun. Her worries soon became a reality. I saw that the hands of the Senju rope tree quickly formed a seal. Mudun middle dot the tree world has come. Boom. Seedlings emerged from the ground, under the huge supply of chakras. It turned into a towering giant tree at an astonishing speed, directly crushing the coalition ninjas who were successively killed. What? All the ninjas of the coalition army changed their faces and were startled by Mudun, who couldn't help but crushed them. It's Mudun. Definitely block it. Art fire escape ho fireball. Wind escape middle dot big breakthrough. Done middle dot grateful wave. Blazing fireball. Fierce hurricane. Dazzling thunder. I couldn't help but bombarded the past, but it could only block a very small part of the wood escape, and even the speed of retreat was not as fast as the wood vines that couldn't help being crushed. Submerged, buried. Countless vine branches can't help but stretch out, and under the perception of the Senju rope tree, they rushed to the coalition ninjas like lightning. Tsurumi Ming on the top could not help but look a little ugly. The strength of this kid. Not only Tsunade, but Guren, couldn't help feeling a little frightened. Although the power of the wooden escape of the Senju rope tree is limited, with the support of that huge chakra, its scale is not small. The demonstrated strength makes people unable to believe their eyes. The speed is close to me in the fairy mode. With the new evolution, the pupil power is far better than the ordinary 3-hook jade form, and it is almost reaching the critical point of opening the kaleidoscope. The improvement in strength is incredible. Jiwai Ren's Yulai is really abnormal. Guren couldn't help muttering, but she couldn't help but feel jealous. And that huge chakra, so this kid can use ninjutsu almost unlimited. If she didn't really like to install a monster like this in her body, she couldn't help but want to directly find a way to find out the other yang attribute nine-tailed pillar power, and seal the nine-tailed in her body. However, even if there is no chakra with 9 tails, the opponent's pupil power is almost close to the kaleidoscope. As long as a little exercise and adaptation, the strength will definitely increase. But at the same time, Guren smiled. Constantly using the power of Susanoo, the body has to fully restore chakra. Her wooden clone can't exert much power. Rushed directly. Boy, your level of wood escape is far from enough. She directly said to the Senju rope tree, is it possible to share your chakra to me? My clone cannot disappear for the time being. Yes, Guren's armor. It should be possible. Thousand-hand rope tree suddenly realized, nodded and stretched out his fist. Guren was not polite and stretched out his right fist to touch him. The whole person was soon covered with a red chakra coat. Yes, I can finally use a little bit of strength. Guren felt the chakra passed from the Senjutsu rope tree, and looked at the startled coalition ninjas with a sneer. Kill you guys in one fell swoop. Mudan middle dot. The tree realm is coming. Boom boom boom. Almost instantly, tree's saplings broke through the soil. It turned into a large forest at an astonishing speed, and it was actually covered with the wooden escape displayed by the Senju rope tree, crushed in all directions. Boom. Countless coalition ninjas tried their best to dodge and block the attacking Mudan, but they couldn't match their speed at all. In a blink of an eye, it was submerged by a large number of wood vines or buried by the huge tree trunk, uttering a scream. In just such a short period of time, at least hundreds of coalition forces were directly buried on the wooden escape displayed by the Red Lotus. Both its power and scale far exceeded the wooden escape displayed by the Kienju rope tree. The entire huge battlefield was transformed into a vast forest. Unspeakable shock. Amazing. This woman's Mudan is almost comparable to my grandfather. It was Senju Nozuki and Tsunade's 2 sisters. Their pupils shrank sharply, and they were a little frightened. But it's a pity that the enemy is not defenseless against Mudan or other ninjutsu of mass destruction, and they are scattered widely. To achieve the effect of mass destruction, the consumption of chakras almost doubled. However, it almost exhausted the chakra passed to her by the rope tree. Tsunade's pupils shrank when the red tail beast coat disappeared from Guren. After all, it is this kind of large-scale wood escape, and the chakra consumption is also amazing. Then we have to go to 9 llamas. Senjutsu Nosu stood there, showing a bold fight. HMPH. The yin attribute 9 tails in his body responded in a cold voice at the same time. I have been too idle for a long time, so let me help you a little. Raw. Next moment, in the surprised eyes of Guren, Tsunade and others, Senju rope tree had an incomparably amazing chakra gushing out of his whole body, and it quickly turned into a huge behemoth. Roaring there, the violent hurricane raged, making many ninjas on both sides unstable and blown out. 9 huge tails dancing wildly there, fierce and powerful. Chapter 183. Tsurumi Ming's worries. This is 9 tails. Is it possible to achieve complete tail animalization? Lord Rope Tree. Looking at the fierce behemoth, Tsunade, Guren and others were surprised. And those ninjas on their side are even more excited and morale is high. Finally I can come out and breathe. Nine tails danced and a violent hurricane blew, and the dark red yin attribute Nine Tails said there. Although it is not really out of the human column power itself, it is still a bit excited to be able to come out and breathe. Nine Llamas, the head of the enemy, should be there. Pointing to the mountain where Terumi Ming is in the distance with her right finger, Senju Rope Tree directly said loudly to the Kyuubi under her feet, "Take them out with the tail beast Jade." He could sense Terumi Ming's rather not weak chakra. He himself has not done the training of the tail beast Jade, and he can't directly use the tail beast Jade freely, so he can only give the dominance to Kyuubi himself. It is good locked on the mountain where Terumi Ming was. The blood basin opened wide. The astonishing yin and yang attribute chakras, according to a certain ratio, converge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon a huge dark red sphere was formed. Did you find it here, Guru? 487 Tail Beast Jade of this level. Quick, get out of here. On the mountain, Terumi Ming's complexion changed drastically, and a cold sweat broke out. She didn't need to order a reminder. Looking at the behemoth facing this direction and condensing a huge tail beast Jade, everyone had chills and felt a fatal crisis. Because, it is impossible for them to stop this level of tail beast Jade, rushing in all directions one after another. Call out however, most people have no chance. The huge tail beast Jade blasted over at an astonishing speed. Do not, some people screamed in horror, full of despair. If you can't escape, then desperately block it. A soil escape ninja from the famous Yanian village quickly seals there, slashing and slapped on the ground, full of determination and unwillingness, and shouted hysterically, "Eden earth middle dot multiple earth flow walls." Rumble. A huge rock face rushed from the front one after another. Incomparably amazing. Indescribably spectacular. Boom! The dazzling white light soared into the sky. The terrible explosion was indescribably shocking. The huge rock walls were easily shattered like pieces of paper. Even the entire huge mountain was razed to the ground in an instant, and even cast off unabated on the mountains behind. Guru, is this the power of Kyuubi? This level of fighting is simply desperate, hateful. Master Shuai Ying, even the ninjas of the Imperial camp were shocked, and a little bit speechless. Some people murmured there. I felt that the existence of myself and others seemed a little redundant, and I couldn't get in at all. On the battlefield, the ninjas of the enemy coalition forces who were far away, or who were more powerful, and were not restrained by the wooden escape from the Red Lotus display, were a little lost and could not help showing despair, and their morale was greatly affected. The ninjas in New Ain village of even more eyes shouted worriedly, "Their water shadows are on that high mountain. Did you kill it?" Tsunade stared at the flattened mountain, a little surprised. If the fifth generation of Shui Ying Terumi Ming can be solved, it will undoubtedly greatly damage the morale of the enemy and further weaken the combat power of the coalition forces of various countries. Not yet, after all, it is the shadow of a village, not so easy to solve. Senju Jinsu frowned. He could clearly perceive that Terumi Ming's chakra still exists, and soon dived directly into the ground, fleeing into the distance. Leave this battlefield. Then, just take care of these guys. Yin attribute Nine Tails directly rushed out. The huge and sharp claws drove the terrible wind pressure, and slammed several coalition ninjas who could not respond. What? Boom! Several exaggerated tails danced, shaking the ground. A Shangren didn't have time to dodge. He was blasted out, his chest collapsed, and he hit the ground heavily. He vomited blood. Looking at the ferocious behemoth in horror, everyone, get rid of these guys. Don't let them run away. Fire escape middle dot ashes burn. Earth evacuation middle dot skyfall cover. Boom. The morale boosted by the Imperial troops launched a fierce counterattack. However, the enemy coalition forces, which suffered terrible blows one after another, suffered huge losses, and languished morale, could not help but retreat under the command of a few experienced and barely able to keep calm. With a huge military advantage, the line here was defeated by the appearance of the nine-tailed human column, but the other lines may not be. Moreover, it only needs to continuously kill and wound the enemy's vital forces, and victory will belong to them. Continue with the notice. Stop the fierce offensive temporarily, focus on raids and harassment, constantly consume the enemy's vital forces, make the enemy tired of coping, slowly compress the opponent's defense line, and complete the encirclement with other fronts. Tru Ming had a grey head and face. Although she was a little embarrassed, she did not suffer any injuries. As the shadow of a village, she is not a parallel importer like the 5th generation agent Fenying Magi, and she has many special methods. Even if there is no way to directly block the tail beast Jade, it will not be easily killed by the tail beast Jade. With a beautiful face, extremely dignified, he turned to the ninja who had just gathered around him, carried special equipment, and was specially responsible for contact, and shouted, "Contact the headquarters immediately and report the situation." The 9-tailed man's Yuli. I am afraid that like the 4th generation of Reikichi's brother Kairabi, he has perfect control of the tail beast. With some of the few surviving personnel, along the way, they continued to command the seemingly chaotic formation, keeping the action in a small team mode, and intentionally scattered reinforcements. The previous confrontation with Tsunade and Guren, and then to the large-scale wooden escape that Senju Yasu and Guren have successively displayed, and even the 9-tailed beast Jade. In a short period of time, she lost no less than 3,000 combat power, and she couldn't help biting her teeth. There are many ninjas in her hidden village. If we continue to fight like this, even if we really win the war, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy losses in these Daran villages, and it is hard to say whether they can even deter those Xiao. The water in the ninja world is very deep. Large and small ninja villages, ninja tribes, underground organizations, etc. These forces pour into each other and survive under the breath of the 5 great ninja villages. Once their 5 great ninja villages suffer huge losses, no one can say whether these forces will be uncontrollable and ready to move. Just now fighting against Hyuga Shinryu, the Akatsuki organization has already dared to provoke openly, taking advantage of the fire to rob and attack Ren's Yuli in an attempt to take the tail beast. All kinds of complicated thoughts flashed quickly. Tru Ming's green eyes were full of fear. The 9-tailed beast of the country of fire in the past was the strongest tail beast. I am afraid that even the 8-tailed force of the perfect human pillar might not be able to suppress the opponent. Mostly, only 2 or more human pillars or 2 or 3 shadows can work together to directly suppress that. Guys, the most important thing at the moment is to reinforce the 4 generations of raking first to ensure that our humans Yuli and raking cannot have an accident. Especially raking has no news so far. For the well-prepared Xiao organization, she was really worried. Chapter 184. The 6 Paths of Pain are out. Raw boom. Huo done middle. How fire bullet. Done middle. False darkness. Wind escape middle. Suppression. Art is explosion. Explosion. Boom. The blazing fireball kept coming. Thunder shining, and terrible wind pressure raged endlessly. The clay birds exploded one after another 3 times. The flames skyrocketed and the smoke billowed, which was unspeakable shock. The 5-tailed King Mu, whose body resembles a horse and head resembles a dolphin, can't help running towards the distance at an astonishing speed. And above them, 2 or 3 huge white strange birds were chasing them, biting them firmly. Uekai Hitachi, dried persimmon ghost shark, Kakuto and others continued to perform ninjutsu attacks on it. The 4-tailed Zulilas and the 4th generation of Liang stood on top of the 5-tailed Mu King, who was completely tailed and ran towards the direction of the coalition headquarters, constantly blocking attacks from above. The speed of the 4 generations of Reikage would naturally not be easily overtaken, but it was impossible to leave the 2 of Laos and Han in this way. Damn it, careless, that shark-faced guy. The knife in his hand actually forcibly sucked most of my chakras so easily. Laozi gritted his teeth, some panting. In the previous confrontation, he accidentally sucked too much chakra by the dried persimmon ghost shark muscle. As expected of Reikage, in this case, it can actually break my 2 hearts. On a clay giant bird, with black tentacles all over, it looks hideous and scary, and there are two masked clones beside it. Looking at the place covered with Ldun Chakra's coat with great dread, the 4 generations of Raikage with their hair erected with amazing electric glow. When the opponent's speed launched an attack, he couldn't react at all. In the previous battle, if it hadn't been for Uchiha's kaleidoscope writer to predict the opponent's position, he would be even more embarrassed if he made timely reinforcements. Temporarily swallowing the injured 8-tailed man Zilly into the stomach, as it liberated the fighting power, Uchiha, who had not participated in the battle, took the soil, watching Uchiha Itachi, dried persimmon ghost shark, Angle, and Deidara from a distance. They kept chasing the 4 generations of Raikage, but they could not get it for a long time. Cannot help but frown. The speed of the 4th generation of Raikage is too terrifying. It's hard to guard against. The key is that they can't delay for too long, otherwise the delay will change. Then, bring pen, Haji suggested. Beiju also continued, after all, my clone has received news that the Ninja Alliance has sent tens of thousands of troops to support it. It will be even more troublesome. They are non-combatants and are only responsible for assistance. Uchiha brought the soil mainly because he didn't want to be so soon in front of the Akatsuki members to easily expose his fiction and reality. Also, holding Nishiro force, Uchiha took the soil and disappeared into the distorted space. The scene changed. There are many tall towers, it is raining constantly, and the village is a little gloomy. Space distortion. Uchiha appears with soil. How is the situation? Tendo Pain looked at Uchiha's belt soil. The wavy eyes of reincarnation have no fluctuations, exuding indifference, as if without the slightest emotion. And Xiao Nan, who had a cold face and looked extremely cold, followed him. Boom! Throwing the two-tailed man's strength there, Uchiha took the soil and said directly, I have encountered some troubles, originally planned to wait until they lose both sides or their combat power is greatly exhausted, but seeing the two-tailed beasts will be called red. The woman of Lian caught it and had to make an advance. Uchiha was a little helpless with the soil. It's not that he doesn't want to take advantage of the fisherman's profit, but Uchiha's eye surgery to stop water is too terrible, and the woman named Guren is not a fuel-efficient lamp. In addition, he has obtained the bloodline boundary such as the writing wheel eye and the bones. The 2 brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. It is a bit risky to rely on picking up in a different space. In order to avoid the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails being caught by the opponent, they had to make a move in advance. Although the 8-tailed column force has lost its combat power, the 4th generation of Raikage is not simple. The speed is almost second only to the golden flash of the past and the sun and the gods. The Ninja Alliance has dispatched tens of thousands of troops to rush away reinforcement, and because of Konoha's white teeth, the Scorpion guy directly defied the order and ran to the front line. You need to do it yourself. Heavenly Way Pain was silent for a moment. 5 whole figures dressed in red clouds and black robes, with wavy reincarnation eyes, walked out with a skinny figure with red hair standing on the chariot protecting one. They are all awe-inspiring and shocking. It is good Nagato. You. Xiao Nan frowned. With inconvenient legs and feet, Nagato, who looked extremely thin, said solemnly, the hope of peace is right in front of my eyes. There must be no more mistakes. I heard that Yaiwai and Kaiwai are on the battlefield, so by the way, I will also collect Yaiwai and Kaiwai. Nagato's face was cold and firm. No, don't rush into the frontal battlefield for the time being. 1 tail and 7 tails press first. Uchiha took soil and interrupted Nagato. In the puzzled gazes of Nagato and Xionan, they directly said, the avatar of J has just sent back news. Although I don't know if it is the half of the 9 tails on Naruto Uzumaki, it has been confirmed that Hyuga Shinjuki took the 9 tails. Enclosed on Tsunede's younger brother Senju, who has just been resurrected, makes him a new pillar of the Kyuubi. Not only did he endow him with the power of Uchiha and Senju, but he also helped the other party control the power of 9 tails, becoming a perfect human column power that might even be above the power of the 8 tails. Also, If he rashly intervenes on the front line, I'm afraid it will attract both parties and attack it. Although the eyes of reincarnation are powerful, you have to know that the guys under Hyuga Shinjuki are not simple. Especially Guren and Uchiha Shisui both have kaleidoscopes to write dreams. They have the power of the first generation. Unscrupulously use the kaleidoscope pupil power. Even the woman has mastered the power of fairy magic. We are not yet ready to go directly to the battle with Hyuga Shinjuki. It would be troublesome to anger that guy prematurely and lead him to the battlefield. The speed demonstrated by the 4th generation Reikage made Uchiha a little afraid of the soil. Not to mention Hyuga Shinryu. In particular, Uchiha Itachi didn't seem to have changed much. But after seeing Uchiha Shisui, he had already vaguely felt that this guy might be out of control one day. Originally not allowed to take action against Konoha, the conditions for him to join Akatsuki to help him no longer exist as Konoha was destroyed. Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, is in the City of Trees again. He wouldn't be so stupid to venture to the City of Trees before he knew the reality of Hyuga Shinjuki. After all, he was so far away by the terrible man. Perceived 0 under the influence of Uchiha Shisui. Even if Uchiha Itachi betrayed him, he would not be surprised. Seeing what Nagato and Xionin had to say, they stared at each other, and said solemnly, "Don't forget, he holds more than one pair of kaleidoscopes to right round eyes, although in the ninja world, white eyes are different from writing round eyes and reincarnation. The eyes are known as the 3 eyes technique, but some of them are not true to their name. It is impossible for him to not know the huge gap between them. Kakashi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are okay, but Shisui's pair of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that can even easily manipulate the will of others can all be in his hands. Since Uchiha Shisui has been deliberately resurrected, it can be seen that it has been integrated. A man who can easily use a kaleidoscope to write round eyes after all kinds of blood inheritance limits. Most of them have no intention to keep those eyes for transplantation, and are not afraid of the pupil power of Zishui that can quietly manipulate the will of others. You know, Uchiha Shisui's eyes and his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are in the hands of Hyuga Shinjuki, but they didn't transplant them personally, but directly returned to Uchiha Shisui. Zishui's terrifying pupil power that can manipulate the will of others silently, even if he has supernatural power, he is afraid of it. Uchiha, who has always been cautious, would rather overestimate Hinata Shinjuki than he would one day underestimate the opponent's strength and cause his own Eye of the Moon plan to fail. He directly listed him as equal to Uchiha Madara and Senjujum, a dangerous man. I guess Hyuga Shinryu may also have eyes that are not weaker or even higher than those of ordinary kaleidoscopes, or they have the absolute strength to ignore the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Don't be careless. Moreover, I want to change to be you who has the eyes of reincarnation, and you can do it at a distance of more than 10 or 20 miles. Not only can you directly discover the existence of Ju, you can even attack easily from such a distance. When Nagato and Xionin heard this, their pupils shrank sharply, and their color changed. Chapter 185 Roar Boom. The harsh beast roar echoed. Sawdust and rubble splashed, and large areas of forest became dilapidated and smoke billowed. The blood-drenched feather-tailed King Mew continued to speed, and his 4 hooves continued to rush forward. The speed was so fast that Deidara's clay giant almost couldn't catch up. Damn it, it's endless. Akatsuki organizes these guys. I will never let them go when I look back. Laos in the 4th generation of Reikage looked a little ugly, but at the moment they remained vigilant, staring coldly at the figure flying in the rear chasing. Even if the 2 of them tried their best to block the ninjutsu attacks from Itachi, Uchiha and Kikuto, they could not easily block clay bombs that could come from all angles. If it weren't for the enemy and someone who could create this flying clay giant bird, he wouldn't mind taking the risk to stay behind and wait until Laos and Han were far enough away with Kairabi before leaving the battlefield. And Uchiha Itachi didn't mean to use the kaleidoscope to write the will eyes at all. After all, With the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes continuously used, the eyesight would continue to decline and even blindness. In fact, he now looks a little fuzzy. If you let them continue to run, it will be troublesome. Zhao Du frowned. Even if it was him, it was impossible to use ninjutsu attacks uncontrollably. After all, no matter how big the chakra is, it is limited. Tens of thousands of ninja reinforcements are no small trouble. Not to mention, there are other strong men in the coalition forces of various countries. The 3 generations of Takejonoki and the 5th generation of Shuai Yingtu are not simple characters that can be ignored. Although it is guaranteed to be able to retreat all over, it is impossible to grasp the strength of the human column in that situation. No way, that animal is too fast to catch up. Deidara said helplessly, this is already the fastest speed. His clay bomb, although powerful, is too slow. Itachi, can't you directly use the kaleidoscope to write the round eyes? Using your Yasaka Guu, should you be able to directly damage it? The dried persimmon ghost shark looked at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Kaleidoscope writing wheel is too burdensome for the body. To tell you the truth, I'm a little fuzzy now. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said in a deep voice, if you continue to use it uncontrollably, the result will be permanent blindness. That's troublesome. Seeing Uchiha Itachi say this, it's hard to say anything. The price is so high, it is impossible to force Uchiha Itachi to continue using the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, right? At the same time, he was also a little surprised at the cost of Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Although he knew that his pupil technique was not a small burden on the body, he did not expect that his eyesight would be damaged to such an extent. Han, can you still hold on? Turn off the Ldun chakra mode, try to save chakras for a generational yin as much as possible, alert the rear, and at the same time ask the five-tailed human column at the foot. Don't worry, it's just trauma. At this time, the huge five-tailed body burst out a lot of hot steam, steaming. With the propulsion generated by the steam eruption, its speed has greatly increased again. Damn it, it's increasing again. Deidara gritted his teeth while chasing the giant clay bird. But suddenly, his pupils shrank. That's not only him, but also Kakuto, Uchiha Itachi and others couldn't help being a little surprised. Is Zero coming too? 6 Pain. How long have you not seen them move together? I don't know when. 6 figures appeared in front, blocked the way of Gu. Is it Akatsuki again? There are still so many people. Laos and the 4th generation of Reikage couldn't help but their complexion changed drastically, and their hearts sank. The 4th generation of Raking Ai's eyes shrank sharply, and he stared firmly at the head of Pain. Moreover, those eyes, the whole person can't believe it. Han's eyes flashed fiercely. I hit them in one go. The tail is completely animalized, with 4 hooves pedaling, without the slightest intention to stop, braving the hot steam all over. He couldn't help running towards it. Psychic art. With orange hair, a pair of reincarnation eyes, the expressionless animal Dao suddenly pressed his palms to the ground. Smoke-filled, roar. A giant multi-headed dog with reincarnation eyes roared out, and directly roared out first, and rushed towards the five-tailed Mew King who was rushing forward. Psychic art. Necromancers spread from the ground again. In the 4 generations of Reikage and their ugly faces, another behemoth was summoned. It is a huge rhino monster. Boom. The headed multi-headed dog, the five-tailed dog that was rushed over, tore into with huge horns. Unabated castration made the rhinoceros go backwards. But in a blink of an eye, another flying giant rushed up. Boom. Sure road of obesity. He stretched out his right hand directly, and a change occurred in an instant. One missile after another burst out, blasting directly at the five-tailed King Mew. Boom boom boom. Roar. With the violent explosion, the five-tailed Mewang wailed. At the same time, the same fat hungry ghost said, rushing out like lightning. With both hands, because the speed was too fast, he ran into the 5 tails that came straight up. At the same time, it continues to devour its chakra. Damn it. The lightning flashed in front of him. The fourth generation of Raikage swept away in an instant. The hanged knife covered with electric light had no time to hit the opponent in the future. Vientiane Danian, electric light flint room. What? The huge gravitational force suddenly erupted. Before the fourth generation of Raikage could hit the opponent in the future, he was already pulled by this unwarranted gravitational force, and the whole person's complexion changed greatly. Gravitational. Looking at Tan Dao Pain in amazement. Because the body was vacant, it was impossible to use any force, and flew straight towards the opponent. Without giving the fourth generation Raikage a chance to counterattack, a terrifying missile appeared in the hands of Shuradao not far away, and it blasted up immediately. Boom! Smoke billowed and rocks splashed. The violent explosion blasted the woods to pieces. Damn Akatsuki organization, don't be too arrogant. The fierce magma fist, billowing thick smoke, blasted up. But there is still time to get close to Heavenly Dao Pain. Shenluo Danzing, a terrifying repulsion. In an instant, Laozi blasted away fiercely. Roar! The five tails roared, swallowed a large number of chakras, and the animalized tail disappeared and returned to a human form. The steam burst out and blasted the hungry ghost with a punch at an extremely fast speed. But he was evaded, and at the same time his right leg threw out. Boom! Hey! Damn it! A little embarrassed, but the fourth 3.5th generation Ying, who was not injured, was shining with thunder. In an instant, he swept up and pushed back the hungry ghost Dao that was fighting with Han. Looking at Penla Dao in front of him, he glanced at Uekai Itachi, Kakigaki and others who were constantly catching up behind him. Are all of them rebellious? Xiao organization quietly swept so many powerful people. He didn't expect that the Xiao organization had so many ranked rebellious, and his heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Moreover, the opponent's reaction speed was somewhat beyond his expectations, and he was able to avoid his attack. Raikang, you are fast. Leave here first with Kairabi. The man who couldn't see his face suddenly opened his mouth, spit out the unconscious Kairabi, and said directly to the fourth generation of Raikage, we will hold these guys as much as possible, otherwise no one can leave. Yes, you are the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, and there must be no accident. A large amount of magma burst out of the ground in an instant, drowning towards Pain 6. The 186th chapter is defeated and perished. The front line of Tanokuni, the imperial troops led by Baiya and the coalition troops commanded by Onogi kept fighting. Roar! Roar! Ah! Boom boom boom! The whole body is covered with a terrifying nine-tailed chakra, covered with ferocious and sharp bone spears, like monster-like gold and silver brothers, killing all quarters there. Feng Dun middle. Feng Chi, water escape middle. The art of big waterfall. Dun middle. False darkness. A large number of ninjas constantly use ninjutsu to attack the gold and silver brothers. But it doesn't work at all. Originally, the speed of the gold and silver brothers is astonishingly fast. With the increase of the writing wheel, they have amazing insight and dynamic vision, plus the power of the bones and their own not weak perception ability. Extremely difficult. Those coalition forces are naturally not stupid. Avoid confronting them as much as possible, and focus on fighting. I want to hold them back and wipe out the enemy's vital forces as much as possible. But obviously it's not that easy. Jihihi, a bunch of trash fish, go to death. The huge red tail danced wildly, sweeping by one after another. The earth was blasted to pieces, and several ninjas screamed, and they were blasted out, bloody and bloody, life and death unknown. With the tail beastization, the gold and silver brothers have become extremely violent, and with the power of the writing wheel, they look evil and scary. There were 28 terrible bone spurs, suddenly shot out of them, and slammed into the nearby ninja. Tudun middle. Julie you all. There is a seal on both hands of Yan Shinobu. Open his mouth and spit out a lot of mud mixed with chakras. A huge wall of soil rushed up, dangerously blocking the sharp bone spurs from the burst. Boom. What? But the next moment, the huge sharp bone spear directly blasted through the fragile earth wall, penetrating it mercilessly. blood spattered, makes scalp numb. Even Zishui was tightly entangled by the coalition forces. Uekai Harayu middle. Sun Halo Dance. Holding the 7-star sword, he constantly confronted the allied ninjas that came up. From time to time, someone fell under his sword, and the blood stained the ground, as well as his battle uniform. Brush. When the figure flashes, he constantly cooperates with the substitute technique, swinging sharp slashes, or directly using the best fire escape ninjutsu or ordinary illusion techniques against the enemy. In the successive battles, he did not use the kaleidoscope's pupil power as much as possible. A coalition of famous ninjas stood there as if they were not afraid of death, unwilling to let this dangerous guy approach the third-generation Dokage Onoki. At the same time, he had to guard against the possibility that Onoki might sneak attack from afar at any time. Shio and Onoki have retreated to the rear at some point. Avoid being entangled by them by Shishui. Obviously, he intends to use his own military advantage to consume the enemy's physical strength and chakra as much as possible, looking for opportunities to solve the opponent. These guys, one is harder than the other. One's own personnel continued to fall, causing Onogi to furrow his brows deeply. But I had to be cruel and let myself sit on the sidelines. Because of the addition of Uekai Hashishui and others, the number of sacrifices in their camp was at least 3 times that of the enemy. Damn it. And Chio next to him didn't pay attention to Oemu at all, staring firmly at the confrontation between the red sand scorpion and the white tooth. After witnessing the red sand scorpion and transforming himself into a puppet, his face was extremely ugly. The scorpion guy actually transformed his body into a puppet. Crack, crack, crack. Densely dense puppets are all over the sky, constantly attacking the white teeth. Every puppet's weapons and hidden weapons are painted with highly poisonous, and only a little bit of it is necessary to directly reverse the situation. Red secret skill middle. 100 machines performance. The seemingly young red sand scorpion, through a certain secret technique, made the puppets he possessed look lifelike, as if there were real flesh and blood. Looking at Konoha White Fang indifferently, chakra lines burst out of the regenerating nuclear on his chest and connected to the hundreds of puppets besieging White Fang. Don't give the opponent a chance to get close to yourself at all. The flame prisoner ray. The red sand scorpion manipulated the puppets to attack. On the palm of the raised right hand, the scroll sealed inside directly spewed out a huge pillar of fierce fire, directly flooding the white teeth, accompanied by densely packed poisonous needles and shurikens, pouring down from all directions. Even the extremely thick and defensive wooden ingot wall was blasted to pieces. Boom. Smoky room. The white short knife exuded an astonishing brilliance, and it swung a terrifying slash in an instant, smashing more than a dozen puppets in an instant, and cast off into the distance. The ground is shaking, the mountains are shaking, and the rocks are splashing. The dust in the sky is flying up, which is indescribable. Konoha White Fang's knife skills in the past are obviously not just talking about it, it does have the power to make people palpitating. As the 3 generations of Fennying's puppets were destroyed by them, there was no checks and balances and interference from magnetic escape. It has reached the pinnacle, and the sword skills far above the leader of the Iron Kingdom. The 3 ships have also been further demonstrated, even more with ninjutsu, forming a unique style of ninjutsu, amazingly powerful. In addition, there are eyes that are quite astonishing in terms of insight and dynamic vision, such as Zwunyan, the red sand scorpion, which is known to be able to slaughter a country, cannot have an advantage in front of him. What a terrible young man. The puppet technique has reached such a level. Sangua writing wheel stared at the regenerative core of the red sand scorpion, looked at the countless chakra threads, and Bai Fang admired. At the same time, I can't help but feel a little sorry. This talented puppet master undoubtedly went astray. Is a person who gives up even the physical body still a complete person? However, it is almost over here. As the white teeth became imprinted, They were originally transferred out of the forest area and became an empty battlefield. Swiss. The saplings that broke out of the soil constantly turned into towering trees at a speed visible to the naked eye, and crazily wrapped around the puppets in all directions. To a certain extent, Mudun's power is the nemesis of this kind of puppet technique. Otherwise, the puppets of the 3 generations of Fenying would not be destroyed by him so quickly. Boom. One after another, there was no time to dodge the puppets, and they were flooded and crushed by huge trees, turning into sky-filled parts and flying away. The cold-faced red sand scorpion gritted his teeth, and countless chakra-thin threads, manipulating the extremely dense and sharp parts, brushed against the white teeth. Boom boom boom. Countless huge trees entangled around, protecting the white teeth and blocking the overwhelming attack. Ka-ka-ka. At this time, the remaining puppets went crazy, rushing up overwhelmingly, and directly submerged towards White Fang, also covering its sight. But he was constantly blocked by the huge trees and vines, even being restrained and crushed one after another. Between the electric light and flint, the palm of his left hand was directly aimed at the white tooth, and a black hole appeared on the palm. The scorpion of the red sand stared coldly, erosion luling. Wow! The huge water column kept pouring out. Straight impact on the trees protecting the white teeth. The giant trees were corroded, and at the same time they invaded through the cracks, directly submerging the white teeth. Very swift and does not give the opponent a chance to escape. I screamed sternly. Larger tracts of trees were continuously corroded by 363, which was shocking. It makes the scalp numb. This is a mixture of highly toxic and highly corrosive water. It will undoubtedly die if it touches a little bit. It ruins almost all of my collection, just to create such an opportunity. The scorpion of the red sand spoke indifferently. You are worthy of death. Hey. No warning. The chakra short knife shining with electric light pierced its core alive. Scorpion Chio, who has been paying attention to the situation here, widened his eyes and his complexion changed greatly. Directly rushed up like crazy. How is it possible? The red sand scorpion, who was fatally and severely injured, lost his voice in disbelief. That should indeed be your body. At the moment I started ninjutsu, I confirmed that it was my main body, and would not hesitate to launch a suicide attack to interfere with my line of sight, and then use such a large-scale attack that is difficult to avoid. White Fang spoke indifferently. But it's a pity, it's just a wooden clone that can almost be faked, and can even use the power of blood inheritance. Really? That's not necessarily. The scorpion of red sand grinned suddenly. There is not the slightest sorrow of facing death ending. What could it be? White Fang's complexion changed drastically, and he looked at the red sand scorpion in front of him in disbelief. You wanted to die with me from the beginning? So you deliberately relaxed your vigilance. The moment I wanted to rush out, it was already a bit late. The red sand scorpion's blasted regenerating nucleus spewed out a large number of chakras and sealing techniques and turned into huge spheres, covering him and White Fang. Just noticed the Shishui and others here from afar, and they couldn't help changing their color suddenly. Come with me to meet my parents. Konoha White Fang. Boom boom boom. Chapter 187 Crazy Ichio. Kakashi's intention. Swipe. The violent chakra and the amazing sealing technique completely submerged their white teeth and the red sand scorpion. Scorpion the wrinkled face. Chio screamed hysterically, in an unbearable manner. Unexpectedly, the scorpion of the red sand wanted to die with the white tooth, preparing such a seal in its own reproductive core. I don't have any nostalgia for this illusory world. The scorpion of red sand finally smiled at Chia, who was desperately rushing towards this side through the gap between chakra and the seal technique. The red hair swayed gently in the wind, and on that almost perfect face, which can be said to be more beautiful than a girl, there was a calm smile. Mother-in-law, goodbye. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. The dazzling seal, pulling the white tooth directly into its regenerative core. In the end, The regenerative core emitted a dazzling light, turned into gorgeous fireworks. Boom, boom. Within a radius of tens of meters, all turned into ruins. Smoke billowed. The genius puppet master, the scorpion of the red sand, completely disappeared. In the distant forest, Beige protruding from the ground said helplessly, the Galaxy actually chose to die directly with the other party. Now the members of the sub-organization will be reduced again. Scorpion. The whole person was helpless to kneel down there, looking at the devastated earth in front of him, as well as the scattered puppet parts. Chio's muddy eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. In retrospect, that innocent and lovely child who yearned for the love of his parents from the heart. You can't even keep the flesh of the corpse. Shouldn't it be resurrected again? And the third generation of Dying Onoki was relieved. In any case, it is good for the coalition forces to be able to weaken the power under Hyuga Shinjuki. And those guys in Akatsuki's organization weren't a good thing. They died one by one, and they actually wanted to take advantage of the fire and take advantage of the tail beast. Hey, stupid and out of reach. He died with the enemy's clone. Not far away, he slammed into a Yanren, and the bone spurs instantly penetrated his body. The bloody silver horns sneered and said with a grin, right, golden horn. Ha ha ha, indeed, silver horn. On the other side, the spurred golden horn also couldn't help laughing. They have not weak perception abilities, and they can instantly perceive that the white tooth chakra still exists. What? The expressions of the three generations of Dying, Chio and others changed greatly. And they were extremely ugly. No way could it be. How could this be? Many ninjas from various countries who thought that Konoha White Fang had been dragged by the red sand scorpion, showing joy. Their faces were ugly, a little unbelievable. The puppet master's methods are endless. Even if you have a certainty of victory, it is definitely not a good thing to get close to them. On the ground in front, a figure slowly crawled out. After all, those poisons are tainted. There may be big trouble at one point. Silver hair, slender figure, handsome face. Who is not White Fang? After exhausting a lot of chakra and physical strength, he was somewhat panting, but he was completely unharmed. A pair of sanguineous writing wheel eyes are very eye-catching. Konoha white teeth. Chio's eyes were red. His face instantly distorted, rushed up. Why are you still alive? Why are you still alive? Why are you still alive? The son and daughter-in-law died in each other's hands. Even now, even the only grandson, the red sand scorpion, was killed by White Fang. Chio was crazy. Tears streaming down his face, and his old face was extremely distorted, shouting hysterically there. Manipulating two puppets rushed out, madly killing White Fang. It's not the 10 songs, but the parents of the red sand scorpion. White Fang's pupils shrank, as if stunned there, recognizing the two puppet masters who were famous in Shane Village and died by his sword. Dust escape middle. Primary realm stripping technique. Just at this time, the terrifying white prismatic beam of light instantly blasted towards the white tooth. Seeing that the White Fang chakra consumes a lot of money, the three generations of Dying Onoki decisively launched an attack. Boom! White Tooth retreated out of danger. Looking at the land in front of me that was instantly destroyed by the dust, I couldn't help but feel cold. Chio, I'm sorry to kill your son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. He rushed to the 1,000 generations. The white chakra knife in his hand burst out with a dazzling white light, and slashed at the two puppets who were the first to attack. The war brought only more misfortune, but believe this, the turbulent times will soon be over. Keep your eyes firm. Go to hell, Konoha White Fang. Chio didn't listen to the other party's nonsense at all. With a hideous face and murderous intent, manipulating the puppet to attack White Fang frantically. This woman has lost her mind. 3 generations of Dying Onoki flew over, looking at Chio, who was attacking the white teeth madly. His expression was a bit ugly. He knew that at this moment, the 1,000 generations could no longer be prevented by persuasion. The son, daughter-in-law, and grandson all died in the same hands. I'm afraid that he can't keep calm. He just wants to avenge the opponent at all costs and kill the opponent. To revenge. Far in the city of trees, Yuzuki Uion, Team Ari and others could not help being a little silent as they witnessed this scene. This is the fate that the ninja cannot escape. I feel a little guilty inexplicably. Red Bean couldn't help muttering. They all learned about the experience of the red sand scorpion through Hyuga Shinryu. Team Ari looked away a little bit unbearably. She knew that Chio was already determined to die and had no idea of living anymore. Knowing that it is impossible to kill Konoha White Fang, he has to fight the opponent desperately. The only grandson is dead, and there is nothing in this world worthy of nostalgia. War will only bring more misfortune. Kakashi, who had just arrived not long ago, also witnessed the final confrontation between White Fang and Red Sand Scorpion. With a heavy face. Let's go. You came here specially, what's the matter? Hyuga Shinryu is non-committal. He looked at Kakashi and asked him where he came from. I want to apply to the front line. Kakashi looked down and bowed deeply to Hinata Shinjuki sitting behind his desk, begging, however, I hope you will allow me to take someone with me. Uchiha Sasuke, it seems not surprising. Hyuga Shinjuki looked at Kakashi and smiled faintly. For this kid, your teacher, I really took great pains. I just don't know what you will pay back in the end. Master Shinryu, what do you mean by this? Hyuga Shinryu's words with deep meaning made Kakashi frown, and couldn't help but stare at him in surprise. Nothing, let's wait and see. Your application, I have approved it. Chapter 188. A terrifying killing weapon. Kill victory will belong to us. Wind escape middle. Big breakthrough. Land done middle. Black spot fork. Earth escape middle. Split earth turns palm. Boom. Ah. South battlefield. Shouting to kill the sky, mixed with screams, roars. Weapon fighting. Ninjutsu collision. Detonating talisman roaring constantly. Extremely noisy compared to the frontal front of Shirato and Tsunade. On the other side fronts, the Empire's forces are relatively more under pressure and the losses are not small. The fighting seemed very tragic, and the ninjas of both enemy and us were constantly falling in a pool of blood, which dazzled people. But the murderous ninjutsu kept colliding. Both sides were blushing. After Gaara and Kiguya Kunmaro rushed to support them, the scene they saw was shocking. What a tragic sight. So Hyuga Ninja and a few people who had never been on the front line before, almost couldn't help but vomit. Sandstorm funeral. A lot of sand kept rushing out. Directly cover a ninja who is about to kill. Gaara didn't keep his hand, and suddenly shook his palm. The terrifying sand directly crushed the opponent into bloody mud. Bloody. Bagyu empty palm. The blue veins violently at the corner of Hyuga Ninja's eyes. He rolled his eyes instantly. The palm slammed out. The violent vacuum wave blasted a misty ninja who charged up and flew out. But in a blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of water. Hyuga Sect's family, 710. He noticed Neji Hyuga's palpitating eyes and smooth forehead. The pupils of many ninjas from various countries condensed, showing a hideous smile. Several incomparably fierce figures wielded and killed ninja swords in their hands. Covered my Hyuga's eyes, go to heaven. Hyuga Ninjai snorted coldly. The whole person spun around suddenly, and the visible chakra covered his whole person, and directly flew out. The ninja who was smashed with a blade. Soft boxing middle. Bagyo 64 palms. If looming, there seems to be an area of gossip emerging. Hyuga Ninja's figure was like lightning, and he suddenly clapped his hands and blasted out at several coalition ninjas who had been killed. But in the final analysis, his current strength is limited. It is obviously a bit difficult to deal with so many experienced ninjas at once. Darui, the upper ninja of Union Village, stared at him with a white eye, the blade shining with thunder, and he slammed into Hyuga Neji from behind. Your eyes, Union accepted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The extremely sharp bone spear shot directly from Neji Hyuga in an instant, making him a hedgehog. Wow! This is their bone veins of the Huii clan. Darui vomited blood, his eyes widened, and he lost his voice in disbelief. Looking at the other party indifferently with unwavering white gaze, Hyuga Neji said coldly, from the moment you stare at the white A's, Your destiny is doomed. Boom. Darui turned into smoke in an instant, appeared not far away, with fear. As an experienced Shangren, it is naturally impossible to be killed so easily. No, if you bring you back, maybe you can get the method that can fuse multiple blood inheritance boundaries. Another Kainin from Iwagaki village appeared, sneered at Hyuga Ninja. Greed and passion were in his eyes. The quick knot printing with both hands suddenly hit the ground. Earth escape Yellow Spring Marsh. The whole ground suddenly turned into a bog, and it fell into a sink. That's not necessarily. Without warning, the whole land. One after another sharp bone spears burst out in an instant. They couldn't help feeling cold, and the whole person hurriedly backed out. A cold and slender white figure covered in bone spurs appeared. In a pair of blood-colored pupils, there are two black jade on the left and right, which are very conspicuous. Tang Song dance. A whirlwind passed by. Shengxing penetrated that Yannian Murakami shinobi and turned into a bloody hedgehog. In the next moment, the whole person directly changed, and a large number of curse marks could not help appearing, and even entered state 2 directly. Growing a ferocious tail, his face has undergone earth-shaking changes. Like a Tyrannosaurus, rushed into the enemy camp. Dance of early fern. Boom. Ah! The densely packed bone spurs burst out from the ground. The whole area instantly turned into a huge and dense bone forest, making the scalp numb directly penetrate dozens of enemy ninjas. Blood dripping. Shocking. It's chilling. That guy, it's a terrifying killing weapon. He directly used Mu escape to protect himself, and he did not sink into the mud. Looking at the surviving ninja in the huge bone forest like an executioner, Junmaro, who looked terrifying, couldn't help but whisper, "That Thunder character? It seems that your identity in Union Village is not simple." He noticed the bold black thunder tattoo on Darui's arm. Because of the death of his father, Hyuga Richer, his hatred of Union Village was heavier than the others. He showed an undisguised murderous intent and killed him. Is he also a monster? Not far away, Gara, who was protected by sand and easily blocked the enemy's attack, looked at the bone forest. Obviously noticed the great changes in Junmaro, the terrifying blade light blocked the attacking blade. A few of them were scrapped, and only 2 of them were left in the mouth of the 10 people near Song. In an instant, a dense number of poisonous needles were spit out, and they were violently shot at the white tooth, which was inevitable. In the next instant, the white tooth that was hit turned directly into wood. Hey! Thunderlight shines. The sharp chakra knife penetrated Cho's chest. Wow! 1,000 generations covered in blood, can't help vomiting blood. The pupils were wide, and there was a dazed, muttering, Scorpion. It seems that I saw a handsome young man with red hair, smiling at her. Mother-in-law, you are here too. A man and a woman. The young couple followed the boy, smiling at her. Dust escape middle dot original realm. Wind escape middle dot vacuum wave. He looked ruthless, and wanted to take the opportunity to use the dust to kill White Fang, and he did not hesitate to wipe out the Onoki who had been wiped out by Chio. But he was directly interrupted by the defensive Shishui. Had to be moved laterally, avoiding the extremely sharp wind. With the lessons learned from the Redescent Scorpion, White Fang retreated with a single blow, and had no intention of continuing to talk to Chio. In the continuous battle, against the Red Sand Scorpion and Chio Masters, the white teeth were exhausted, and the head was sweating. He took a long breath, slightly tired. His body, after all, is no better than the body of 100 battles in the past. It's just that the huge vitality brought by the first generation genes made up for that defect. Master Shuamao, is it time to retreat? Yamanaka Keiichi's voice echoed in White Fang's mind. We can't really fight the enemy with our limited power at this time. Well, it's almost there. Seeing all the ninjas who were exhausted, consumed too many chakras, and even most of them were injured, Bai Fang no longer hesitated. He directly took out the signal flare and launched it into the sky. The pattern symbolizing the flag of the Empire gleams in the sky, dazzling. It's a retreat signal. Many Imperial ninjas who were fighting with the enemy and red-eyed were relieved. Hey, notify the other lines of defense and retreat immediately. Understand. Obtaining the command of the commander of White Fang, Yamanaka Keiichi immediately used the family secret technique to relay the command of White Fang to the personnel of other fronts. King Wind Escape middle dot Sandstorm Dun middle dot Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Chakra used ninjutsu after squeezing the few remaining. Forced back the enemy and kept retreating backwards. Continue chasing and bite them. Oyemu floating in the air, with cold eyes, directly ordered. The enemy's strength is limited, and it obviously can't hold it. The purpose of the loss is so large that the enemy will be surrounded and wiped out by the human sea tactics. Naturally, they cannot fail, and they must continue to fight to the end. Chapter 189. Time goes by. The border of Takinokuni, a vast lake, is already submerged here. Roar. The huge shark has sharp teeth and grimace, continuously attacking his body covered in blood. Most of chakra was sucked away. His attributes were restrained, and the four-tailed man's Ulailazi, who could not exert much combat power at all. He slammed it out. The dried persimmon ghost shark holding the shark muscle in his hand hit him mercilessly. The barbed shark muscles have been cut out from the body, making the scalp numb. Lazi, who was already covered in blood, screamed and vomited blood. Finally couldn't stop it, lost combat power, and fell there. Really tenacious, the dried persimmon ghost said with a grin. In this way, the 4 tails and 5 tails are all recovered. Uekai Hitachi said calmly. On the other side of the battlefield, Chiodu, Deidara, and the others, have also swallowed most of chakra by pain, and couldn't turn it into a beast at all. The 5-tailed man Zilihan, who lost most of his combat power, was beaten half dead and lost the power to resist. Damn. The bloody man struggled there, but being kicked on the head fiercely by the corner, he lost consciousness. It takes time to replenish 2 satisfied hearts. Taking the other 2 hideous mask clones back into the body, there were still a lot of black contact lines, and the horns that looked disgusting spoke. Throwing the 5-tailed man Chulai into the air, Deidara, who was riding on the white giant bird, said indifferently. The 6 paths of pain appeared, and Reikage brought the 8-tailed man Chulai with the oil bottle. It is impossible to escape unless that guy gives up the strength of the 8-tailed human column cruelly. With that terrible speed, he should be able to escape from pain. It didn't take long. I saw Tandao Pain flying back, holding a comatose figure in his hand. It was the 8-tailed man Zuriki. The other pain was nowhere to be seen. 0. Take Renzulai. Leave here first before talking. Threw the 8-tailed man's Ulai on the ground. Heavenly Dao Pain was expressionless and said to the others present, "It won't be long before the enemy's reinforcements will come over." Has Raying resolved it? Zhao Du asked. No. Twisted in midair, Uekaiha showed up with the soil, and he calmly said, Zero thinks that keeping him right now is more beneficial to our Akatsuki organization than killing him. Outside, Akatsuki is headed by Pain. Few people really know his identity. Right now, he is just a newcomer who has just become a full member. In fact, the 4th generation of Reikage is quite difficult. With his strength and exaggerated reaction speed, even if he relies on his supernatural power, he can't keep the opponent. If it hadn't been for his loss of an arm in the battle with Uekaiha Shisui, his combat power had dropped a lot. I would have been more troublesome. It also proved how terrifying the pupil power of Zishui was. Let Uekaiha be deeply jealous. Make up your mind and find a way to regain your eyes. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to be in awe. There is no guarantee that the other party will sneak into the different space and directly wait for the opportunity to attack him. Do you contain Hyuga Shinryu? The dried persimmon ghost said with trepidation. If the 4 major powers join forces and the tens of thousands of ninja allied forces can't hold him, it is really frightening. When facing that man with Uekai Hitachi not long ago, he had a deep understanding. That kind of incomparable momentum makes the scalp numb, and directly loses the courage to resist. Obviously, he and Uchiha Hitachi could be killed easily. But they just let them go, to play with the entire ninja world in their palms. The self-confidence from the bones was not a pretend. Let him still have lingering fears. Since he dares to blatantly declare war on all countries, it means that the other party has enough confidence. No one can tell what kind of trump cards Hyuga Shinjuki is currently hiding. After all, the resurrected Uchiha Shisui, Gold and Silver Brothers, Konoha White Fang and others are terrifying enough. Furthermore, in such a short period of time, the Senju rope tree, who should have no strength, has been cultivated into a perfect nine-tailed pillar. We have to be more cautious before we are fully prepared. Nobody knows. On the battlefield where the original daimyo was killed, dilapidated deep underground, a body covered in blood, some weak figures crawled out of it. Amazingly, it was the eight-tailed rabbi who should have been snatched from the fourth-generation Reikage by pain. Sacrificing a tail, you finally fooled the woman, but your current injury is quite serious, and you can't fight again in a short time. In the mental space, the eight-tailed bull ghost reminded in a deep voice. This time, it tried to fool the other party. It is not as simple as sacrificing an octopus foot, but directly sacrificing an entire octopus tail. It will take a long time to regenerate. Ahem. In order to act like a little, even the eldest brother lied to him. I don't know what happened to him. Even if he was seriously injured, Kyarabi couldn't change his rap style, but he had a pale face. It seems extremely solemn. He was previously injured too badly and had lost his combat power. In order not to become a burden, he had to hide underground. If it weren't for Yao in his body, he could barely stop the bleeding. I'm afraid he has lost too much blood and died now. The eight-tailed cow ghost said. The guys from the Akatsuki organization have focused on Renzulai with great fanfare. Most of them have come prepared. I'm afraid they are more fierce. However, Liu Ying is not a brainless person. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, he is also burdened with the future of Union Village. He should put the overall situation first, and he will not fight with Akatsuki to the end. Thinking at his speed, it's not difficult to retreat. Leave here first. Otherwise it will be in trouble if someone from the Xiao organization finds out. The eight-tailed man gritted his teeth, forcibly lifted chakra, and swept away. The direction was not the direction where Reikage and Akatsuki left. Intend to bypass there. The woman named Honglian is very dangerous. She obviously hasn't tried her best before. Her strength is even above Reikage. The eight-tailed bull ghost has a serious voice. Not only has a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, the power of Mudun is also the force of restraining tail beasts and human pillars. When facing each other alone, you will almost certainly lose. I heard that every pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes has its unique pupil technique, like Uchiha Shishui's pupil technique and space-time pupil technique that can manipulate the will of others. Kyarabi's heart was a little heavy. I don't know what that woman's pupil technique is. The two-tailed man's Ulai, the four-tailed man's Ulai, and the five-tailed man's Ulai were mostly doomed and fell into the hands of Akatsuki. The strength of the coalition forces of various countries has undoubtedly dropped greatly, and the advantage of the face of Hyuga Shinjuki has been reduced by a few points. Chapter 194 Red Sun Formations Tenzigo, Greater Busan. In the tent of the commander of the Empire camp, some tired White Fang, Shishui, Tsunade, Senjunosuke and others stepped back from the front and rushed back. The enemy has been pressed down step by step, and we have tried our best to shrink our forces to the commander's tent, within a radius of 5 kilometers, distributed in the complex terrain of Busan. White Teeth pointed to the sand table, his face full of seriousness and dignity. According to Hei's perception and investigation, it can be basically confirmed that the enemy's troops are distributed within a radius of 10 kilometers, which is about 20,000, a radius of 20 kilometers is 30,000, and a radius of 30 kilometers is 40,000. Onoki and the others are far more cunning and cautious than we thought. The previous plan may have a lot of deviation. If we want to take the initiative in this war, we need to eliminate at least 30,000 or more enemy troops. And it must be said that we don't have much time to wait any longer, because so far, the number of casualties on the front is not a small number of hours. It is already less than 10,000. If we continue to drag it, we simply cannot afford it. Tsunade, Shishui and others couldn't help but look solemn. With a range of 20 to 30 kilometers, my skills can't reach such an exaggerated level. It can only reach 10 kilometers at most, which is about the size of a death forest. Guren, who had been in the commander's account all the time, did not participate in the war again, and had gradually recovered chakras. Guren could not help but frown. Compared with Hyuga Shinjuki, which can completely turn the huge Konoha into a forest in an instant, and can also directly create a huge area of the tree city no less than Konoha, she is obviously a little far behind. You know, even the 45th exercise site of Konoha, the Death Forest, has a radius of about 10 kilometers. With that said, Guren glanced at the Senju rope tree next to him, and added, if the rope tree keeps sending chakras to me, the flower and tree world should reach a radius of 20 kilometers. At such a long distance, in fact, she could not lock the enemy. She was just creating a large-scale forest. After all, she is not Hyuga Shinryu, 20 kilometers. Moreover, we also set up a large-scale barrier in advance to protect our own personnel. The power of pollen is too great, and our troops must not inhale it. Red Lotus said solemnly, the key is Onogi. We must prevent that guy from directly using the dust to break our open barrier defense. The power of Chendun is too terrifying, and ordinary enchantments can't stop it. It will be torn apart by it in an instant, and the pollen may rush in directly. That thing does not distinguish the enemy from us, and only Gulian himself cannot be affected by it. Ordinary shinobu, the price of inhaling pollen, may have to coma for a whole day. There are not so many gas masks in the Imperial Army. When the pollen dispersed, the enemy reinforcements arrived, and most of the ninja troops in the Imperial camp did not wake up, but it would be troublesome. Don't worry about this, we have already prepared. Me, Tsunade, and Brother Gold and Silver can directly open the 4 Red Sun formations. After groaning for a moment, White Fang said directly, although it can't cooperate perfectly because of just learning, and if it can barely display, its power will decrease, but the dust of Onoki can't be broken. Although Chendun is powerful, but in the final analysis it is only a combination of the 3 chakra attributes of wind, fire and earth, combined with the blood formed by the enchantment technique and then eliminated. Hyuga Shinryu has already tested it, and it cannot break the 4 Red Sun formations at all. 4 Red Sun formations? The rumor is still on top of the 4 Purple Flame formations, a barrier technique that requires 4 Naruto to perform. Shishui was a little surprised. Then he thought of something, stroking the left eye that did not belong to him, and said in a deep voice towards Baya and others, and there is one thing I have to say. It is okay for the power to attack in the future, and it is used to transfer time and space. If you don't, it's better not to use as much as possible. I'm worried that those guys in Akatsuki might lurch in a different space and ambushed, waiting for an opportunity to seize this kaleidoscope. If it was him, he would do that, because 2 kaleidoscopes right round eyes, sharing a different space. No one can use it at ease. They will only be wary and jealous of each other. Naturally, I will find ways to capture the opponent's writing wheel. The pupil power of his left eye has not recovered yet, so it can only be used temporarily. Moreover, the power of the divine power is used to attack, and the power is frightening. Once he was taken away by Danzang because of carelessness, he has become more cautious and dare not to be careless. Then it's decided. Shiraya pointed to the sand table, marked 4 locations, and looked at Tsunade and Brother Jinyin. I will go to the east, you go to the south. Tsunade, brothers go to the west and the north, and prepare to open the 4 Red Sun array. He is responsible for recalling our troops. We can start when we get to the predetermined position. At that time, it doesn't matter if a small number of enemy ninjas are locked in the barrier. It's not too late. The rope tree, follow me outside first. Gulian didn't hesitate anymore, and said directly to the Kaienzu rope tree, Remember to wear a gas mask. Yes, Guren's armor. Outside of Busan, within the coalition camp, Onoki walked around with his hands behind his back, a little restless. His short stature is a bit funny. Not worried about the battle on the front line, but worried about the fourth generation of Raikage and the eight-tailed man Zulai, because there was no news for a long time, which made him a little anxious. If your own powerhouses lose all their losses, what will the countries use to contend that they have not yet made any moves, and the superiority of forces is meaningless for the Sangha Shinayu? Master Tuiying, news from the headquarters. What? How could this be? A sensor carrying a device was shocked by the sudden news, and he screamed loudly, quickly, say. 3 generations of Tuiying stopped pacing, and stepped forward a little anxiously, staring at the other party, and quickly asked, "Did Raikage and the others have news?" "Yes, it is indeed Raikage-sama that has news." The sensing staff broke out in cold sweat, his face paled by the news from the headquarters, and his voice trembled. The headquarters said that Raikage-sama has already talked to the front. The large forces that went to support joined together. But what? Say it quickly. Oyima's expression changed a little when he heard Raikage meet with the supporting troops, choosing one's gaze and eating, staring at each other. There was a strong premonition, and an astonishing murderous aura was involuntarily released. Suffocated by the terrible aura, the Yanin gritted his teeth and said, "But the strength displayed by the Akatsuki organization is amazing. All 0.7 S-rank rebels, and there are even no fewer than 10 people. Not only the Renzu Li and the 8-tailed man Zulai, even the 4-tailed man Zulai and the 5-tailed man Zulihan who followed Master Raikage to support through the heavenly sending technique were all captured by the Xiao organization." Considering that they cannot affect the morale of the 3 generations of Tuiying at this time, Ila Zhang temporarily concealed that the Akatsuki organization might have information about the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. What? Onaki's complexion changed drastically. Although I had a hunch, when I heard it, I almost fainted. His face is blue, ugly and terrible. Master Ila Zhang said that the news will be temporarily blocked, so as not to damage our morale and cause panic among the people below. The first task at present is to smash Konoha and the others. Damn Akatsuki, when the threat of Hyuga Shinayu is resolved, she must uproot them. Chapter 191. The Flower and Tree World coming east, in place. West, in place. South, in place. North, in place. In less than 10 minutes. The 4 astonishing figures of Chakra came silently to the 4 corners of the north, southwest of Taifu. By the time the coalition forces sensed it, it was already a little late when they started reporting. Ninfa middle. For Red Sun Formation, I saw Beifang, Sunade, Golden Horn, and Silver Horn. All of them were serious and stern. The crimsoned translucent barrier that was visible to the naked eye opened quickly and rose to the sky at an alarming speed, attracting the attention of countless coalition forces. Enchantment? What happened? The enemy is hiding in the barrier, and some of our frontline troops are also blocked inside. In the distance, inside the coalition camp. Suddenly, it directly caused a huge commotion, and many ninjas looked at the huge and red enchantment standing there, and they were a little surprised. Knowing that Renzulai was robbed, his face was extremely ugly, and Oyemu, who was paying attention to the battle, changed his face. Without thinking about it, the whole person flew quickly. Seen in amazement, the huge crimson enchantment completely covered the area where the entire Imperial camp was located, firmly guarding it. Could it be? Oyemu didn't know what the other party wanted to do. However, such a huge enchantment with a range of 28 must not last for a long time. When you close your eyes, you will know that the enemy is about to deploy a big killer move. Moreover, it is likely to be an attack regardless of the enemy or the enemy. Otherwise, no enchantment is needed at all. Quickly, contact all the troops immediately and retreat at full speed. The 3 generations of Tuiying Onoki, the 5 generations of Shuiying Trumiming and others directly ordered without hesitation, with extremely serious expressions. Especially the 3 generations of Tuiying. The whole person rushed straight to the Great Pusan. A dazzling white light erupted from the hand, extending for hundreds of kilometers, and directly slashed towards the crimson enchantment. Dust escape middle dot delimitations tripping technique. Boom! The dazzling white light like a blade collided with the huge scarlet enchantment. A loud noise erupted. The light is dazzling, attracting the attention of countless people. That is, dust escape of Master Tu Ying. Guru, what a powerful force. A large number of coalition forces looked at the collision of the white light and the crimson enchantment in shock, where the light was so fierce that it was impossible to look directly at it. Can't help but numb the scalp. It was Terumim who had already rushed over and was about to join the three generations of Turkage. Cannot help but stare wide, a little surprised. What? How is this possible? However, what shocked everyone was, when the dazzling light dissipated, the scarlet enchantment stood there, motionless. Not only the three generations of Earth shadows, but Trumi Ming's complexion changed drastically, and she was a little unbelievable. Even Chen Yun can't break. Damn it, trouble. What is even more disturbing is that the consumption of chakra is obviously amazing, and it is impossible to hold it for long. It can be seen that the enemy is definitely not just trying to stop their attack and delay time. Quickly, inform the whole army and retreat immediately. The three generations of Dokage and Trumim are getting heavier and heavier. Without even thinking about it, he yelled at the person in charge of the contact with great anxiety. And this time, outside the four red sun array, on the hidden high ground, screams continued. 20 or 30 people led by one Shangren and two special Shangren were slaughtered in a short period of time. Ready, Master Guren. Senju rope tree shone with golden light, has a jade tattoo design, wears a gas mask, and presses his right palm on Guren's back. The red lotus in front of him had colorful snake patterns in his eyes, and the kaleidoscope pattern in the golden pupils was very eye-catching. I don't know when, has entered the fairy mode. The whole person looked extremely cold. Uekai Hashish Yui, wearing a gas mask, stood by and kept alert. Then let the flowers begin to bloom. The red lotus with an astonishing aura quickly formed a seal there. After a short while, his hands suddenly hit the ground. Mudun middle dot flower and tree realm is here. Bang bang bang. Visible to the naked eye. Countless saplings broke out in an instant. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. At an astonishing speed, it continued to spread. In the shocking eyes of everyone, the endless huge forest completely covered and submerged the entire huge battlefield in the blink of an eye, and there was no time to dodge. But the trees and vines did not attack them. This is, the three generations of Tuiying's face looked uncertain. But without hesitation, he decisively launched Chen Escape again. The dazzling white light was extremely bright, directly like a blade, and straightly cut the huge tree growing at an alarming rate within a radius of hundreds of meters. However, his attack was completely ineffective. In the blink of an eye, the huge number of trees and vines rose again. It's just a few minutes. Gulian is also getting more and more strenuous, sweating. Even Senju rope tree couldn't help clenching his teeth, and continuously output chakra extracted from Yin attribute Nine Tails to Guren. Can't it work? Yin attribute Nine Tails shouted inside him, saying, if this continues, I can't hold it anymore. Guren's armor. Hold on, it's almost done. Guren was sweating profusely, panting a little, gritted his silver teeth and couldn't help outputting chakra, expanding the scope of the surgery. And in the enemy camp, on that high ground, you can't go wrong. It's Uekai Hashish Yui, Guren, Senju rope trees chakra. Some sensory personnel found that something was wrong, and hurriedly reported to the third generation Dokage Onoki and Terumim. They should be the ones performing the operation. Your Excellency Tukage, although they don't know what they want to do, they must be stopped. Terumi Ming had a serious face, and said directly to the third generation of Tukage, the scope is too big, it is a bit difficult to retreat. I know. Super light and heavy rock art. The three generations of Dokage floating the directly pressed one hand on the shoulders of Terumi Ming and Nanaren Zilifu from Takigahara village, and instantly activated ninjutsu. Go! You must stop them quickly. 3 generations of Tuiying flew directly towards their high ground where Guren, Senju-no-Suke, and Uchiha Shisui were located. Being alone, facing the writing wheel eye, is undoubtedly very dangerous. Of course he would not be so unwise. The whole person became extremely light in an instant, and Trumei Ming, who had already practiced 867 with Tuiying and Reikage, was not surprised at all. With some curiosity, Zilifu, the seven-tailed man who jumped up there, followed the 3 generations of Dokijanoki flying in the air with an astonishing speed. The vast forest completely flooded the battlefield within a radius of 20 miles. One after another huge flower buds appeared on these dense forests, but they did not open directly. It will take some time for the flowers to bloom. Then just wait patiently. Looking at the endless forest, Guren sighed and sneered at the same time. Even if the fellow Onoki tries his best, he can't cause too much damage. By then, pollen will slowly drift in and out of him. Part of the vacuum zone. Unless, the other party can kill her directly to stop this technique. Dust escape middle. Primary realm stripping technique. The dazzling white light blasted from a distance in an instant. However, I had already discovered the other party's Senju Singsu and others, and immediately rushed out, avoiding the terrible attack of the 3 generations of Tuiying, and rushed to the distance without hesitation. Go! Don't have to fight them head-on. Chakra consumes a huge amount of red lotus, so naturally he won't be so stupid to face the 3 generations of Tuiying at this time. After all, even the 9-tailed man's Ulikianju rope tree, in order to export chakras to her, it is very expensive. Only Shisui chakra is more sufficient, and the combat power is not affected. Although it is too large, the power of pollen is somewhat weakened. But when these guys absorb the pollen silently, even if they don't faint directly, their combat power will be greatly weakened. Chapter 192 Pollen permeating the battlefield, solving escape middle. The art of melting monsters. Boom, quack, smoke and dust filled. A huge solution rushed down. The large tracts of trees and vines were ruthlessly corroded in an instant, and a large area instantly turned into an empty space. The earth and boulders are all corroded. It makes the scalp numb. Hateful. Pursue the 3 figures who avoided the attack from their own dissolution. Trumei Ming, who was unable to intercept the opponent for a long time, could not help gritting her teeth as she was chasing by the 7-tailed man. The longer time dragged on, the more disturbed she became. The 7-tailed man Zilifu of Taki-in village has long since turned into a beast. Roar! The giant insect with 7 tails flew in midair, and could not help but spit out the small-tailed beast Jade to launch a violent attack, making Uchiha Shisui and the others look a little embarrassed without directly confronting them. On the other hand, the 3 generations of Takijanoki stands on Nano's head, ready to escape from the dust and wait for the opportunity to launch a law. If you don't pay attention, you may be bombarded with the dust of the experienced Onoki. It is really frightening. Boom! There was a violent explosion ahead. Countless sawdust and rocks splashed and smoke billowed. Master Honglian, aren't you okay? The Scarlet 3 Jade writing wheel turned, with amazing dynamic vision and excellent speed, easily avoiding the small tail beast Jade that hits. Zishui asked loudly. Almost. Guren kept going backwards. Looking at the surrounding forest, she sneered directly. At this time, the buds bloomed silently. The pollen began to spread gradually. Thump, thump. Within 20 miles, a large number of coalition forces continued to fall down without warning. Past Inakuma. Even ordinary Shangren can't hold it. That's it. In this scene, the 5th generation Shui Ying Zhaoming and the 3rd generation Tu Ying Onoki couldn't help but change their complexions, causing intense anxiety. Guren, Uchiha Shisui, Senju-no-Suke and others, who had been fleeing constantly and were unwilling to confront the 3 generations of Tukij and the others, stopped directly. At this time, Trumei Ming, and the 3rd generation Dokijonoki, suddenly couldn't help but staggered, almost falling off Nanao and almost fell directly there. His complexion changed suddenly. Sure enough, is it poison? Trumei Ming, dressed in a blue long skirt, supported her exquisite and moving body. Mama stared at the huge flowers that bloomed quietly without knowing when, and her expression became ugly. Could it be? Ahem, it can't be wrong. It should be pollen. Oh, Yemya had to cover his nose. The body couldn't help coughing there, resisting not letting himself fall directly. His eyes sank. Damn it, it's careless. These pollen will not directly make a strong like them lose their combat power. But others, looking at those large swaths of coalition forces that fell continuously and passed out directly, 3 generations of Tuiying's heart sank to the bottom. Poison? Zilifu the seven-tailed man was surprised. As a seven-tailed man Zulai, she has an extraordinary antitoxic physique, and those pollen can't have much influence on her. Sure enough, I tried my best to expand the range, resulting in insufficient pollen power. Gurren stared at the giant insect that was still flying in midair, and did not faint or fall off directly from standing on it. Tru Miming and Sandai Chuiying, who were still holding Nano's body firmly with the chakras, were on the soles of their feet. 2 people, it is difficult to directly let these guys lose their combat effectiveness. However, our plan has been successful, Zishui whispered. Seeing scattered among the forests, a little faintly visible, the figure lying the lost consciousness. There was a little unbearable in the eyes, but still showed a firm color. The 3 generations of Fenying and the 5 generations of Shuiying alone are obviously powerless. Even if the 4th generation Reikage, who had just returned to the headquarters of the Allied forces with an astonishing speed, came in with a large number of troops wearing gas masks, it was too late to save people at this time. Now that the pollen works, let's start. Call out. Following Yulian directly took out the signal flare. Boom, a blazing flame exploded in midair, dazzling. Oops. Let the 3 generations of Tuiying and Tru Miming, their hearts trembled. The face became extremely ugly. These hateful guys. Dust escape middle. The art of stripping the original realm. Onaki's eyes were red, and he started Chen escape without hesitation. The huge white light suddenly blasted towards Honglian and Shishui. Boom. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The 3 figures separated directly. Crystal escape middle. The technique of breaking crystals and descending dragons. With the red lotus knot seal. Ho ho. The 3 huge crystal dragons rose directly into the sky and caught her, Zishui and Shengxiu. He opened his huge mouth, spit out a dazzling fire, and blasted the flying giant insect on the opposite side. Attacked. Water escape middle. The art of water dragon ball. In midair, 3 huge water dragons suddenly condensed, and roared at the huge fireball. A spout of water dragons whirled and shot out, extinguishing the fiery fireball, aroused a large amount of water mist. However, the castration was unabated, and it slammed straight towards the Honglian and others who were riding the giant crystal dragon. However, it was avoided by the fast-speed Jinglong. Fu, please use the tail beast Jade to attack. After gritting his teeth, Tru Miming is not a hesitant character, and decisively said to the 7-tailed man Zulai, at this time, even if you hurt yourself, some people can't help it. What? 7-tailed man Zilifu obviously couldn't bear it, but he also knew that the situation was critical and had to do it. Yes, Lord Shuiying suddenly opened his mouth. The yin and yang attribute chakras visible to the naked eye are constantly gathering. Thousands of elite troops wearing masks are already ready, and they will go straight to harvest the enemy troops who have fallen into a coma and have lost their resistance. The voice of Hei in the mountain rang in everyone's minds. Their troops are already outside the barrier. Tens of thousands of troops are scattered on such a large battlefield. Even if they have lost the power to resist, and they have perceptive ninjas, they can't be killed all at once. Swipe. The edge of the Crimson Barrier. The 1st Brigade, go to the west battlefield. The 2nd team, head to the southern battlefield. The 3rd team, go to. Thousands of years ago, he was sent out, wearing a gas mask, holding a ninja sword, unable to see his face, and standing there for a long time. After receiving the order, he quickly and orderly transformed into 4 brigades and rushed to the battlefield one after another. In each team, there is a mixture of perceptual ninjas, who can perceive the chakras of those enemy ninjas within a considerable range, and try to avoid fish that slip through the net. And in the middle of the journey, these hundreds of people turned into scattered squads and groups one after another, constantly going to various directions to harvest the unconscious coalition ninjas. Chapter 193 Thunder Shadow vs Thousand Hands Rope Tree. What? How could this be? That's 20 to 30 kilometers. Coalition headquarters. Because he came back quickly, chakra consumed a lot of Reikage, and he couldn't sit still anymore at this time. Can't care about restoring chakra. The other people also turned pale, a little flustered and uneasy. No one thought that the enemy would use such terrible means to make its personnel within a radius of tens of kilometers lose their combat effectiveness. Those bastards actually used this method. His complexion was green and his body was shaking with anger. The huge conference table was smashed by his punch, which made people sweat. But at this time, more people in the entire headquarters hall were panicked by the sudden news, and their minds were obviously not on this. We are careless. Ila Zhang smiled bitterly, extremely heavy. Knowing what happened to Chio, he was too late to be sentimental, because the situation he faced was too severe, and a little carelessness would be the end of the destruction of countries. Unexpectedly, that woman would have such a method. But in the final analysis, Mudun's power is too terrifying. If the force is too scattered, it is equal to giving away heads. If it is too dense, you are worried that the enemy will launch a large-scale operation. This is the power of the first generation of Naruto Senju to calm the troubled times. Chapter 947. Knowing that they are facing such an enemy, they are bound to face such a terrible crisis. Prepare for the gift of heaven. I will go over immediately. The 4th generation of Liang turned his head and instructed the waiter on standby, and said in a deep voice, at the same time, immediately let the troops outside to support. How much can be saved? Otherwise, if something happens to Onoki and the others, it's really hopeless. Yes, hateful. These bastards. Cruel and bloody scenes on the battlefield outside of Busan. An executioner wearing a gas mask was harvesting the heads of the unconscious enemy soldiers. The eyes of the 3 generations of Tuiying and the 5th generation of Shuiying were red, and they couldn't help gnashing their teeth and furious. However, before them, it's a purple and a green, 2 huge bust armor giants, and a golden figure with dazzling light. Boom! A black and red tail beast jade bombarded from the mouth of the flying giant insect with 7 tails. The purple chakra armor giant moved, and the huge lightsaber swung down. A terrifying slash, instantly violently attacked from the dazzling lightsaber, and directly hit the huge tail beast jade. The two collided together. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise. The dazzling white light makes it difficult to look directly, and some can't open their eyes. Terrible confrontation. Indescribable shock. Countless vegetation and land were destroyed in an instant. The extremely fierce wind pressure pushed Honglian and the others and the ugly 3-generation Tuiying away. Within a few hundred meters, it turned into ruins and disappeared completely. Unspeakable shock. Hateful. Looking at such a scene, 3 generations of Dokage and Trimai can't help but gnash their teeth. My heart sank to the bottom. With this blow alone, our personnel did not know how much to lose. The enemy is absolutely unscrupulous. Wow! A huge bear pit appeared. The groundwater is constantly gushing and clacking. You come down to me too. Inside the huge purple armor giant, Guren's hands were stamped. A pair of beautifully patterned kaleidoscopes locked a huge figure in the distance. Shushoshu! The huge tree vines directly rose up into the sky, and they grabbed the flying giant insects in midair. These trees and vines were originally formed by her surgery, and can be manipulated at any time. Dust escape middle. Primary realm stripping technique. A huge white light slashed past. A large number of trees and vines were directly cut off by the 3 generations of soil shadows floating there. But in the blink of an eye, countless trees and vines rose into the sky again, as if endlessly. They continued to attack. The flying giant insects dodged left and right, and kept avoiding the attacking tree vines. Dissolve the monsters. Tsurumi Ming used her own blood to dissolve the bounds, and opened her mouth to spit out a large amount of corrosive solution, corroding the large tracts of trees and vines. Makes scalp numb. The next moment, goo of Yasaka Zishui directly launched an attack. The three orange goo jade kept spinning, tearing the atmosphere and bursting out. Boom! Oyima's heart was chilled, and he blasted out without hesitation. Between the two, there was a violent collision, blocking the attack of Shishui. Even Bei Igweng's castration did not diminish, and he passed by Shishui's side dangerously, shattering a small half of Susanoo. I can't help but sweat. Chen Dun, really awesome power. Shishui gave up Suzuo Nenu, and rushed up with the 7-star sword in his hand. Rao, who has a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, did not dare to underestimate the power of the 3 generations of Duiying. 3 generations of Duiying. Onoki panted, sweating on his head. Continuously using the technique of dust escape, chakra consumption is not generally large. He is already very struggling when he is getting older. Damn it, can you only retreat? Looking at the endless forest, Oyemu gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing anger and unwillingness. At least 30 or 40,000 ninja troops. If all were lost, then the coalition forces of all countries, which lost their superiority in military strength and lost most of their half-man pillars, would fight against the forces of Hyuga Shinryu. Brush. At this time, a pale blue figure appeared without warning, accompanied by Electric Man's thunder abuse level. The sharp hand knife, covered with Ldun chakra, is like an extremely sharp blade. In an instant, he slashed fiercely towards the 1,000 hands rope tree, which was not guarded by Suzuo Nenu, but entered the 9 Lama mode. Brush. However, between the electric light and flint, as soon as Senju rope tree dodges his attack, his figure retreats. Even a dazzling electric light burst out of the palm of the palm, and the whole person rushed out like lightning. What? The 4 generations of Liying, who had always relied on speed, couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Boom! The dazzling electric lights collided. The earth was destroyed by thunder and lightning, and smoke was filled. Looking at the Senju rope tree with a little shock, the scarlet writing wheel eyes are very eye-catching, and Liying is almost unbelievable. I can easily avoid my attack and even launch a counter-attack, at such a speed. But after suffering a big loss, he looked away from him, who had always been defensive against the pupil power of Shilunyan. Avoid being hit by the opponent's illusion. Have you finally arrived, Reikage? That guy can actually seal Ying's attack. Dokage and Triumim couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, like the 4 generations of Reikage, they were all shocked by the amazing strength displayed by the 9-tailed people. In that case, not only did Reikage's attack be avoided, but also he was able to launch a counter-attack so quickly. Chapter 194. Stunning performance. The intertwined sound of sharp electric currents like 1,000 birds chirping in unison, echoed endlessly. The dazzling thunderlight dazzled the surroundings pale extremely. Boom, boom. The confrontation between the two figures is dazzling dulling. In a short period of time, the 4 generations of Reikage have fought against the Senju rope tree dozens of times. Although the speed barely surpassed that of the Kienju rope tree who entered the 9 Lama mode, it was not so fast that it could not react. The black jade kept turning to the extreme. The battle nerves are tense, and the swift figure of the Kienju rope tree faintly leaves a red light in the air. In this ultra-high intensity battle, he became more and more skilled in the use of the pupil power of the writing round eyes. Sure enough, Lord Shinryu is right, only constant fighting is the shortcut to improving strength. This kind of intensity of battle is not tolerant at all, and the nerves are tense all the time. It made him feel a little enthusiastic. This guy, with blazing electric glows all over his body was activated to the extreme, and the 4 generations of Reikage, whose hair was upside down, stared solemnly at the young figure in front of him, gritting his teeth, relying on the excellent combat experience. After all, he overwhelmed the senju rope tree. The amazing chakra couldn't help but converge on his elbow, and the electric current flickered violently. The terrifying elbow blow brazenly tore the atmosphere and blasted over. Heavy current violence. Make your scalp numb. Boom! The helix pill that Senjutsu Yuki blasted over was crushed by life. The whole person's complexion changed, and he was blown upside down. His palms were a little numb, and his mouth was cracked. Time is too short. He hasn't mastered the great power, which can be regarded as the Sleevel Forbidden Wind Dun Middle Dot Spiral Shuriken and the indispensable version of the Sleevel Thunder Dun Profound Meaning Che. Get rid of you first. The fourth generation Ying flashed and chased up. The violent right leg lifted up to the sky, accompanied by the dazzling thunder light. Severely smashed. Yeel is angry and thunder axe. Boom boom boom. The dust is flying. Shocking. The whole land collapsed. Among the electric light and flint, it was faintly visible that several golden chakra arms swept out of the Kaienzu rope tree, and at the critical moment, an amazing spiral pill was condensed, and they all swept up, blocked the terrible blow of Reikage. Red Lotus not far away, watching the battle quietly there. The chakra was restored silently, without the intention of intervening. She had consumed too many chakras in order to display the flower and tree world coming, and now she has only limited power to recover. As the strength of the nine-tailed man, Senju Ropeki would not be killed so easily. She wanted to see this kid, what kind of combat power she could exert. The result is obviously surprising. The performance of Senju Rope Tree is undoubtedly quite amazing. In terms of combat experience, Reikage, who has experienced many battles, is much worse than Reikage, but his excellent reaction speed and combat instinct allow him to continue to fight while also improving. This kid, the leap forward improvement, really makes people jealous. Compared with Red Lotus, Stopwater, Onoki and Ryumim were a little bit unable to keep calm, and they were full of fear. It's a terrible guy. You can actually go head to head with Reikage. Boom! One after another, the giant chakra hands condensed the spiral pill. The fourth generation of Reikage retreated decisively. He swept under the three generations of Tuying and the others, and his whole body couldn't help but burst out. His complexion was extremely solemn. Raking, don't fight recklessly alone anymore. If you want to get rid of these guys, only we can work together. Onoki flew down without hesitation, and landed on the shoulders of the fourth generation of Reikage. Earth Escape Middle Dot Light and Heavy Rock Art instantly reduced the four generations of Reikage's physical skills to the lowest. And Shishui, Gulian, and Senju Rosyuk were also tied together. Confronted them, far away in the City of Trees, in the highest office. The strength of Lord Rope Tree is amazing. The power of Nine Tails is really awesome. Yuzuki Uian, Inuzuka Hana, and others couldn't help but open their mouths, staring blankly at the reflection of the water polo. The Senjutsu Rope Tree that confronts the four generations of Reikage without falling into the wind. Somewhat shocked, although knowing that the opponent's tail is horribly powerful after being transformed into a beast, when he really sees that the opponent can really fight against the fourth generation of Reikage, he still can't help but feel a little incredible. After all, at the time of his resurrection, the strength of the Senju Rope Tree, strictly speaking, was inferior to Kakashi, who was experienced in combat. In a short period of time, the progress was so surprising that his jaw dropped to the ground. As the longer he stays on the battlefield, his combat experience is constantly soaring. In addition, under the 9 Lama mode state, whether it is perception ability, neural responsibility, and even chakra control ability are greatly enhanced. Become extremely sensitive. I don't know when. The head of the staff Naruto was also paying attention, touching his chin and said solemnly, especially according to what you said earlier, although Lord Ropeki failed to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, his pupil power increased to the point. It is quite astonishing. It is already close to that critical line. his own strength has been greatly increased. Even if he does not borrow the power of Kyuubi, his current strength cannot be underestimated. Although as the head of the staff of the empire, his status is not worse than that of Senju and Tsunade and others. Narashiki Izu and others still habitually retain their respect for these two siblings and have not become swollen. He knew that in the future Tsunade would still be that woman. Of course, the character of their pig deer butterfly is basically relatively low and humble, making people unable to feel bad. It can be seen only by looking at the Minister of the Ministry of Intelligence, Yamanaka Hideichi, who still habitually calls the resurrected White Tooth in honorific terms. I have to admit that some people are born like God's darlings, and they are so talented that they are so jealous that ordinary people can't catch up anyway. Azuki murmured jealously. Even if she had gained a powerful descent gene, her power would undoubtedly be limited compared to those who couldn't be guessed by common sense, such as Senju Rope Tree. The Temari beside him nodded in approval. Originally, she thought her brother Gaara was already a monster. But compared to these people, it's nothing. At most, when he used to be a human pillar, his appearance was just terrifying. The body of Hyuga Shinryu had already left, and went to practice in that supergravity space. He advocating strength. He will not relax his own practice because of the establishment of an empire. But the chakra he left behind is enough to maintain this huge water polo for a long time, and he does not need to output chakras all the time. They have been taught the Indian style of manipulating the water polo game so that they can continue to watch the game. Temari has already seen the battles on all fronts. Her brother Gaara's performance is okay, but it's just not bad. Without Shuhei, his strength is not even as good as the experienced upper ninjas such as Saiyin's agent Feng Yingmegi due to lack of physical skills. At present alone, he has gained a brand new power, and he is like a reborn Neji Hyuga, and his performance is no worse than Gaara. It's not so much that he is the darling of God, it is better to say that Lord Shinryu knows people with his eyes. The newly arrived Hyuga family patriarch, Hyuga Haizuzaka, said solemnly, Sama Shizama's talents in all aspects are not an advantage compared to Neji and others, but they are incomparably compatible with the power of Kyuubi. Nine-tailed man's Uzumaki Naruto, his mother, or the previous generation of nine-tailed Uzumaki Naruto, can't perfectly control the power of the nine tails, and the rope tree Zama can only rely on half of the nine tails. At the end, it has reached such an astonishing height. He had previously witnessed the progress and new power of Hyuga Ninja, which left him deeply surprised and shocked, and he had a better understanding of the unfathomable methods of Hyuga Shinryu. I can't help but hope that the next patriarch of the Hyuga family, who was appointed by Hyuga Shinryu, will achieve even higher achievements in the future. Okay. Narulugi nodded and sighed in relief. Anyway, the initiative in this war will eventually be transferred to our hands. Although the current loss is not small, it is still within an acceptable range. Hyuga Shinryu didn't even think about making a shot in person. He was under considerable pressure. On the one hand, he was unwilling to see more bloodshed and sacrifices. After all, it was not only the former comrades in arms, but even the three major families of pig, deer and butterfly participated in the war. On the other hand, a huge empire must have sufficient standing troops. If the loss is too great, although it will not become a polished commander, it is impossible for them to make small things in the future and require them, such as experienced shinin personally. Send out Chapter 195, the fourth form of Suzuo Nenu. Hey! On the devastated battlefield, several silhouettes with terrible breaths, overwhelming people, stood facing each other there. In midair, a flying giant insect fluttered its wings, and a beautiful and moving blue figure stood on its head. It was Shui Ying Zhangming. But in the final analysis, the seven-tailed human column power is obviously not a perfect human column power, even if it can manipulate the power of the tail beast. But it can't exert too strong combat power. Are you going to start? Even Nara Lukisa, Yuzuki Uion, Hyuga Nizu and others who were watching the battle in the City of Trees couldn't help holding their breath. How lucky to witness this intensity of battle. Even in the fierce third ninja battle before, they also needed to confront other enemies, and couldn't be too distracted to pay attention to the battles of these big men. How can it be compared to the present, directly outside the battlefield, watching the battle from the perspective of God? Rope Tree, come here, and give me your chakra, Gurren said directly to Senju Rope Tree. Yes, Senju Rope Tree knew very well that Gurren had spent too much chakra in order to display a large range of flower and tree circles. His figure flashed, and he flew to the other side. The fist stretched out and collided with the opponent to transport chakra. Damn it, can't delay any longer. As time passed, the 4 generations of Reikage gritted his teeth and his eyes were cold. Live long enough, 3 generations of Earth Shadow Onoki with rich combat experience directly commanded, Shui Ying. Understand the technique of water escape and water dragon bombing. Standing on the head of Nanao Shai Jeming, the 5 generations of Shui Ying Zhao Mei Aiming. His hands flew to Jai Ian. 3 huge water dragons suddenly rose into the sky from the ground, blasting towards Zishui and Honglian. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The 3 figures all jumped back, avoiding the strangulation of the water dragon bomb. The 4th generation Reikage carrying Onoki suddenly moved. The speed is terribly fast, even if it is a kaleidoscope writing wheel. It is impossible to see the trajectory of its movement. In an instant it swept up to the sky, and toward Uekai Hashishui who was in midair. The electric light shrouded, and the hand knife covered with the astonishing dun chakra smashed down. So fast. Senzu Rope Tree, Shishui and others couldn't help but change their expressions. I can't see the opponent's movements at all. Soil escape middle dot aggravated rock art. The 3rd generation of Duying instantly increased the weight of the 4th generation of Reikage, increasing its attack power to an unimaginable level. Boom! The green giant chakra appeared instantly. But it was directly broken by the 4th generation of Reikage's violent hand knife. Shishui was able to avoid the frontal impact, and the whole person took Suzuo to retreat. The technique of light and heavy rock. Following the 3 generations of Earth Shadow, the technique was performed again. The 4th generation of Reikage rushed out violently, and directly pursued it, not intending to give Uekaihu a chance to stop the water. Boom, bang. There was already a fierce attack between the electric light and flint, and the Uekai Hashishui who was hiding in Susanna was bombarded. Roar! And just when Yulin was about to help, the flying giant with 7 tails in midair roared and flew up very fast. Several small tail beast jade spit out from his mouth one after another. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Tearing the atmosphere, they rushed towards the Red Lotus and Senju Rope Tree. As Nanao Shai Jeming's strength and abilities are not strong among the tail beasts, but he wins because he has more chakras, second only to the 9 tails and 8 tails. The small tail beast Jade is quite powerful. Although pursuing attack speed and frequency, it is not worse than most tail evil ninjutsu. Solving escape middle dot the technique of melting weirds. And standing on the head of Nanao, Chumiming with a charming attitude. The speed of the seal is also extremely fast, which is shocking. In the blink of an eye, he opened his mouth directly. A large amount of strongly corrosive solution, like a huge waterfall, flooded the Red Lotus. It makes the scalp numb. Boom! The purple light flashed, and the 7-tailed man's Ulyss attack was directly blocked. A giant purple armor larger than Uekai Hashishui's Susanoo appeared, and his legs grew directly, standing there, giving people unparalleled terrible pressure. What? Ying, Tu Ying, Shui Ying and others couldn't help but change their complexions, and their pupils widened. Someone looked at the behemoth that suddenly appeared in disbelief. Have you grown your legs, enhanced your mobility and made up for the defects of the hollow under your feet? 3 generations of Duying's eyes sank. Let Shui Ying and 7-tailed man Zili drag us first. Want to work together to solve Shishui first, and then turn their heads to deal with us? Good tactics. Seeing through the intentions of the 4th generation of Reikage and the 3rd generation of Dukage, the red 9-tailed chakra is covered in red, and the Red Lotus, who is constantly receiving the power of the Senju rope tree, does not consume too much pupil power to show Susanoo. Almost, with a sneer, although it is not really complete, but this is the limit I can currently do. You should be thankful. If it weren't for my chakra consumption too much, you might see something more interesting. With the power of wood escape, she has a huge amount of chakra compared to other people, and in fact, she can already display the fourth form of Susanoo. But the distance to the true complete body is still a bit short. But the chakra consumption is too great at the moment, and the fourth form can only be used with the help of the 9-net-tailed chakra. If not, if she teamed up with the Senju Rusugi, who is a perfect human pillar, she could completely cover Susanoo's body on Kyuubi and launch an even more amazing offensive. You don't have time to be distracted. 4.3 Uekai Hashishui suddenly spoke. On the chest, the green half-length armor samurai covered in cracks. The breastplate suddenly opened, says no middle. Gu19. The dazzling jade emerges. Shoo. Who? What? A series of dense arrows shot directly at the 4th generation Reikage and the 3rd generation Tuiying, making their complexion greatly changed. Because of Earth Shadow's aggravating rock art, the weight increased greatly and the speed dropped. The 4th generation of Reikage, who was too late to dodge, could not avoid such intensive attacks. In the lightened flint, Onoki was too late to reduce its weight. Boom boom boom. One after another green arrows blasted one after another on the thunder shadow armor of the 4th generation of Reikage. Chapter 196. The pierced Suzuo, ineffective attack. Boom. Two figures flew out. It is the 3rd generation of Tuiying and the 4th generation of Reiking. There is blood sprinkling. I saw the 4 generations of Reikage's chest. There were shocking blood holes one after another. But for him, who is very strong and much taller than others, the wound is not very deep. There was a wisp of blood flowing from the wound. It's an amazing guy. This level of attack can only be able to break through the Thunder Dune armor. Uekai Hashishui watched and protected the 3 generations of Takejanogi, but with the Thunder Dune armor, he didn't hurt at all. 4 generations of Reikage. Reiking, are you okay? 3 generations of Tuiying asked loudly. Unexpectedly broke my Thunder Dunge armor. The 4th generation of Liang couldn't help but feel a little bit cold in his heart, and he continued to endure such an attack a few more times, even if he was afraid he could not hold it. Brush. At this time, the green half-length giant wielded a spiral huge sword. Outrageously stabbed up, Zishui said indifferently. I have seen through your attack mode. If you want to increase the speed of Reikage, you must use the light and heavy rock technique to greatly reduce its weight, but it will also make it become powerless. If you want to increase Reikage's attack power, you must use the technique of aggravating rock to greatly increase its weight, but it will also reduce its speed. Boom. Smoke and dust are flying, and rocks are splashing. The 4th generation of Reikage and the 3rd generation of Tuiying both disappeared. Suddenly appeared a dozen meters away, and the 3rd generation of Tuiying, who was almost standing on the shoulders of Liang 28, condensed a dazzling white light in the palm of his hand. Dust escape. Middle. Primary realm peel. However, the purple chakra giant was so fast that he jumped up. The extremely sharp spiritual tool god sword came out loudly. At a terrifying speed, they slashed straight at the 4th generation Reikage and Tukage Onoki. Boom. The terrifying slash directly interrupted Onoki's dust escape. Even the 4th generation of Reikage had to avoid it. An exaggerated crack spanning hundreds of meters. The cut is extremely smooth. Make your scalp numb. Next moment. Solving escape. Middle. The art of melting monsters. The terrifyingly corrosive solution poured over the sky towards the Red Lotus and the others. But very abrupt. A fist collided with the 1,000 hands rope tree, and the Red Lotus sneered continuously, receiving its chakra, making a seal with one hand. The purple armor giant directly condensed a dazzling and crystal clear huge translucent shield on his left hand, blocking the pouring solution. crystal escape middle dot shield of Suzuo. The next moment, with a backhand blow, it slashed towards the seven tails that rushed up. Yumi Ming and the others are not given a chance to fight back. Boom! The terrifying slash was dazzling and surprisingly fast. There is no way to avoid it. Directly flew out the entire flying giant insect that could not be avoided. He smashed one giant tree straight and broke one after another, raising the dust in the sky, making people feel numb. A huge ditch appeared in front of everyone. Unparalleled shock. It makes the scalp numb. Melting. It's a terrible technique. Glancing at that short period of time, it was actually corroded by life, and was wrapped in Susanoo chakra. The huge crystal shield that should have been unbreakable. Gurren couldn't help but stunned. I can actually be combined with Susanoo. The crystal shield that came out was corroded like this. Sure enough, no one who can become a shadow is simple. Senjutsu nodded in agreement, but even more shocked by the powerful strength that Gullion showed. If the opponent is in his heyday, I am afraid that he can directly display this form of Susanoo without borrowing his chakra, which is far better than new Akai Hashishui. Moreover, coupled with the opponent's scary pupil technique that rarely shows but makes people fearful, who can kill her directly. Swipe. The huge corroded shield regenerates, shining brightly. Under the sun, the light is dazzling and brilliant. And once again covered with a purple chakra coat, restored to its original state. Then, the real battle is next. It's rare to meet a decent opponent. You have to make me play more excited. As the Red Lotus eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. The warlike factor in the blood it boils. The purple chakra giant stepped directly. The dazzling blade, lifted high towards the fourth generation Reikage and the third generation Tuiying standing together, they slashed across. Shu! The terrifying slash directly tore the atmosphere and flew out of the sky. Earth escape middle dot superlight and heavy rock technique. The third generation of Earth Shadow, lying on the back of the fourth generation of Reikage, directly reduces the weight of the fourth generation Reikage between the electric light and flint. Hey! The fourth generation of Reikage disappeared in place like lightning. Avoided Yulian's exaggerated power and cold sweat attack. The speed is so fast that you can't even see the kaleidoscope writing wheel appearing behind Susanoo in an instant. It was frightening. Reikage AI, who was in midair, instantly locked the Gurren in Susanoo. Soil escape middle dot super aggravated rock art. The old three generations of Tuiying made a clicking sound on his waist, but clenched his teeth and persisted. Performing such a technique will burden him, who is not young, on his waist, and even suffer great pain. Thunder abuse level 1000 generation dance. In an instant, Liu Ying's weight was increased to an incredible level, and the dazzling Ldun chakran on the hand knife was enhanced to the extreme, from top to bottom. Boom! What the atmosphere is distorted. The fourth generation of Reikage, with the cooperation of the third generation of Earth Shadows, has increased to the extreme. After splitting the Susanoo, the power is still undiminished, and the visible light flooded the Red Lotus inside, surpassing Suzuo no in the fourth form. This horrible scene only happened in the blink of an eye, and it was simply too much to react. Along with the scalp-tingling screams, a large amount of blood spattered from Honglian's body with the impact that penetrated through Suzuo, directly turned into a blood man. The Senju rope tree couldn't help its hair stand up, and the whole person was stunned. Gurren's armor. Yasaka's goo. Just at this time, the violent orange goo whirled violently, and it burst into the air in an instant. Boom! Because the three generations of Earth Shadow's super heavy rock art have suffered a great load, it is too late to perform the operation. The fourth generation of Reikage, who is extremely heavy, can't dodge, and is directly bombarded by the Yasaka goo sent by Shishui. The fatal flaw of the super aggravated rock art was exposed. An overly heavy body means that the fourth generation of Reikage may have to bear a heavier blow. With the three generations of Tuiying on his back, he flew straight out like shells. The ground was smashed to pieces, and even super long ditches were plowed. Smoke rises all over the sky. Boom! The huge Suzuo Nenu collapsed. Even inside, the Red Lotus covered in blood, falling straight down weakly. Reikage, Tukage. Just now, with his strength too weak, he was directly injured and fainted under the attack of Gurren. The blood-covered seven-tailed man Zilifu walked towards Trumim, anxiously moving in the direction of smoke and dust, shouting. Then he looked suspiciously at the collapsed Suzuono, faintly relieved. But, have you finally killed one? An attack of that level, I believe no one can survive. However, penetrated by that terrible impact, covered in blood, the red lotus that fell from the inside disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, it appeared in the same place again. 580. The armored giant who was about to fall, propped on one knee at this time and did not fall. What an amazing guy, worthy of a name with a shadow. Galian's heart palpitations watched the 4 generations of Reikage who were blasted out and embedded in the ground. It's really careless, it directly penetrated the 4th form of Susanoo. Almost killed by you. The combination of the 2 shadows is really not as simple as 1 plus 1, especially the 2 of Reikage and Tuiying. The combination of them is simply frightening. Even she almost couldn't react, and she would be killed directly by hiding in Susanoo. If the other party was not targeting her, but the Senju rope tree next to him, I'm afraid he will be seriously injured even if he does not die. Because, within her Suzuo Nenu, it restricted him, and there was no way to avoid it. Gurren's armor. Seeing the red lotus appearing unscathed, Senju Nosuke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It transforms its own fatal damage into a dream, and it is different from the forbidden technique Izanagi in the Uchiha clan. You don't need to pay the price of blindness. It's terrible pupil power. Even Shisui couldn't help but marvel. Enemy with such a guy is undoubtedly desperate. I tried my best to get rid of the opponent at the risk of serious injury. In a blink of an eye, the opponent who was supposed to be seriously injured or might even die appeared unscathed. What a breakdown and unacceptable. What? Looking at Gurren who suddenly appeared unscathed. Tumim, who was carrying the comatose 7-tailed man's Yulai in the distance, widened her eyes, and screamed out in disbelief. It's unharmed. How is this possible? I couldn't believe my eyes, and there was endless chill. But it's over here. The purple armor giant suddenly stood up. The extremely sharp Shindu sword burst out with terrible light, and suddenly slashed in the direction where the 4th generation Reikage and the 3rd generation Tuiying were located. The 197th chapter is Open Life. Gurren who feels stressed. Boom. Thousands of miles of earth flow wall. Wind escape. Sandstorm. A huge and exaggerated mountain rose to the sky. It is taller than Suzuo, standing there, accompanied by a fierce sandstorm, making people unable to open their eyes. Block the sight of Gurren and others firmly. The 3rd generation Earth Shadow Onoki, also covered in blood, gritted his teeth, holding a short body that was several times his size, and covered in blood, rushing out of the ruins. Dokage. Trumi could not help her pupils shrinking sharply as she looked at the miserable appearance of the 2. Go. Retreat first. Onoki reached to Trumim, and pressed one hand on her body. The art of earth escape. Superlight and heavy rock. Without hesitation, she and Liang and the others flew directly. Fly away towards the distance. At this time, behind the huge rock wall, Shisui, who sensed the situation, could not catch up in the future, so Gurren stopped it. You don't need to chase it, if you really want to kill it to the end. How can this war go on? The huge purple chakra giant dissipated, and the red lotus and the Senju rope tree both landed steadily. This war, we won. Looking at the endless forest, faintly visible figures flashing in it, Gulin said indifferently. Although chakra with the Senju rope tree supplemented, since the attack on the daimyo and the suppression of the 8-tailed pillar power until now, the chakra has spent all of it to display a large range of flowers and trees. The consumption is not small, but you have to take a good rest. But speaking of it, those 2 people are worthy of inheriting the name of the shadow. Thinking that Reikage and Tukage had directly penetrated Susanoo in the end, and almost killed Gurren's terrible attack, Shisui felt lingering. With a further understanding of the strengths of Reikage and Tuiying, he said in a deep voice, if it was against me or Lord Rope Tree, I am afraid that I will be seriously injured if I die. Even if you have a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, it does not mean that you can ignore these big figures who have been famous in the world for many years. Of course, if he has full eyes and fights endlessly, fighting to use the huge pupil power to display the other gods and control one of them, the joint offensive of the two will be directly disintegrated. It seems that I still need to work harder. The Golden 9 Llama mode was closed, and the Kaienzu rope tree was back to normal, clenching his fists. The power displayed by Reikage and Tukage undoubtedly gave the original strength soaring after the resurrection, especially after taking control of Nine-Tailed Chakra. All of a sudden, the strength directly surpassed his sister Tsunade, and his heart was somewhat airy. The rope tree poured a bucket of cold water. Just now, if Li Ying and the others were targeting him, even with the 9 tails in the body and the huge vitality brought by the Maelstrom clan and the Thousand Hands clan, they would not die. They would definitely be seriously injured and would lose their combat effectiveness. You guys just have fun. Gurren glanced at the Senjutsu Yasu that seemed to have been hit, and said angrily, before you were reborn, although you already had the strength of Zongnin, you haven't started to be promoted to Zongren? How long has it been? Once resurrected, relying on the power of Mudun's power and the writing wheel, plus the not weak chakra, he will directly have the strength not weaker than the ordinary Shangren. At most it is somewhat lacking in experience. In just a few days, with the help of 9 tails chakra, he directly reached the level not weaker than Uzumaki Runosuke or even Kaguya Shinichi. Now, after perfectly controlling the power of 9 tails, it directly overwhelmed most people, with power beyond the reach of others. It's like the darling of heaven. Become a representative of the resurrection from the dead, a blessing in disguise. Even after successfully opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel, the Uchiha clan who can compete with the shadows instantly can't match it. Not to mention, this kid was on the battlefield before. Because Tsunade wanted to open his eyes with his own death and was deliberately pierced by the enemy ninja's ninja, and he almost succeeded in opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel. The pupil power has risen to an astonishing level, and maybe 1 or 2 such stimuli will be expected to advance and gain even more amazing power. Not surprisingly, this kid is already the key candidate in Lord Shinryu's warlord training plan. Hong Lian secretly said in her heart, I can't fall behind either. The purpose of Hyuga Shinryuki's 4th Ninja World War was to cultivate the potential to fight against the vast starry sky. How could Gurren not be full of expectations and desires? Ninja World, too small. The unknown, the more vast, and the more expansive time and space are undoubtedly more desirable. Originally, she felt that she must already be one of them, and even some did not take this war that was regarded as a game by Hinata God and Moon in her eyes. However, the rapid improvement of Senjutsu Nosu made her feel a great pressure. The power displayed by Reikage and Tukage's joint efforts awakened Gurren even more. If it hadn't been for the astonishing pupil technique of Izanagi, she had suffered a disastrous defeat before, and maybe she would have been killed. In this cruel war, no one except Hyuga Shinryu has the right to despise, and everyone is still in the chess game. Especially, if she is really easily surpassed by this kid. Even if the opponent is relying on the power of Kyuubi, she will be somewhat unacceptable, and she is eager to usher in improvement again. It is a pity that in addition to being able to truly integrate another pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels can be advanced to obtain stronger pupil power in a short time. What restricts her strength is her own chakra quantity, and it takes time. Master Shinryu gave us a higher potential and gave us the capital to become stronger, but everyone needs time and effort to turn this potential into strength. Uchiha Shisui sighed. He didn't plan to put too much energy on Mudun. After all, what suits you is the best, and the way to become stronger is not limited to this. But the vitality and amazing chakras derived from the original genes have indeed brought huge benefits to everyone. The most direct change is that he doesn't have to worry about losing light by continuously using the pupil power of the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. It seems so. Scratching his head embarrassedly, Senjutsuki smiled and said, "Wait, after I have time to master Rachel's amazing Srank ninjutsu, or further master the power of wood escape on his body, relying on the huge chakra, I believe my strength will grow again." He believed, give him some more time. It must be stronger. Because, with the 9 tails in his body and the 2 bloodlines of Kaienzu and Maelstrom, he can use a large number of shadow clones to practice. This is the capital for him to become stronger in the shortest time. After all, he is still far from reaching his true upper limit of strength. It looks like before that, in addition to further mastering the fairy mode, quietly glanced at the Kaienzu rope tree who was silly, and Guren held his fist and secretly made up his mind. Flying Thunder God and Dust Escape, you must be able to master one of them next. Whether it is the Dust Escape and the Flying Thunder God art, both require qualifications. Chen Dun's words are actually easier to master than taking off Thor's art. As for the art of Flying Thunder God, there is no such talent in space without that talent. Gillian is not sure whether she can learn the technique of Flying Thunder God, but she doesn't believe that she can't master the blood to eliminate dust and escape. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be surpassed by this kid. Chapter 198. Depressed morale. Guarding the 12 ninjamen. Time passed bit by bit. The evening came quietly. The fiery red sunset illuminates the distant sky extremely crimson, somewhat poignant. In the dense forest, the silhouettes wearing gas masks are still constantly moving. The pollen has already been blown away, and the Empire's troops have already attacked. On the other hand, the coalition forces are constantly trying to attack, repulse the enemy forces, and save more unconscious personnel who have lost their combat effectiveness. Due to the fact that the pollen in the outer area was constantly being blown away, after all, many coalition ninjas who fainted were rescued by reinforcements sent by the coalition headquarters. The blood stained the earth red. The imperial troops that are specifically responsible for harvesting heads have all been numb. In this battle, even if it tried hard to save people, the coalition forces had lost at least 30,000 troops. Even the number is still rising. In most areas, there are still many unconscious ninjas who have not been rescued, facing the threat of troops sent out by the Imperial camp to harvest people. On the front line, small-scale confrontations are still taking place, almost dominated by a team of about a dozen or 20 people. However, both sides fear and restrain each other. No more large-scale troops were invested. Taki no Kuni, the headquarters of the Allied forces. The moment was full of depression, and the morale of the 787 was low. Except for the 5th-generation Suikage, who is in better condition, Onoki, the 4th-generation Reikage, Nanao Renjalifu and others returned with blood and almost lost their combat effectiveness, shocking the ninjas of the major ninja villages. Morale dropped directly to the lowest point. Even many people feel pessimistic and feel a little desperate. Even fear. The battle report on the front line has already been passed back. Such a large range of troops directly fell into Akuma, and the news could not be suppressed even if Ilozang and others wanted to suppress it. The coalition camp lost more than half of its forces at once, and the Imperial camp under Hyuga Shinayu had a casualty rate of more than 4 or 5,000, but it was truly killed or injured. Even if he received treatment, he could no longer be converted to the Imperial camp. It is estimated that 2,000 are considered good. This is definitely a huge blow to the coalition. Ahem, be careless, the loss is so great this time. We only have about 30,000 troops left, and we have lost most of our human strength. There were blood-stained bandages tied to many places on his head and body, and he was being treated by a medical ninja. Some weak 3th-generation to Yin couldn't help gritting his teeth. The problem is that he is too old, and his injuries were nothing at all when he was young. At this time, it may be fatal. Full of worries about the future situation, because the 4th generation of Reikage had buffered most of its strength in the front, Ohiemi was not injured so severely, but the trauma looked terrifying. Finally, The decline has not been completely reversed, and we can't just give up like this. Zhang, who looked older than the 3 generations of Earth Shadows, said in a deep voice as if he could get into the earth with a few words. How is Raikichi's situation? Triu Ming looked serious and directly asked the person in charge of the medical unit. Fortunately in misfortune, thanks to Lord Raikichi, he inherited the excellent bloodline of 3 generations of Raikichi, and his physique is amazingly strong, so he can survive such a terrible attack. Because of excessive blood loss, he is undergoing emergency blood transfusion treatment, and almost all of his ribs are broken. Not long after the head of the medical unit walked out of the operating room, he didn't even have time to remove the blood-stained gloves. Sweating profusely, he smiled bitterly, but considering that Raikichima's physical fitness is far superior to ordinary people, we have gathered here the top medical staff from all major ninja villages, and we can speed up his recovery through some secret techniques. It won't take months or even longer to recover. However, for at least 2 weeks, he must not participate in the fight anymore, otherwise his wound will tear again, and it will be more troublesome at that time, and it may be life-threatening. Zhang, 3 generations of Tuiying, 5 generations of Shuiying, and others can't help but sink. Raikichi could not participate in the battle within 2 weeks, and their idea of directly attacking his lair was undoubtedly shattered because they wanted to quickly resolve the power under Hyuga God Moon. Taking into account the 3 generations of Tukijonoki himself, he couldn't exert too much strength in a short time. It also lost 2-tailed human column power, 4-tailed human column power, 5-tailed human column power, and 8-tailed human column power, as well as more than 30,000 ninja forces. The initiative of war has changed. Next, they have to guard against the enemy's attack. Zhang, who almost couldn't see his eyes, said with a bitter smile, now that the big names of all countries have been assassinated, the next step is to deal with domestic relations, trouble. Well, the enemy is more terrifying and powerful than we thought. We can no longer attack rashly. We must prepare for a long-term war. 3 generations of Takijonoki nodded. Even if the big names are fine, they also need to be more cautious. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, it is impossible to launch attacks with more than thousands of people at every turn. It can only fight against the enemy in the form of a small group of troops and consume the limited combat power of the Empire. In this way, it is impossible to fight at every turn, and it will inevitably become a long-term war. Your Excellency Dokage, if it turns into a long-term war, I am worried that Hyuga Shinryu will resurrect more powerful men and give them stronger power. Triu Meme frowned worriedly. That's not a good thing for us. Their high-end combat power is counted as 1 death. It is so difficult to cultivate new strong people, especially after losing the strength of people. And the enemy's strong may continue to increase. Who knows, in a few days, there will be another powerhouse like Konoha White Fang, Gold and Silver Brothers, and Uekai Hashishui. Master Tuiying, Master Shuiying, Master Zhang. At this time, a person wearing a mask suddenly appeared, kneeling there and reporting, there are several people who claim to be the last 12 guardians of the country of fire. I hope to be able to talk with you and claim that there is a way to directly enhance our combat power and fight against Hyuga Shinryu, Guardian Ninja 12 Men. Isn't this an organization that protects the name of the country of fire? 3 generations of Tuiying, 5 dynasties of Shuiying, and Zhang were a little surprised. Somewhat surprised. The other side actually claimed that there is a way to increase the combat power of their coalition forces. If it weren't for the spies sent by Hyuga Shinryu, those guys just want to save the Fire Country daimyo, and don't want the Fire Country to fall into the hands of the Sun Yuga Shinryu, Zhang said directly. According to our perception staff, their chakras are not particularly alarming. And the leader claimed that if he doubts his motives, he can seal his chakras first, and he can come alone to meet with the adults. The person kneeling there added, then take him in first and see what these guys can say. He narrowed his eyes, and the 3rd generation of Tuiying Onoki was very decisive. This is their base camp. Since chakra is not amazing, it means that the strength is limited, and wanting to assassinate them is just looking for death. Chapter 199, Earth Escape Reincarnation Technique. Two wind shadows. Inside the large account of the coalition headquarters, Onoki, Teumim, Irazo, Iron Kingdom leader Mifune, and others sat there, watching indifferently as they were brought in, claiming to be the 12 guardian ninja Shi of the previous generation, with grey hair and a hideous scar on his face. The invisibly powerful aura directly gave the opponent tremendous pressure. Several sirs, it seems that the situation of the coalition forces is not very good. With a cane, Ma Qiang, who is like a monk, calmed himself, and smiled as he watched the 3 generations of Tuiying and Sunquan. 3 generations of Tuiying wore thick robes to cover his injuries, but there were still some bandages on his head, which looked a bit embarrassed, but not too embarrassing. Not to mention Mifune. Losing his heavy right arm, he just switched to using a left-handed knife, and his combat power does not save 2 or 3. As a general in the country of warriors, the country of iron, his combat power has fallen to the point where he cannot suppress his subordinates. At the moment, it was only because the war came too fast and his own remaining power was still there. No rebellion broke out in the country. Over time, he must take the initiative to step down, otherwise I'm afraid it will not end well. Compared to the survivors of the Land of Fire, who lost even the royal family and the land, we have not lost at least half of the land. Tuiying was not angry, and sneered. Mifune said in a deep voice, "If you come here specifically for your excellency and Ma, let me wait to find time to see you. Just to say this, then I'm sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of here. If you are sincere, please state your purpose directly." Although Ming was smiling, his eyes were dangerous. "It is good. I have found out the news of the coalition defeat on the front line. The loss is so great. I think you will lose a bit of confidence if you want to fight against Hyuga Shinryu. You should also become more aware of the threat he brings." Terrible. And Ma didn't care about each other's attitude. He who firmly supports the authority of the country of fire and insists on one country and one jade, he has no good impressions of the villages. But after all, he hopes to use the other party's strength to help the country of fire recover, save the daimyo, and use each other's relationship. So he has to let go of his inner prejudices. After all, it is only the subordinates he has cultivated and the resurrected former strongmen who are now shooting. The coalition forces have lost more than half of their troops before even seeing him in person. Seeing the 3 generations of Tuiying and others, their faces became more and more gloomy, and Hema was not selling off, and directly said, "I have a way to increase your combat power. But in exchange, you need to help us regain our country, and after eliminating the threat of sun, god and moon, you must not invade the country of fire. It seems that you don't have the capital to negotiate with us on an equal footing. We just need to catch a few of you and directly torture the intelligence in your mind." The short figure seemed to be high up, looking down at the opponent disdainfully. 3 generations of Tuiying sneered and said, "Even if it is obtained from dead people, it is not impossible for all countries to do it. In that case, wouldn't it be better for countries to divide up the country of fire directly after the war?" With that said, I really meant to do it directly. At least 20 elite ninjas appeared in the huge commander-in-chief's big tent in an instant, blocking the quartet. Murderous. "That's really sorry. Since I dared to come alone, I must be fully prepared." He and Ma smiled, and took out a roasted sweet potato from somewhere, and ate it in an unimaginative way, as if not feeling the slightest pressure. "I have set a special curse on myself beforehand. If you die or someone forcibly explores the memory of your brain, the prohibition will be activated, and the whole person will instantly turn to fly ash, and even within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area will be instantly razed to the ground, and the few people I brought, even you catch them. It's just more useless intelligence." At the same time, he opened his clothes. On the chest, which had no traces, suddenly densely packed curses appeared, making the complexion of Oyaki and others changed. "If you want us to help you restore your country, you also need the same strength." Ming stared at the other person, and asked faintly, "What kind of help can you bring to us? Can you rely on the Guardian 12 Ninjaman?" Boom! Hema threw away the half-eaten roasted sweet potatoes, and hit the ground with his walking stick. Swipe without warning. On the ground, a psychic technique appeared. Boom, boom. Smoke filled. The two coffins were suddenly channeled out. This is the pupils of Onogi, Teumim, Izura and others can't help but shrink. On the coffin, the words 2 and 4 are very eye-catching. Thanks to your sand-hidden village, in order to deal with Hyuga Shinryu, almost came out. Only the remaining combat strength is seriously insufficient, otherwise it is really not so easy to sneak in. But it is a pity that the corpses of your first generation Fenning are not well kept in place. It has already weathered. Hema said with a smile at the high old Tibetan monster. Could it be that you bastard dare to desecrate the body of Fenning Xiandai? Ilo Zhang's complexion changed, and he was very frightened and glared at him. The astonishing murderous aura erupted from the body that appeared to be half into the earth. And it was faintly more amazing than 1,000 generations. Wait, please don't get angry, Lord Ilozang. Hema Dan said indifferently, you can postpone the accounts if you ask me to settle the account. As long as the country of fire can regain its former prosperity, I will let you sand hidden 1,000 swords. Is the dirty earth reincarnated? 3 generations of Dokage, Chumiming and others couldn't help but wrinkle their brows. Looking at Hema, who is not too strong in front of him, he was a little bit worried. In any case, this technique is quite amazing. It's not the rebirth of the filthy soil, but another kind of rebirth. It uses the corpse of the dead and the soil to reincarnate. There is no need to use a living person as a sacrifice. Hema smiled and said, moreover, as long as you can get a lot of chakra, the summoned powerhouse not only maintains the consciousness during his lifetime, but can also display the combat power of his heyday. The defect is that those chakras are one-time consumables and need to be constantly charged. If they are fatally injured, the reincarnation technique will be cancelled and cannot be summoned again. Although the Earth Escape reincarnation technique does not require sacrifices, it has high requirements for the integrity of the corpse and cannot cause too much damage, otherwise it cannot be summoned successfully. Moreover, the stronger the person summoned, the more likely it is to get rid of control by the other party. This is the biggest risk of Earth Escape reincarnation. Before coming here, they had tried their best to supplement chakra for the 2 former wind shadows. Retain the consciousness and combat power in life. Teumim, Ilaozang, Mifune and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Regardless of whether they retain all the combat power of the dead, they are bound to be controlled by the opponent. Several lords don't worry about whether I can manipulate them. Hema said frankly, the biggest risk of this technique is that the stronger the summoned strong, the more likely it is to get rid of the control of the surgeon. The shadows of the past are naturally much stronger than me, so I have not dared to wake up easily. In order to make the 3 generations of Tuiying lower their defenses on themselves, he might as well exaggerate. In fact, Hema is still confident that he can force 1 or 2 shadows. This is also the confidence of him who wants to restore the country and dare to cooperate with each other. After all, cooperating with these ambitious, already coveted and prosperous ninja villages for a long time, is tantamount to seeking a tiger's skin. How can it be done without a card in the future? Since all countries are currently facing the threat of extinction, I think the people who have been summoned should also be willing to contribute after understanding the causes and consequences. Chapter 200 The Return of the Eight-Tailed Man Zulai. Reikichi's decision. Soil escape reincarnation technique. Summon the predecessors to join the battle. Inside the commander's tent, some of the elite ninjas who surrounded him couldn't calm down. Originally, today's fiasco on the front line made them more or less pessimistic, but after hearing the 12 guardians of the country of fire in front of him introduced the reincarnation post-operative of the land, it was a little bit ignited. Hope. If the shadows of the predecessors are summoned, do they still need to fear the sun and the gods? On the other hand, Onoki, Ebina, Teumim, Mifune, and others stared at the 2 coffins of the 2 predecessors fanning in front of them, as well as the Hema standing there, all looking uncertain. Some entanglement and hesitation. And Hema stood there calmly, waiting quietly for the reply from the three generations of Tuiying, smiling. He believed that the other party would definitely agree to join hands with him under the pressure of Hyuga Shinjuki. How many people can you summon? A calm and deep voice came. The fourth generation of Reikage was bandaged, and his dark face was pale, and he looked rather weak. Huma stared at Hema, and asked in a deep voice, Master Reikage, please don't move. Your injury is very serious and you may split at any time. Behind, several medical ninjas in white coats were sweating profusely, trying to persuade the fourth generation of Reiking to go back to rest. Because the opponent's injury was too serious, the wound will split if it is carelessly. In fact, it has now split. The bandage on Reiking's chest could not help but seep blood, but clenched his teeth and persisted. Reiking Commander, Master Ai Onoki, Mifune and others couldn't help looking at the sudden appearance of the four generations of Reikage in surprise. Previously, they were startled by the news of Hema, which caused them to not pay attention to the outside situation. Otherwise the arrival of the fourth generation of Reikage could not be hidden from them. Don't worry, I haven't died so easily. Liang ignored the others, staring at Hema, and asked again, how many dead can you summon? Are there any restrictions? Reiking, you, the three generations of Tuiying Onoki, the five generations of Shuiying Tarumiming, and others couldn't help standing up. Looking at Liang in shock, he already understood what the other party meant. Unexpectedly, it would be so simple and want to cooperate with each other. However, this is also impossible. Otherwise, they really don't know whether they can stop the enemy's attack. Today's battle has undoubtedly dealt them a great blow, and this war is more cruel than imagined. Counting the strength of the seven-tailed man, in a 4-on-3 situation, he lost so badly. Not to mention, the coalition lost more than half of its troops. In fact, even some of the old-fashioned Dayan country samurai Mifune are somewhat eager to agree to cooperate with each other. Although there is a suspicion of blaspheming the dead, the current situation is about the survival of all countries. Even with this method, we must win the war. The fourth generation of Reikage gritted his teeth and said, I believe you all will agree to our approach, and we can summon them and let them choose whether to take action. The three generations of Tuiying and others were silent. In addition, to be honest, they really have no other choice. If we don't forcefully control their will and let them act on their own, there is not much restriction. But if you have a way to increase my chakra, as long as there are enough and well-preserved corpses, no matter how many people can be summoned. Looking at the seriously injured fourth generation Reikage, Hema couldn't help his pupils shrunk, then smiled and said, for example, let me be a human pillar. Renzulai, how dare you say it, bastard. Tarumi Ming, Onoki and others' complexions changed, and they stared at each other in anger. Unexpectedly, the other party dared to make such a request. Renzulai, they currently only have Nanao Renzulai, and it is from Tokigahara. Don't worry, I know that my body cannot withstand the power of the tail beast at all. It may reach its limit in less than 8 years or even less, and it is impossible to become a perfect human pillar. Hema said very directly, my purpose is to save the daimyo, and to retake the country of fire from the hands of Hyuga Shinryu, and the tail beast can return to you at that time. Moreover, this technique still has a flaw. If I am killed, the Earth Escape reincarnation technique will be cancelled. If I can gain the power of the tail beast, at least my personal safety is more secure. After all, I can be assassinated by the enemy. There are a lot of strong targets, and you can never protect me all the time. Many people were surprised and looked at each other. It was Onogi, Mifune and others, who couldn't help looking at the smiling Kazuma in shock. Was shaken by the opponent's strong will to restore the country at any cost, even willing to sacrifice oneself. Master Reikage. At this time, a figure wearing the forehead of Union Village appeared. The report in a somewhat excited voice, Master Kairabi is back. He has not been captured by Akatsuki. What? Better than what you said is true. The 8-tailed man's Yuli is back. Where is he? Let him come here. The 4 generations of Raikage, the 3rd generation of Duiying, the 5th generation of Shuiying and others couldn't help but stare. Some could not believe looking at each other. The tail beast I thought was my own. Only Kaiwai was left and was not taken away. I didn't expect that Yao could escape from Akatsuki's hands. It was incredible. Big brother. A dark figure that was somewhat embarrassed appeared at the entrance of the big tent. Let the 4 generations of Raikage's whole person extremely excited, better than ... cough. Coughed up blood. Raikang. When the 3 generations of Duiying Onoki and others saw this, their expressions changed. At this juncture, the 4th generation of Raikage can't do anything more. Master Raikage, please stay calm. Don't be overly excited, otherwise the wound will open further. A medical ninja flashed a green light in his palm, and he stopped the bleeding for aching, and reminded him hurriedly. Although the 4th generation of Raikage had some surprises, they doubted the identity of the other party. This chakra fluctuation is indeed Lord Kairabi, yes, perceiving people nearby, whispered to him for the first time. Huma looked at his younger brother, with a serious voice, and asked in a deep voice, how did you escape back? It is the 3 generations of Duiying, the 5 generations of Shuiying and others, all looking at Kairabi in surprise. According to the situation described after Ying's return, the opponent had already been seriously injured and lost combat effectiveness. How could it have escaped from Akatsuki's hands? They just took my octopus tail clone. Seeing the 4th generation of Raikage's injuries, Kairabi's face was a little ugly, and he quickly stepped forward. I was already in the ground when the woman and the gold and silver brothers were seriously injured. My clone, so it is. The 4th generation of Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Kairabi noticed the Hema next to him and the coffin with the 2 standing there. He was a little surprised. Coffin? Your Excellency Raikage, it is worthy of a pleasant surprise that my brother can escape from danger, but relatively speaking, the combat power of your coalition 4.5 is still somewhat lacking. Hema smiled and said, whether you should make a decision or not with me. Cooperation, especially right now, you are all relatively weak, and if the enemy takes advantage of it, it might be dangerous. We can agree to cooperate with you to help the country of fire restore the country after eliminating Hyuga Shinryu without infringing on the country of fire. Seeing the 3rd generation of Duiying and the 5th generation of Shuiying, they nodded silently to themselves. The 4th generation of Liang's expression became serious and looked directly at each other, saying, but before that, we need to confirm that the shadow you summoned. Do you really have the combat power during your lifetime? They must confirm what kind of strength the summoned shadow has, and whether the other party can easily manipulate these powerful people. After all, this kind of forbidden technique that summons the dead and violates the law of life and death is daunting. As for the tail beast, you need to show enough value and sincerity. After all, we still can't fully trust you, and it is impossible to easily give you limited important power.